evening. It's June the 7th, 2024, the year of our Lord, and it is episode 191 of the longest running episodic, whatever this is. I tried to entrust Eric in trying to figure out what it is, and alas, we are once again failed. Eric is here, however. Eric, what do you have to say for yourself?
I'm disgusted with myself.
Again, or still?
Well, really, isn't everyone disgusted with you?
But I know that you're not my friends. I know.
Oh, God, no.
I know.
I'm not your father.
We're barely acquaintances. We're barely in the Nick Foligno category.
Don't like me, nor care about me, and I respect that. I would be concerned if you did.
Mm-hmm.
But I have asked for help. I have asked you guys as acquaintances to please step in and help me, and you're just not doing it. And
not 12-step group, sorry.
This came in the mail today.
Lemon?
Yeah, lemon.
Why did I buy it? I don't know, because these are exactly the same.
Are they numbered?
Yes, out of 8, and I have 1 and 2 out of 8.
Eric, I have a counter to that, and I will tell you why, Bobby. I feel that through my purchases and through what I've had to pay personally, that I am completely off the hook on helping Eric with this. I will have you know, we discussed this previously in a previous utterance on this very live stream. We discussed that Bougie Eric needed to speak to me, and I, being the gracious individual man of peace that I am, agreed to speak to this young man, to this poor unfortunate soul who was in an era of confusion. The man was trying to figure out between one type of parallel and another. But unfortunately, and Bobby would know this one. I have Fido is the cell service that I use, and I've got my level, my data, and all that stuff. You know what's one thing I didn't set up, Bobby? Any kind of long distance. What I didn't realize is that I get charged $1 a minute. So every minute I was talking to this Sanderson door douchebag, it cost me. I'm sitting there like, why is my bill higher this time around? And it was an extra $15. So you know what? Fuck you, Eric. Get some more lemonades.
Well, $15 will give you unlimited calls to the U.S. and text.
No, but if I have it set up, yeah. But do you know how infrequently I actually make a call to the U.S.? Like it almost never comes up. I can put the add-on on, but otherwise, then I'm paying for it whether I use. In that case, then I'm calling Eric just on principle and telling him to fuck off, just to get my money's worth.
Yep.
Different story, different conversation. So Eric, I paid $15 to deal with your bullshit. So you know what? You get nothing, and I'm going to make you ship some shit whether you like it or not.
I can't. I don't want to buy any more of these. Please.
We'll learn to like better players next time. Josh here is first. It's Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos' live. Thank you, Josh.
So many.
Justin is here.
So many.
Josh says, good evening, gentlemen and Eric. Philly Joe says, good evening, Carlos and gang. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too, Philly Joe. Jeff here. Good evening. Hello, everyone. Hello to you. Orlando, good evening. Yep. Try to find 328. That's right. Exactly. Eric's buying modern. Hey, Eric has to buy modern at this point. There's no vintage lemon left.
I have it.
Yes.
Yep. Hit the damn like and make this town pay. Facts.
Just
Good evening, Paul.
Please, I don't want these things.
No one does.
My house.
No, you need them. You need them all, Eric.
Don't worry, they'll make more next year.
I know.
And the year after. Don't worry.
It'll be the same picture.
Basically.
Well, it's not like they have a second picture. Like that's the only picture that exists of him, as far as we're aware. Like, just the facts. No one actually wanted to look at the guy. That's it. Sorry. That's how it goes. On that tragic bombshell, we'll mention briefly AMG Collectibles, the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel, and AMGcollectibles.ca. We did have our podcast this past week where we did have a chance to show off some items in the shop and also mention there's going to be some adjustments to summer hours and everything else. But we're going to continue the podcast throughout the summertime. We'll be talking about a couple of different things, but it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to see exactly how things go as things go into the summertime, because obviously sometimes the shows start to slow down. However, Bobby, I don't know if you know this. Our friends are going to do their June show, and they're doing it over at that other one. I think is it not? I'll double check the address, but is it not the expensive one? I think they went to the expensive conference center again. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure it's the expensive one. I'll confirm. But either way, AMGcollectibles.ca, AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. We appreciate you. I'll pull up the address and we'll confirm here in a second. But anyway, thank you to AMG Collectibles for supporting the channel and this podcast. Okay, so real quick, I'll read a couple of comments and then I'll double check what we were talking about. I have arrived. You are welcome, Eric. Well, there you go. Michael Ham is here. There you go. There you go, Eric. Feel better.
Wonderful.
Evening all, and Eric. Thank you, Paul. Some intense negotiations to secure the BAC crew for Hobby Palooza. I'm going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that.
Yeah.
Kathy, I can solve the problem. That's right. I'm here for the Hobby Palooza infomercial. Facts. Justin's Kathy. Man, Justin's trying to be helpful. There you go. All right. So let's quickly talk about this. And while I do that, I'll also double check that address. So I got a couple of housekeeping items. So the first one we're going to do is I will show what you're talking about. And that is, I did allude to Hobby Palooza items. So I'll quickly go over that. So here is the actual video that pertains to the Hobby Palooza thing. It's the previous show that goes over all the different things, including all the hours and everything. It's all listed in the description as well. I'll include a link in the description to the video. If you haven't already seen it, you can check it out. He literally runs down everything. So John here, 3D80s kid, runs down the whole lineup and everything. So this channel, we're basically going to anchor the Saturday. We're going to be at the very end of the Saturday. And it was funny because he had reached out to a bunch of different folks. I had to reach out to the guys first just to make sure they were all right with it. We kind of talked about it and we said, yeah, okay, fine. So I went back to him, but then he said, it's like, okay, so I'm kind of overbooked, but would you be willing to do the end of Saturday? I go, yeah, fine, whatever. Sure. That's fine. But what made me laugh is that the way he also mentioned, so, well, I can give you access to the thing so you can turn off the stream whenever you want. I'm like, go on. It's kind of a thing that, so by that means that I don't have to stop at an hour.
So what you have to do is really ask him, what time Sunday does the next one start?
That's what I'm saying. Look, one of the comments, so Bob Boozle was in the comments, and I want to make sure I quote him correctly. So hold on. I'll make sure I quote his comment correctly because it was a good one. Here, Bob Boozle. Because I'm Carlos, extending this telethon to an impressive 30 hours. Philly Tim was first response on that. And For Collector says that's quite possible. And my response is minimum. What might they do? Listen, I don't want to spoil too much because one thing that concerned me, Eric, and this is what deeply concerned me, as he was going through the channel lineup, everybody actually seemed to have some kind of a theme, and I was like, "Well, we don't have anything like that. We haven't given it any thought whatsoever." No. So what I'm thinking is we'll just we'll wing something card related. Yeah, we'll wing something vaguely card related, and then what we'll do at a certain point is I'll just provide the checklist to SB Signature Legends, and you can go through it and try to explain what hockey players you even know who they are, and the rest of them you can Google them.
At the 3 a.m. hour, we'll
do that, yeah. And then by doing that'll allow me to get like a quick 30-minute power nap, and then I'll stream and watch some poker or something, and then I'll come back. It'll be fantastic.
This all seems like a great plan,
and you'll have a snack.
I think it's literally flawless. I cannot think of even a single. I could go down to Tim Hortons because by that time in the wee hours of the morning, Tim Hortons will be open. I can literally go down to Tim Hortons, grab a breakfast sandwich, and I can be having breakfast with you all while Eric is still explaining SB Signature Legends.
That would be good.
I could.
Yeah, Bobby, I got it all figured out.
I might be on twice. Hobby News Daily too.
Oh, right.
How many times did one person get on two different? That's wow.
Well, actually, the last couple of years, there's been a few of those because there was a couple of folks that kind of recycled themselves in a couple because they would host one and then they'd be a guest on another. So does that count, or do you mean multiple times as a guest?
Just multiple. Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah.
Because the hosting and then guesting on somebody else's has happened a number of different
times. I'm co-host, and then the other one I'll be a guest. Well,
yeah, so that would be kind of falling under that.
I'm not a guest because I'm part of Hobby News Daily because I write for them. So I'm actually an employee in a sense that doesn't get paid, but
so that's actually like almost two hostings. That's like two semi-hostings. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think two semi-hostings is out.
Two co-hosts equals one guest, one host, right? So
yeah. I think that's fair. I think it seems that math seems to check out. Oh. Good evening, Sean. Matt, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening to you. Did you get a Hall of Fame nomination in the negotiations? Listen, man, it's getting tough. So I'll let you guys in on a little. Yeah, I'll let you guys in on a little fun thing. Part of the only reason I agreed to it was twofold. Number one, I was like, it's under new management. Part of my critique was always like, it's under new management. So I was like, so that was one thing that was a little different than years past. Second, they did invite us, so which is fine. I've had my critiques with Hobby Palooza, and I've already explained what my criticisms are. But the other part of it, however, is that I was okay with the concept with it if it was done in a way that made sense. I did like the fact, and honestly, it played in the pitch. I did like the fact that I'm not bound to an hour. Like that is something I do like. I like the fact that I can control that portion of it. And then the other piece of it is that I don't mind it from the perspective of one thing to bear in mind. This is why we're going to make sure that Eric doesn't ruin everything. There is an actual charity. And I have no moral opposition to assisting with, because I think it's Signature for Soldiers. They've got a charity that's associated to it. So I was like, yeah, fine, sure. Like I said, I can criticize it at the same time. Like, yeah, it's a charity thing. We'll do our part. We'll help out. We'll light Eric on fire or something. Or we'll douse him in mayonnaise. It'll be hilarious. Yeah. Everyone will enjoy it. Good time for everyone. And we'll do it for charity.
Show his knife collection.
My refrigerator shit the bed.
Oh. You broke your refrigerator?
My refrigerator shit the bed.
This is tragic.
This is
one of the great tragedies of our times.
I have
top
to go
quality stuff.
I have to go get my backup refrigerator.
You have a backup refrigerator?
Well, look how many lemons he has.
Never mind. Anyway, so did it get all the nominations and negotiations? No. Although one nomination doesn't help me, Zach. I need behind his back. I need rigging. I've already been nominated. I need a rigging.
So does that change your pole position as it was left last time? Because we have new hosts, maybe, sort of.
Well, the thing, Bobby. Part of the reason I thought it was very funny that the channel ended up on the bubble is that next year there's going to be a bunch of other channels that people are just going to campaign for and get behind anyway. Basically. So I was sitting there like, I'm not. It's a reset. It's a reset. What happened last year doesn't matter, unless every single person
this year. If all things were equal in the universe.
Well, right? But don't forget though, also, if they had just gone with the old rules is they had 10. Under the old rules, it would have been fine. I would have been well within the cut line, so to speak. Well within. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't have been a discussion point, and we'd be done.
And what are the?
And then I would like have my patch prominently featured, patched on Eric's head or something, like super mood. It'd be awesome.
Do we get stickers instead of patches?
I have no idea, man. Like I know nothing.
Gotta get something.
Listen, if there's any kind of duty, if crossing the border is like even like $5 duty, I'm out. Leave it. Leave it. Let the border agents have it. They can put it under their uniforms. Sorry, that's for Philly Joe. Yep, got it. Black Box Hobby Palooza on your resume can put you over the top of Hall of Fame next year. I can only add to my credentials. Black Box. You're right. Shouldn't you revisit chicken sandwich and the best types of mayo during your time? It's true. Under the right circumstance. If we go long enough, no, but Bobby, if we go long enough, if I get Eric to read out SP Signature Legends long enough, then I could just get Dave, because Dave wakes up at the crack hours of ridiculousness. So I could just get Dave to wake up, at his normal ridiculously early time and start yammering on about chicken sandwiches, and that could be a couple hours right there.
Yeah, we got lots of filler.
Oh, easily. I got lots. Don't worry. We got folks that can spin a yarn, and they'll be like
a 2-hour period there. And it's baby blue.
You got two colors? Well, it's more like an aqua. I think that's an aqua.
That's right.
I'll call that aqua.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give it that.
Turquoise.
Paul here's, yeah, sure, fair enough. So Paul says, speaking of non-payment, I demand half of Eric's like butting for modding duties. It's only fair. I will also increase the like button rate so that you get more and Eric pays more. Everybody wins. Tell us about your biggest card deal trade. It's a good question. We can come back to that in a minute here. I think it's a good question. I'm the only one hosting with the chat guy, Mike Petty, trying to get Bob Boozle. If you get Bob Boozle, that'd be interesting. I'd be amused by that. Bob Boozle's pretty good, especially for the comments. Eric will do his best to ruin it. Eric ruins everything. Mini Fridge Company sponsored Eric. I wish. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
That'd be great. That's the Walmart Black Friday Cheapo Special one from 2019. Surprised it lasted this long. Nice. Yeah, Hall of Fame needs genres. Saying how much Eric drink. Little do you know, my friend. Little do you know. Anyone else concerned by the amount of Pepsi Eric has apparently consumed? We're concerned about a lot of things pertaining to Eric. That's only the beginning.
Chocolate sticks, Pepsi.
Oh, here you go, Mike Ham. If you need me, Carlos, I will appear only to anger Eric. Done, Ham. Done. That's a plan. Like I said, I don't have a plan, so we're gonna work it. We're gonna workshop it as we go. We'll figure something out.
All right. When is this thing? When is this stupid thing that I'm being forced to do and I don't want to?
The one where you and Ham are going to debate the merits of chicken sandwiches, that's going to be June the 22nd. That is going to be the Saturday of Hobby Palooza. I will remind everybody again later. And also check the link in the description for the video where it's got the dates and also the entire lineup. It's got all the Eastern time zones on there. And it's got the lineup for Saturday and it's got the lineup for Sunday. And you can see all the channels that are going to participate. I believe it's... So we're going to be starting at 10 p.m. 10 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, no. No.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Eastern.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, no.
Yes. You'll be
that is past my bedtime.
Oh, no, it's not. It's really
on
not.
A Saturday?
On a Saturday? Really?
Yeah. Listen, I'm old now. I get like AARP pamphlets sent to me. All right,
Eric, first of all, deserved.
12 o'clock.
First of all, deserved. Second, look, I'm working out the exact details, but you do know that the Saturday show is going. So the Friday show, the regular Friday show, is going to start at the normal time, but it's also going to end earlier.
Yes.
So we're going to give people time
Far
back
earlier.
on Friday. We're going to let them have some gas left in the tank. Otherwise, we're going to have to ship over some of Brad's Red Bull, and you got to do what you got to do.
Don't even get me started on Brad. You want to hear a Brad rant? Has everyone got time for a Brad rant?
Not until I finish reading the damn
Maybe
comments.
Red Bull.
Fine.
After I finish reading the comments. Same damn brand Eric brought to Black Friday. Cheap bastard, and I love it. There you go.
Mm.
Good evening, gents. CC. Good evening, CC. Maybe Eric can walk us through all the parallels in his Rijin Leaf collection during Palooza. There you go. Perfect. He can figure out what the parallels
Only
are.
4.
And that's like 5 hours right there. Not only a mini fridge, but a backup. Rich. I know. This bougie bastard. 2 mini fridges. Most of us
I got 1 mug. Come on.
But then you need to have the backup in case something happens to the original. I mean, it only makes sense. I don't get it.
For everything?
I have 2 of everything. That's right.
We have 2 knives. I know that. At least.
At this point, he's gone through 2 hips. So
There it is.
he's had that.
That took 3.2 seconds. Watch out.
I know, right?
Mhm.
All right. So, Eric, you can do a Brad rant now. We are caught up.
Okay.
Now's your chance.
All right. Again, I want to make sure we separate the wonderful AMG Collectibles who sponsor this channel and how much we appreciate them. We want to separate them from the evil Brad Hartland.
So the wheat from the chaff. Yes. Go.
Okay. So we want to make sure that we separate those. That so now I've made it perfectly clear over many years. I do not like him. I think he's a horrible human being. I beg for him not to be invited to do this. I don't like being on the channel with him. No one listens. And now for like the 100th time, he's treating me like the U.S. Postal Service, and he's sending things to my house.
That's a sign of affection.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it's affliction. I can't. Yeah, something like that.
And
Well, Affliction was a shirt brand too.
I'm getting hockey cards and comic books, and I don't want this crap at my house. It's bad enough. I got that freaking French guy. That whole chair over there is all him.
That's it.
It's just
you got the rest of the room,
chair.
Eric.
That's
the
Yannick's
whole
chair.
room there.
Okay.
Awful.
Everything that comes in for Yannick goes in the chair. Okay. When he stopped by a couple of weeks ago, he walked in, went over to the chair, picked up all his stuff, and left.
Wow.
Okay.
Paul here adding some hashtag scholarship. I know that it was the Walmart Black Friday special fridge in 2018 or so because I bought one too. There you go, Paul.
He bought two.
Yep. Eric Mini makes sense. 540 flips here. Adding some info.
Oh,
terrible.
Just drive your car off a cliff and get out of here.
Or drive a car onto a patch of land near Eric's place and he'll water it for you.
And park.
We'll get to that in a second. Hang on. We'll get to that in a second.
Oh boy.
We'll get to that in a second.
All right,
Sean, isn't Brad the owner of AMG? No, that's Sherry. They actually have it. It was separated a while back because when the PSA Canada thing came into being, it had to be a separation of church and state. So Sherry is the owner of AMG. Brad is conveniently set up in an office that's near this PSA Canada.
Yes.
That is what it is.
And
don't ask questions.
And he seems to have an office in my office.
See?
Multiple offices.
Brad also owns
Brad's everywhere.
Office. Brad also owns Eric's office. There you go. So now you know. Eric started thinking he's getting a gift or something in the mail. It's for somebody else. Facts.
Yes, it drives me nuts. Okay, I get all excited thinking I got presents, and it's Yannick. Oh, what is it? It's for Brad. I want presents. Instead, all I get is these damn Leaf Reggie Lumlin cards that I don't want anymore. They keep coming.
Someone bought them.
Nice. Good times. So a Black Box here saying, Eric, having someone else's mail gives you leverage over them. Eric would think so, but not so much. Eric talking about mail starting to sound like Steve from Blue's Clues. He's even got the chair in the background. Dang.
I hate this.
Bob's got a chair in the background.
If I ever find you, I am going to hurt you so bad.
Don't say that about Sean. Speaking of Walmart, I heard they fired MJ Holdings. Interesting. That would change. They're the ones that did the distribution for a lot of the cards and things. So that would be interesting to change something. So I wanted to make sure I finished all the rest of the housekeeping. So I mentioned the Hobby Palooza thing. Like I said, I'll leave a link in the description to the YouTube channel and also to the video that does the rundown, so you guys can check that out for yourself. I will also give you one recommendation, because this is something that came across my radar this past week. It's been a dearth of new hobby content. I won't talk about existing channels, because existing channels are what they are. They're producing whatever they produce. However, I used to listen to a lot of hobby podcasts. I still listen to a fair number of them, but it's been tough to find anything that's a little bit interesting or a little bit new or something or whatever. A new one just started up, and I'll leave you a link to the YouTube channel, but they're also on Spotify. You can check it out in your podcast apps, and I'll show you what it is. It's called Precious Metal Gents. Whoa. And, oh, I know, right? Very clever. So here it is, and I will leave a link to this in the description. But this one is good, because I think a lot of podcasts now, it's tough, because you either are super general or you're super niche. This one is more in the category of niche. These guys decided to lean into the 90s and early 2000s as kind of their area they focus on. So right now they've got one episode in. So this is the first episode they've done on there. I listened to it. It was pretty good, talking about 97 Finest, but they did talk about some other things related to what they're going to be doing, what the plan is for the podcast. First episode in, so far so good. Actually, pretty good production and everything for a first episode. So I'll give them credit for that, especially since it just started it. And I like the fact that they go into a little bit more of a deep dive on a specific set. So if you're interested in kind of a niche like that, and you're into that section, 90s and early 2000s, which I am, that's one of the areas that I collect, then it's a good pick. Just to have something a little different, just to offset. And then obviously you can incorporate it into your hobby content rotation. So recommendation I'll make to you if you want to check it out. Like I said, it's one episode in. You can check it out for yourself, see if you like it. And otherwise, you can subscribe, or there you go. You at least got a chance to check it out. It's rare when I actually get to find one that's a newer one that just started up that actually had something in there. So I was like, great. I actually have a recommendation for you. So I'll leave a link in the description if you want to check it out.
I found a couple too that were new. One especially that was kind of interesting, but then you start going through some of their past ones and you start going, this was a good one, but the rest kind of suck. You know,
okay.
It's like everybody has a moment, I guess. So it seems. And then you hit that moment and then you realize the other moments were not so significant. So anyways, yeah, not too much new, that's for sure. And
yeah, that's why I said whenever I hear one that actually sounded decent, that actually had an interesting topic, that I was like, okay, good. At this point, it's so rare. It's like, no, I really feel like compelled to rare, mention it. Like I feel compelled to actually mention it, since I rarely actually get to talk about that anymore. Canadians will take care of Eric for helping them out. Yes, we'll roll you up in a carpet and throw you off a bridge.
Yeah. You'll do a lot. Like I said, the last one walks in here, grabs his stuff, eats all my food, gets in his car, and leaves. Hey, thanks for stopping by.
All those hot dogs.
Now, actually, this also leads me to a question. So this is a question that I actually had. So I just mentioned a podcast that just started up. Great. Now, here's the thing. I was listening to the old Jimbo Beckett's podcast, his most recent one.
Dr. Jimbo to you.
Yeah, there will be no doctor here. Just Jimbo. All you get is Jimbo. So the point is, Jimbo did his latest podcast with Cage. And that in itself conceptually amused me. Okay, fine. Great. But here's the thing. I was listening to them, and the subject of it was the two of them talking. And it was actually hilarious. They were kind of humble bragging that they had each done over 1,000 podcast episodes. And I thought about it, and I was like, that's probably true. No, like, in all honesty, it's probably true. However, point of order, sir. And this is the question that I want to kind of pose. Point of order. Is it actually impressive if one of them was doing a daily podcast, basically with his partner for a while and then by himself now, but he was doing a daily podcast for like 3 years? That's 1,000 episodes, basically. So that's 1,000. And then, Jimbo is doing these 15-minute self-imposed podcast, which, by the way, I don't have a problem with the 15 minutes. That's perfectly fine. You can make a podcast as shorter as long as you want. That's perfectly fine. That's valid. However, this is the reason I'm saying the point of order. Does it really count if a bunch of the episodes, not all of them, but a bunch of the episodes are like, I went on to this, I did, what's it called? What's the live show he's on? It's
Jim.
It's the call-in show. Yeah, it's the call-in show that he
Hobby
does.
Hotline.
Thank you, Hobby Hotline. So he'll do Hobby. So there are episodes where it'll be him pulling audio from Hobby Hotline where they're talking about a topic, and that'll be one of the episodes. But Bobby, this is actually the question I'm asking. So that's one. Or alternatively, let's say he's doing a conversation like an interview with somebody. Either they're interviewing him or he's interviewing them, either way. And they'll have an interview, and maybe the interview was 45 minutes or an hour or whatever. But then he'll clip it into 15-minute segments, and then I get 3 or 4 episodes out of it. And I'm like, that doesn't really count, though. Like, look, listen, by that context,
you could have 10,000.
I could have I'd have like 100,000. Like it's stupid.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
what do you like? Good Lord, especially if I cap myself to 15 minutes, Eric. This is I've got 191 live episodes of this. And we occasionally talk about cards, at least enough times over the course of hours and hours and hours, that if I'm just taking 15 minutes, I could easily get 15 minutes and just break it up. It's like, all right, episode 1847.
Mm-hmm. It does seem
like this. And I've done the conversations with some collectors where I've done the one-on-one conversations, and some of those are 2 hours. Well, 15 minutes. Well, that's 8 episodes, right?
Yeah.
If I do a 15-minute clips at a time. So, like, look, I'm not discrediting that he's at 1,000 episodes. I'm confident that is 100% true. But I'm like, it's a little bit cheating. It's kind of juicing the numbers.
We're in the world of clicks and likes, so whatever.
I just thought it was very funny but the point is that episode was them patting themselves on the back for 1,000. It's like, but oh, come on, that doesn't count. What are you talking?
Isn't that a guy hanging out with a guy thing? I don't know. It's like, yeah, dude, sure. My girlfriend is this.
They were just so proud of themselves because they're the only ones in the 1,000 podcast club, I guess.
I guess.
Like, all right. Well, I think in the hobby sphere, like everybody else does, more than 15 minutes. And in that case, it's a little harder to get to 1,000 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Just throwing it out there.
Just saying.
Doesn't count as 2 episodes since Hobby Hotline has its own channel and goes on bench clear. That's true. No, but the point that I was making was, in reality, by the way, I'm poking fun, but I'm also going to give credit. That's working smarter, not harder. Like, I'm actually giving some credit here as well, because like if you do an interview with somebody and you talk about a hobby topic, why not repurpose the audio? Like, if you've had the conversation, done the back and forth and everything, why not repurpose the audio? I don't have an issue with that, but I'm saying I'm not giving you credit for 1,000 episodes of material when in reality you're kind of, all right, so you interviewed me, so I get 2 episodes out of that. And then I'll interview you, and I get 2 episodes out of that. And then Eric just sits there and stares blankly at the list of lemon M&Ms. And he does that for 15 minutes. That's another episode.
That's it, right there.
So long.
Done.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it.
And remember, this Sunday, 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
So it's this Sunday? I thought it was last Sunday.
No, this is Sunday.
So it's this Sunday. Okay.
This Sunday.
Well, obviously,
we should get the Monster Truck Rally guy to do it Sunday.
Yeah.
It's like the Burrell and Ryan. What's his last name?
McClanahan.
Thank you.
And what's the name of the show?
You two can open for Gravedigger.
No, his name is
fantastic.
Don't push me. Don't push me. The name of his show is History Through Cards. Something details. I don't know.
Dash Shortcut. Dash Shortcut. I don't know. We proved this already. The Dash Shortcut is real. The Dash Shortcut is real. I didn't do it to
change it before Sunday. Anyways.
Fine. Okay. Great.
But it's all going to be talking about rookie cards, and we will have guest host Victor Romans.
Oh yeah,
the rookie card specialist will be there.
All right. I'm going on the YouTubes. I'm going to try to find it and then have the
supposedly there's not too much agreement between the two, so this might turn into something.
There you go. Yeah, it could be a little debate. I could accept that. That's
it fine. Could be. I'll be the moderator, and yes.
There you go. I like it. Vintage Goats, good evening to you. 540 Flip says, even Eric, though you may hate me, you should create a YouTube channel. Just do shorts checking your mail every day. Facts.
Yeah. That would be
and if you take 15 minutes, you could be at 1,000 episodes by nightfall.
By nightfall.
I do hate him. I do.
Carlos produced 20 episodes taking clips from this show. That's right. That was my point. Orlando was 100% right. That was but like I said, I listened to Jimbo's podcast, casually. I just kind of listen to it in the background, whatever, But sometimes by the way, to his credit, sometimes he's got some good stories about the old days of the hobby, early card shows or whatever.
That's what I like.
That's like his best lane when he's talking about some of the history and background with characters he associated with. Great. I'm happy to hear it. That's really good stuff. But then, yeah, when I was listening to this and I started listening to him and Cage, and they're like celebrating themselves for 1,000 episodes. And then I'm like, wait. I know the composition of the show. I know how you got here. And I'm like, that doesn't count. Come on.
Well, like I was saying, among the other ones that I was listening to, I did listen to one episode of Cage. I think it was his last one, just recent last one, not with Becca, but I mean, just by himself. So he had an interesting one. Yeah, because I really don't like him so much. I never liked
Bobby, you got to admit with Cage, at the bare minimum, he does create some quotable moments.
Yes, he does.
Well, guess what? Because you're poor.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have had that without him. So credit where it's due. Credit where it's due.
That is, yeah. Actually, that's probably his best moment.
It's a great moment.
Yeah, he's okay, but he did a really good job on, I think he was talking about, where will the hobby be in the future with this, that, and this. It was a little all over the place in a lot of different things because it was, speculatory, but it was interesting topic that really people don't talk about, and but then you surmise all your own answers to your own questions of where you think things are going or what you think. So there's really no secondary or third person in there to really counter react to the question. But, it was rather interesting in a sense because I don't really hear people talking about that so much. Like, where is the hobby going? Where is it going to go if this happens, if this happens, if that happens? And there's a lot of ifs, I understand, but I think there's still a lot of guarantees with what's going on with Fanatics and what have you. So going forward, I think, and Jeff Wilson too. That's another. I won't go to Atlanta. We'll just talk about Jeff. We'll segregate the two, and down south. What are you gonna do? Atlanta. It's the hub of. I don't even know what the hub of.
Oh, Bobby, it's the epicenter. It's the epicenter of your heart. It's the place that you adore more. Listen, you like Atlanta, like Eric likes everything related to mayonnaise.
Oh,
that's it. Pretty much
with a passion. Of 1,000 burning suns.
There's nothing wrong with Atlanta. I used to like the Flames, but I mean, actually, the Flames and the Leafs, they have more fighting videos on YouTube than any other team.
Sure,
it's amazing. The 79, it's like this, holy crap, a bench clearing.
And they just fight.
Bench clearing brawl. Ian Turnbull's in there jumping off the bench. Too many men. Oh, it was awesome. Oh, that's a great clip. There's a few good ones, but I mean, it's always about Atlanta. I don't know. I didn't know we had such a bad time with Atlanta back then. It was always the Canadians or.
But Bobby, listen, given the discussions we've had about Atlanta on this show, are you sure you don't have a problem with Atlanta?
It was YouTube. I'm quoting YouTube. I'm not, hey, listen, that's the third party there.
Good evening, Dom. This is Cage is cool. I think also to Bobby's point, I do like, again, I can make fun and then also point out the good. Yeah. If you're going to do this correctly and fairly, you should point out the good with the bad and the in-between. I can make fun of Jimbo, cooking the numbers to get to 1,000 a little bit easy. But I also said, when he goes into the history he has with some of the players in the hobby and gives stories and talks about that, early nationals and things like that, areas where he was physically present and he's able to give some color and things like that. Those are the best episodes that he puts together. And I think that's very good. And I think it's very good. Some of the other ones honestly are filler. But that's like any other podcast where you do that format where you're doing so many episodes every week. It becomes that. And it was the same thing with Cage when he was working with his partner when there was Lucas Tigers and Bronze. Yeah. They would do an episode every day, and they would, after a while, it would be like, we're almost like making stuff. You're like scraping the bottom of the barrel and come up with like random topics, and it's like, but you did an episode. It
was
every
like
day,
it was forced at a time, right? Where it's never.
Yeah, you were doing an episode every day. The gimmick was the streak that they were on, doing an episode every day.
Yes.
So that's how it worked out.
They wore each other.
But if you do it that way, it becomes a little bit of a problem. Yes, you look like you wanted to say something, right? Eric, and I'm about to rebut you even before you start. So go ahead.
Oh.
Yeah. Eric was thinking to himself. He's like, wait a minute. It's like, Eric, a Friday night hangout is exempt from all things.
It is.
Okay.
He's exempt from all things.
Okay.
Listen, I'll have you know, sir.
Describing us.
Eric, I'll have you know, I've come up with 16 Jimbo podcasts worth of content every Friday. 16. Every single Friday.
Yeah.
Without fail.
Without fail.
And if we go back a couple years, it's like 40.
Well, I'm not even counting the episodes that aren't part of this count. Because there's ones that were the other ones that was
7
part
hours,
of a different number.
Yeah.
It's already comfortably over 200 live episodes. Comfortably. Yeah. It's closer to like 250. I think I gave the number a while back, and it's obviously past that now. And then add in the regular actual podcast episodes, and everything blew well past those numbers.
And to be straight, I don't dislike Cage. I just don't really watch him. The Lucas Tigers and Braun thing kind of bored me after a while, so I didn't really carry over. But this is the first video I saw, and I thought it was pretty good. I went to a couple previous and couple. I just went, it's okay. It really depends on topics, and I think that goes for any podcast. When the topic is somewhat interesting or a different angle, I want to listen to it. I don't want to listen to somebody just because they are who they are and they're going to say something funny or cutesy. I want to hear some interesting, different dynamic of conversation, I guess, more than anything else. Like that you can get here. You can talk about food. You can talk about one-hit wonders. You can talk about, I don't know,
basically just
Reggie
hours
Level.
and hours,
You can
hours
talk
and
about
hours
anything.
of making fun of Eric. Hours and hours of making fun of Eric.
Yes.
A lot of it. Yeah. Good evening, Dave. Dave actually had a very good comment on the last podcast episode as well. I did read it. I am going to reply back. Usually Dave has a nice, fully fleshed out comment, usually in reply. So I usually like to make sure I take time to read it properly and then comment back. So thank you, Dave, for a very nice comment. Sean, PSA 10's everybody's dream, PSA 9 and below, where all those millions going to end up in 10 years. It's somebody's collection. I think a lot of people worry too much about what happens with those ones because but I go back to the same conversation I've had before. People were always like, during the junk wax era, they're like, oh my God, what's going to happen to all those cars? And my response is, who cares? Billions of 91 Fleer cards have no impact on 93 finest refractors. People wanted the 93 finest refractors, so they hold value to this day. People don't want 91 Fleer, except for Eric, so they do not hold value to this day.
Need it, gotta have
that's
it.
Yeah, that's it. So that's the difference. Stuff that people want is the stuff that people are going to gravitate towards. PSA 9s, PSA 10s, PSA whatevers. If it's something somebody wants, they'll get it. If it's PSA 9s of things people do not care about, or PSA 10s of things people do not care about, it won't matter.
And everything Pro Set, although very popular, is great for bringing up north for kindling.
Lots of kindling. The hobby will go somewhere. People will do things. Much hubbub. Good summary. I like it, Dom. Good summary. There you go. The PSA 9s in his collection. See, Dom's got you covered. Love it.
I think to predict the hobby going down the road is like throwing bricks in the Grand Canyon. You really don't know what's going to happen. Depends on the economy. Depends on age demographic. When things are starting to move, what happens. I could never predict what would happen from, let's just say, 95 to now. The ups, the downs, why it went the way it went, when it went the way it went. It was just it was all over the place. And anybody that can predict that, nobody can predict what was going on. It's amazing how I think the hockey hobby and the things that I collect, the trinkets and what have you, that was instituted by 3 powerhouse buyers who guided it through the early 2000s to about 2012. And they made the prices go up on basically everything. They were a driving force because they were all paying and fighting against each other. And that brought the prices up and brought the whole hobby up. It was unpredictable that can happen with 3 people, 3 major millionaires, So it's really interesting that you can't call that stuff. You never know. And this is the big thing that happens too, is there's a couple big people that come into the hobby, they want to get back in the hobby, they want to rekindle whatever. And they have a lot of money. They can change the marketplace too, because then they'll say, well, I'm willing to pay this much more for this. And then that drives that ship up a little bit higher. And then they get a couple other guys who come in and they're fighting there. That drives it up again. And then it's back again that everybody's kind of going, hey, this stuff is going somewhere without being shilled or anything like that. So you get a real marketplace that reacts to large buyers. Interesting how it works. A hobby in hockey is small, so it was a little easier, where baseball, not so much.
It is, but I think one thing that has kind of become more prevalent, I think, in recent years, and what's funny is the hockey hobby still remains small, especially relative to the other sports. However, and this is
the same
relative to it, but there is a lot of money that's flushed into it. I think what's been interesting for me,
I just meant in the amount of issues and stuff like that. I think it's because they missed 10 years. Topps didn't even do basketball cards, so when you talk about how many cards were issued or sets and what have you. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, the current years they've made up for lost time though. Like now they make a lot of stuff. They've made up for it. They produce plenty. What I will say though, the point that I was getting at was this, and it was really simple. That what's interesting about the hockey hobby, in contrast to baseball or football or any of these other ones, is that it is a relatively smaller group of collectors. And if I'm speaking strictly collectors, not necessarily speculators, flippers, whatever, but I'm speaking predominantly collectors. But if I focus on that, they tend to niche down a lot, and they really get into the weeds of certain, like, again, player collectors is a really good example, because you'll find player collectors in this niche for, like, who the heck is that? Reggie Lemonin.
Yeah.
So you'll find these player collectors for these more obscure players, but you'll still find people who will collect these things. And exactly. But case in point. But the point is, because of that, it means that those guys, certain cards for those guys can actually hold a lot more value than you would think otherwise. It would make any sense. But the other part that it does is it means for the tougher pieces, or the more desirable, or the rarer pieces, especially when the confluences of people who are building the set with people who are collecting the player, and those dynamics come together, you'll get prices that make no sense whatsoever without the context, knowing that you're combining two groups. But that player isn't that good. That's not the point. The point is there is a group of player collectors for them who are pursuing those, plus they're building the set. And in order to build the set, they need all of them, including that guy. So the only way they can finish the set. So if you're all chasing the same rarer pieces, the price goes up.
Yep.
Just automatically. You don't have a choice. It's not, it doesn't matter what you think should be. At that point, the normal dynamics don't work anymore. Because what happened is demand has vastly outstripped supply, even though you weren't anticipating the demand to come from that corner. But it did. And the problem is that person was willing to spend the money, and so is this other person, and so is this third person. And guess what happens to the price?
Through the roof.
Yep. So it's unusual. It's a very weird mix of combination of things in what is a relatively niche category. But nonetheless, it does help a lot of it. So it's kind of weird the way it works. 2021 run up in basketball reminds me of the 1929 crash. Sure. A bit dramatic, but sure.
Close.
A bit dramatic. I don't think Eric, are you I'm going to need you to prepare yourself because of the basketball run up. We may unfortunately have to send you to go to the dole.
I don't want to.
Sorry, you got to go to the dole.
Yep.
Get in line. Get in line at the dole.
I don't want to.
Dave says, did the guy that won the hockey card case ever pay for it? Not that I'm aware of. I haven't heard any update for it at all.
Nothing at all.
Yeah.
I want an update.
Nothing.
An update.
Damir says, hey man, Carlos, all it takes two people to create a new comp. Yeah. Especially I've noticed that. So that's why I mentioned the 90s thing earlier. I've noticed that a lot was if you follow a Hockey Card Gong Show, they'll show a lot of new cards and stuff like that, but they'll also show some of these 91. And there are certain guys, I know certain IG accounts that are really pushing the 90s hockey hard. Like they're pushing, oh my God, the miracles for this. And then this one over here. And then this one. And I'm just sitting there like, but that's what happened. I talked about this card when I got it in hand a little while back. That's what happened with the Run for the Cups. The Run for the Cup is a tougher card, especially from the era and the set it was in and all the combination of things are there. They actually didn't come up for sale all the time. That's true. They were actually difficult to come by. They would come up now and then, but it was once in a blue moon. So it wasn't like you could go to eBay every week and find one. It would be a little bit tougher. But the problem was that a bunch of people stored them in their sets. So they would be buried there for years sometimes until they would resurface occasionally. You'd see a group of them at a time. So that helped them hold some value. But what happened is, as things got a little bit crazier and a little bit crazier, all of a sudden, a couple of people would sell the Gretzky, or they sell the Wah, or they sell the Lemieux. And then suddenly the Gretzky was $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. And what it did is it slowly started to drag up the rest of them up with it. And it just kept pushing the price up and up and up and up. So all of a sudden, not Gretzky, not Wah, not Yzerman, not necessarily the top guys. That's how I ended up paying like probably, I think Canadian, it was like close to $1,000 for the Medana or something. It was something in that range. Did I want to pay that? No, I did not. If I could have gotten it maybe in the early 2000s, I probably could have gotten it for like $100.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. But the problem is, at this point, it's not like I bought mine and another one hasn't come up. And it had been years since the one before that had come up. So it's not like I get a chance every weekend to go and make an offer on one. So when it was there, I paid up because at that point I wanted to have it in the collection. I made a decision. But the only reason that price point was even something that they could justify was because, well, when's the last time one sold? Oh, it's been like 7 years. Okay, so you don't pick this one up and you have to wait a couple more years. And how long do you want to wait?
Yeah, getting back to what I was saying about the three people, you need three people. It's the third bitter that kind of makes it all a reality. And I think it wouldn't have worked if they only had 2 people running hard at that time through the hockey,
Agreed.
increase there. You need that third person. And there's generally the fourth that's kind of dangling a little bit lower than everybody else, but they're kind of up there too. And that's really the driving force for most of hockey, I think, for the higher priced, key cards, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know how many people are paying like $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. Very few at that point. And there's very few cards that are really even worth that, except Eric. But yeah, I think that affected the whole marketplace. It's so funny. I could tell there's a lot of stories that I can't tell, but I would tell one day. Personal that I knew because I was behind all of that, the scenes and what have you. So kind of interesting. But
now you know, Eric. Bobby's the shadow government.
I am.
Yeah, he is.
Sometimes you got to get that card. That's right. But that kind of plays into the theme of the podcast episode that we had this past week. The point that we were making was that, and we've talked about this general theme before, and I'll actually angle it, Bobby, into the Facebook Marketplace conversation.
Sure.
I'll angle it into it. But what we talked about on that podcast is I was saying that sometimes we'll build collections and maybe we'll get certain things and you've got them and now you've got them and you look at it and go like, this is cool, but this isn't necessary. This doesn't, to Eric's world, doesn't spark joy. Eric was all about the Mary Kondo. It doesn't spark joy. Like, it's nice to have, and other people are like, hey, congratulations, you got that thing, because a lot of people want the thing. But then you look at it and go, yeah, but now I've got the thing. It doesn't do anything for me. It's here, but it's cool, but catch and release. Catch and release. Now just let it go and let somebody else have it, and they'll probably enjoy it more. And then you go and get the thing that you want.
Ever get that thing in the mail? You couldn't wait for it, and the mail was a little extra long, and you're sitting there going, and then you get it, and you go, oh, cool, and then you put it in your case, and you go, okay.
What about next?
And I've got another week or two, and you go, oh yeah,
yeah. I've gotten better at that. I've gotten better at that over the years because now I can afford to be a lot pickier. But during the earlier acquisition phase, when it was piles and piles and piles of cards coming in all the time, you would just be like, okay. It'd be like you got about 5 seconds to look at it. All right, in the box it goes on to the next thing.
You're allocated right there. Bye.
Yeah, you got your spot. On to the next, and you're already going.
I try to keep stuff on my desk for a little bit.
What is that? Is that a desk or is that like a vestibule down the left side? What's going on over there? We need some details. Like,
guys are
sets are there, but what's underneath those sets? What's holding up those sets?
These over here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
cupboard.
No, it's just shelves.
Oh, they're just shelves.
Yeah, it's a bookcase kind of a thing.
Boston top for English marks. It's like a bookcase kind of thing. Well, it's a bookcase. Is a bookcase. That a shelf is a shelf. There's shelves in bookcases too.
Yeah, it's a bookcase. It's got shelves in it. I put cards on it, and I don't know. Card shelf.
Card shelf.
That's what it was labeled at the store.
Hey, I'm gonna go into Amazon. Yeah, where's the card shelves? What? Yeah.
There you go.
Aisle number 3.
Rage is here. Good evening. What's up, gentlemen? How about them Celtics? So actually, real quick, I want to get to the Facebook Marketplace conversation. We're going to do that now. But before we do, Eric, you're allegedly somewhere in the Boston area. Are you following the Celtics? Are you actually paying attention to what's going on? They played well in game 1.
Pazinkas did. I just think he is just he's key. Those block shots, and this guy was hitting 3-pointers from way back from the 3-point. This guy's 7'2". He's the center, and he's draining threes from halfway from the top of the 3-point line and half court. He's the key to all this. He blows that calf out, all bets are off.
Now, I got a question. So the reason I asked is twofold, and it leads me to one of the little notes that I made there. So I'll actually ask you now just so we can cover it since we got it in there. So you actually have a team that's having some success there locally. You got a team that's winning, they've got a good chance. They're the favorites, so they've got a good shot. If they win, are you, getting any celebratory swag? Or is it just kind of like you're watching and be like, oh, that's cool? What are the feelings?
I probably won't go to the parade.
Well, that's the defining moment, isn't it?
Yeah,
You go to the
Eric is
parade
like,
or you
I don't
don't.
know. I kind of
You're a
like,
fan, fair
I'm kind of
weather.
I'm kind of into failure. I don't know what to do with like
only
success.
been
I'm just
to-
not feeling it.
I'm afraid of
I've
success.
only been to 2 sports events like that. I went to the Bruins parade,
Which
which
one?
set which 2011, which set the record actually for most people showing up for a parade. And then
At least 47% of them were actually people who got lost. So where's the Cheers bar? It's there. It's that way.
It's not like what you think.
And then I went to Ray Bork's Stanley Cup celebration after he came back with it from Colorado. I never went to the Patriots one. I never went to the Celtics in 2008. I refuse to go to a Red Sox one. So I've only been to those 2. So I don't see myself going. I'd probably watch it on TV.
But were you in the House of Pain video, though?
Ooh,
I was jumping around. Yes.
I thought so.
amazing. So no swag then.
I have a Celtics hat I've had for years.
No, but I'm saying, would you get a fresh one? That's a new championship.
No.
Nothing.
No. I didn't
no
buy
champions. Nothing.
I didn't really buy any of the Bruins stuff. Some people gifted me a couple of things, but those really nice white Stanley Cup championship hats. I never got one.
Damn. They made some back in the late 60s, early 70s, like the straw hat kind of, not straw hat. What are those things called? They're not top hats. They're sort of, I can't really remember what they're made of. They're kind of very short on the top and they're straight and flat, and then they have a brim around it. They did a lot of those with they wrapped the team, whether it was the team or all the NHL teams. They were given out by booster clubs. And those things are prized today like you wouldn't believe. Holy geez. I seen like a St. Louis Blues one. I think it was like $375 US. It was like, what? Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So the reason I was asking, so part of the reason, what led me down thinking about this is I enjoy what's the best part about this, Bobby, is we've discussed this before. I'm not a Leafs fan, but I do enjoy Schadenfreude. I have been known to enjoy a little Schadenfreude. That is kind of a thing that I enjoy. One of my favorite things, I'll listen to the Steve Dangle podcast because obviously, very loud Leafs fan, but they do a pretty good job breaking down some of the other series and things. So I enjoy listening to the bantering back and forth talking about it. That's really the only hockey podcast I listen to. I just listen to it for fun, and they'll go crazy and stuff. But one of the things that was brought up on this one was, Steve was kind of musing for a moment. He goes, he was imagining for a moment what it would be like, what he would do if the Leafs actually won a Stanley Cup. He goes, yes, I would go into bankruptcy. I'm paraphrasing, but basically he would be like, I would buy so much, chip, because they were talking about the shirts and the hats and things for the Stanley Cup this year.
All over
the logo, all the stuff with the logo on it. So basically the point that he was making is that if the Leafs were in this scenario, he would literally buy everything that has the Stanley Cup logo on it pertaining to that year to represent that specific period. And that was kind of the angle that I was taking on it, because if your team, so this is kind of an open question, I open it to the chat too. If your team is in the championship round, are you the kind of person that buys swag? So I can tell you the last time that one of my teams, during the Dallas ones, I really wasn't too confident in what their opportunities were. That last one was in the bubble. It was a little weird year. I thought it was great they got there, but I wasn't. If they had won, I would have definitely bought a couple of souvenirs to represent, the championship and everything. That would have been cool, but I wasn't expecting it. The last one where I did a little bit more of that was when the Packers got to the Super Bowl 45. I actually bought my Rodgers jersey prior to the actual game and everything, so I would wear it during the game and everything. But I was also buying like other swag related to the hats and other things. A bunch of my Packer swag that I have to this day was from that particular playoff run. And if they got to another Super Bowl, I would be more than happy to get some more swag, because that's the kind of I like having mementos from a nice playoff run, especially one that leads to a championship. And
some do more swag than others. You know what I find?
Yes.
That there's a lot of Vegas Knights, great swag, not just, not chumpy swag. It's really good quality. I couldn't believe it. I was going, oh, they did that. That's really nice looking. That's great. St. Louis Blues, a couple things, it just, they didn't do very well. And a lot of those teams take, especially in the United States, they're secondary to their football or baseball teams. So hockey's, low man on the totem pole. So even basketball. So, you don't get as much. But in Canada, it's almost everything, right? We don't have a secondary team unless you're like a CFL fan or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I also think part of it as well, and this is the reason I posed the question was, I think it also depends on the team and also like your level of fandom, of course. But what the other thing it also depends on, like, well, how frequently are they in contention for it? If it's something where it's so regular, then it's not necessary. You may already, like to Rage's point, you may already have a ton of swag already.
Like
it might
Jay
not be
stuff?
worthwhile. I did that during the 2015 when they actually had that run, because that team actually came together very nicely. And a lot of people got behind that particular team because they were putting the pieces together all at once. All the chances they took, the free agent signings, the rentals, everything was working. And it was actually, that team was riding high because what people were noticing is the television ratings were spiking and they were getting higher and higher and higher. So people were getting excited. That team, the 2015 team, legitimately was exciting people because it was the first time not only were they in playoff contention, they were leading the division. They actually had a chance for a division championship. And they did. They won the division championship. And they won a playoff round. They got to the American League Championship Series. They did a great opportunity. I joke with a buddy of mine. I go, if they get to the World Series, I'm going to go broke because the World Series tickets are going to cost me a mint.
Yep.
And I'll buy it. So this is the point that I'm trying to get at. But it had also been since 1992 since they had even made the playoffs. From 1992 to 2015. Playoffs. Forget about championship. Playoffs. I'm talking about getting to the postseason. Yeah, just getting
playoffs.
So how much stuff has the Jays done? Like, there's so much Blue Jay stuff out there. It's unbelievable. Like, a lot of people bought stuff. And they
for that
did a lot of
particular
stuff.
year, my big thing by that particular year was that they had the postseason hat, and they also had another one that was commemorative. They were commemorative hats for specifically the postseason run and for winning, basically getting to the championship series. So those are the ones that I picked up related to that.
There you go.
I mean, this is the kind of crap that, I mean, they'll throw it on anything. It's a shot. It's a shot glass. Someone got it for me. I don't drink hard alcohol, so I'll never use it.
You can take a shot of grape juice.
How about this? Hold on, Bobby.
M&M's. Hey, where's my mug? That doesn't belong in there. That's better.
That's right. And 540 Flips does make a good point. I think it's fair, and this is going to change the dynamics of it. So the reason I brought it up is because at that time, like I said, I've still got to this day. I've got the postseason hat, and I've got a couple of the other related ones. For the Packer one, I've got like some mugs and also some of the Steins, and I have a coffee. I have basically a coffee sign that has the whole thing with the Super Bowl and everything on it. I bought a whole crap ton of stuff. I bought a crap ton of stuff at that time. Today, a lot of the merch is so cheap, it would not be worth my time spending money on it. It's just so poorly garbage made.
They made $1 billion of them out in China. It's just junk.
Yeah.
But you know what? When we won the basketball championship, I don't see any swag. Do you?
I don't. I'm sure there's been some at the time at the parade when the parade was happening. When the parade was happening, for no doubt. But I really haven't caught too much of that now.
There's no swag because people don't collect swag in that sport for some reason. It's just not a big thing. And comparatively speaking, if we level the amount of swag, or you add whatever you want to target, pair of merchandise, trinkets, whatever, hockey is big, here, but baseball, so much, football, so much, basketball, very little. Hockey is actually above basketball in the past through the history, 1950 up, whatever,
right.
It's huge, but basketball just never got the love. Well, Cops, got rid of them for 10 years and said, "Oh, okay, we'll bring him back." It was just not there. So that's why the basketball swag today for vintage stuff goes for huge dollars. Some of the stuff is so rare, and it rivals a lot of the hockey rare stuff too. Interesting, but there's a few collectors, but not as many as you would think. It just, some swag takes over better than others. I don't know why. Just seems demographics. I don't know. Who knows?
Yep. I think part of the problem is also going to be that what we talked about a little bit earlier was that some of the stuff is so disposable. And also a lot of it will depend. Like if the merch has been better, that's first. If the stuff was better, that would help.
Like
and it
the
also
stuff, Vegas.
Yeah, there was some good stuff. There was some really good stuff. And when
look on eBay and check it out, and you go, "Holy, that's nice! I like that." Like I almost bought some, almost.
But there have been so many.
ridiculous after a championship win. It's just that's why they ever got that hat, that Reebok hat from 2011.
If you make quality pieces, a lot of people won't buy them.
I'm like, I'm not spending like $45 on
That's
a
what I mean.
baseball hat.
But most of the crap, if it's a nice $75 piece, a lot of guys won't buy that. So it actually becomes rare, and they don't produce as many. And actually, it's better down the road, so to speak. Because otherwise, now you have J stuff. Like, honestly, you go to a show and it's just all sitting there and nobody wants it. It's almost sad. There's only a few things that are rare out of the 10,000 things that they made. And they made a lot of stuff. A lot of people bought it. It was just swag, right? Little stuff that they can hang on to.
Some of it is cheaper now than it was then.
Yes, most of it is. Yes. You can buy the box full.
Because look, the funny part is some of the stuff has gotten some of the prices of the current stuff under Fanatics has gotten so expensive. And by the way, I would love for somebody to check this, because at the Dome, they used to, in the team store, they would sell, you could buy game used stuff. I bet you if you take like some ham and egger who had a cup of coffee with the team, you could probably buy the game used jersey cheaper
nothing
than the one on the Fanatics rack and get a game used. You could probably just wear that. You can probably just wear that. You'd be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Zach says, speaking of Boston, waiting for the appropriate time to talk with the 86 Red Sox. There is no time that is not appropriate.
Zach can go Spike Owen himself.
Rage says, I can honestly say I never spent a buck on Fanatics website and never will. I'm a quality guy at the bottom of the barrel. I'm pissed they bought Mitchell and Ness. Fair. Mitchell and Ness used to have really nice stuff. Like some of those retro jerseys, they did a really good job on some
quality job.
Really good.
I have to give them credit. Yeah.
The problem is I've noticed, I've seen some of the newer ones though, Bobby. I'm not super, because Fanatics bought them, and now it's like, guys, you realize that look, here's a tip for our Fanatics overlords. Here's a tip. There are people like me who will if you produce, especially something like a Mitchell and Ness that is designed to be retro, like we're actually retroing the classic version of it, we will pay the premium to get it done correctly with the stitching, with the proper patches. Like if you properly replicate the thing, and if it's something we're interested in, we'll pay for it properly. But you're charging the price for it anyway, and it took you 12 cents to make it. It's like, I'm happy for you that your profit margin is 12 trillion%, but it's sitting on the shelf because, well, why would I pay the premium price for a really cheap garbage version of it?
And Mitchell and Ness, their quality of product was better than the original.
It was really good, it was
good, very well done. And actually, you don't mind owning a piece of that. It's because it was sort of limited. It wasn't everywhere like Fanatics stuff is now. Like Fanatics is Fanatics reminds me of Jeff Wilson's store. It's just product, just there, and it's just
in Atlanta.
Here, buy it. That's it. Bye-bye. Nothing else. Nothing else to see here. Did you buy something? Good. Bye.
Yeah. So this one, so Carlo's coming, and good evening, Carlo. One of the key pieces here. So in the end of the day, the logo thing, I understand what he's getting at here, but I'll throw this in. If you're going to retro the Braves jersey, you need to include all the details. The details must be correct. You have to get, especially if you're going to retro it. You're going to retro the 54 version of it, then the patches have to be line up. The patches have to match up. You want to get the colors right. You want to get the thickness right. If the material is like a cotton or something heavier, then you got to go a heavier material. You can't just go with the cheaper material just to save a buck. The people that are bigger fans, to Bobby's point, sometimes though it was less quantity of them because it was more expensive. So it meant it was more premium product to begin with. So less people were buying them, but the people that were buying them were paying for premium. And as a result, you were getting a nice quality piece. And because you were getting a nice quality piece, they would hold their value.
And remember, back in 60s, 70s, 80s, a lot of those things to get a license was affordable, and a lot of companies would randomly choose to do something, and they would make as many as they could, and that would be fine. It wasn't mass produced, so finding some of these things, bobbleheads are everywhere, but they're still rare. They still go for good money, and there was a good quality product, so those things carry forward for a long period of time. And they survive the test of time, which is another part too. If it's made of plastic or it's made paper mache, it's not going to last long because one drop and it's like cracked, finished, whatever. So in today's world, everything's made of hard plastic or solid whatever, and it's just cheap. But I'm just saying, it's like the only one thing I give the Hockey Hall of Fame had these plaques that they had, and they did all the players, and it's like lucite little small plaque, reminiscent of the big plaques they had behind the Stanley Cup of all the different players. That's the best quality piece I've seen in recent times. Nothing has really sort of matched that. I thought that was a really great thing. Other than that,
Yeah, like the Medano one I showed off some weeks back.
exactly.
Yeah,
That
basically,
was a
because
nice piece.
you can still get those at the Hall of Fame. You can still buy them.
Yep, you can still buy them. Yeah, they're still there. So they're going to run them for the next 20 years because it's a good seller, and then they're worthless at that point, right?
Oh yeah, they'll keep them
But
going.
they're not
like,
cheap either. They're like 75, 80 bucks.
I think it's $75. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
memory
so
serves me $75.
That's more than that's past the price point of most people who will buy something when they move.
So that's why I was mentioning the thing with the Mitchell & Ness. It's a catch-22. It is a higher quality piece, but people are cheap. So sometimes it'll be like it's cool, but it's $75. Do I want to pay $75? And then if enough people don't, then they might have produced a certain amount, but they actually won't move them, and then they just kind of sit, and then eventually they get tossed out or whatever.
Well, they get shoved in a box, and then 15 years later they come back, and somebody has an old find, and all of a sudden it's like bang, it's back in the marketplace, and the guy's wholesaling them out for $15 and they were 75, right? And that's what happens because the guy wants to get his money back out of the box, so he's just going bang, 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 bang. Let's get rid of them. But they did do a good quality job. I give them credit. I won't buy really any of their stuff for the most part.
Mm.
There's enough of the other stuff, but I'm just saying, anytime that I have bought in bulk and bought a few of their pieces, I went, that's a nice pennant. Look at the quality. Boy, they did a good job.
Mm-hmm. Paul says the mark of a good collectible is how you remember the player, item, or team. Going cheap on stuff kills it. Either do it right or not at all, which is fair.
Yep.
Justin's thinking back on old times when things were better quality. Well, I like to think that the quality of salt that we demonstrated on the last podcast is of the highest tier quality today.
Yep.
We've only refined our salt since the olden days. And basically us insulting Eric has never been better. Business is booming.
Nothing like that Himalayan pink salt.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nothing but the highest quality. We do not compromise. Ray says, help. I'm from the city of Stalindine, and the quality is what set the bar for Mitchell & Ness. Unmatched. There you go, Ray.
Stalindine, yeah.
But yeah, I think the key thing with it, I just thought it was interesting because obviously, unfortunately, the decline in quality, a lot of that stuff does dampen some of the enthusiasm for it. But I will say it was good times. It was a lot of fun loading up on swag during those championship runs. I would love the opportunity to do it again, although it would dampen a little bit of the enthusiasm for it. Just looking at what's available, I'm like, this is it. This is all you got. This is the best. This is the best you can come up with. I'm trying to give you my money, and it's like clearly you don't want it. What is this garbage?
The worst part is you go up to a peg rack and there's like 700 of them hanging up there. It's just like, oh, yeah, well, should I get one? Oh, it's like $5. I don't know. What are you going to do? Use it as a keychain? You don't need a big, long keychain like that. Nobody wants that on their keys anymore. Things are different. Things have changed. But the amount of things that were put out in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, 60s more like, but even 70s, of quality. Some were cheap, but like not too many were made. And there's a lot of people chasing those things because a lot of them didn't survive the test of time, nor did they make many. And if anything was made in the United States, a lot of times the Toronto Maple Leafs will be hard to find. These switch plate covers that came out in 1972, I still haven't found a Leaf after like 25 years. It's like every other team I found. So the Canadian teams kind of get overlooked. Unfortunately, Canadians are more prevalent than Toronto, especially through the 70s. Any items because the Leafs sucked in the 70s. So. And Montreal was everything, right?
Oh, the 70s, right? Yeah. 70s they dominated.
Eric. Montreal was everything. Yes, they were.
Nope.
Yep.
And they cheated.
Yeah, I forgot they cheated. Yeah.
That's right. They cheated, and I hate them.
Oh, well, that's easy.
I appreciate that Carlisle is trying to add a little hashtag scholarship here. Actually, you need to get the salt that's in flakes rather than granules. It dissolves at different rates depending on the size of the flake, so you get more balanced salt flavor throughout.
Yeah, well, that salt is different. It's not ionized. It's actually dried in the sun, and it comes out in flakes. A lot of people call it kosher salt. The flakes are less salty per size. You know, it's not the same as a few shakes.
So what you're saying is we need an advanced. So what's our metric for salt? I think we need a war stat for salt.
Okay. Well, There's lots of different salts. The best salt is there's a salt called gold salt. It has all the minerals in it. It's more expensive than gold per gram or something. It's kind of crazy.
Eric, I know what you need to load up on. You need to load up on gold salt.
And then there's the second best is the Hawaiian one, and it's really good. But these just have natural things that aren't really in the regular salt. So, you want to talk about food? I know the stuff too. It's like hockey.
When is your app coming out about salt?
Oh, that one's coming.
That's
out.
that's the one we're going to give you access to.
Out,
that's the one we'll give you access to. We'll give you access to the salt app.
Can't wait.
We'll start you off slowly. It's kind of a sailing conversation, but anyways.
Wow.
I know. Wasn't that nice?
Ooh, yikes.
I should have saved that one. Damn it. Palooza coming up and everything. Damn.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, that felt like it was a good Hobby Palooza one. It's like y'all don't even know what you're in for.
Yeah, that's right. We
We
don't even know what they're in for.
I don't even know what we're in for. Eric, I'm a little scared.
I'm hoping
at this point.
I'm hoping at some point they'll just disinvite me and say, I'm sorry, you guys can come, but he's not welcome.
No, Eric, the thing is, literally, you don't understand. Look, I didn't want to reveal too much. The message was, invite Eric. I hate that bastard, and I know it'll hurt him. And like, fair enough.
That
seemed direct. Funny, it was weird that your mom sent that. But the point is, the other people also sent it.
Not to me.
It was weird.
No,
it's an everyday thing.
No, she said it on the app. We have a little chat in the app. I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
What?
Like,
someone say app.
nothing.
No.
Something about salt. Bobby was
Salt.
talking about salt. Calm down.
Yeah.
Calm down. Calm down.
Eric, you're the salt of the earth.
Literally. So
I don't know how many references we get out of salt, but anyways.
We could probably get a couple. So
We've
are
done
we
a couple
done?
already.
So are we. We'll come up with something. We'll come up with something.
Yep.
I'll probably just invite some people. We'll have some fun with it. We'll do something vaguely card related, just so that look. We'll do it for the charity. We'll do it for the people. We'll triple Eric's like button rate just for charity.
Let's do it for Johnny.
Yeah. Get me, Wes. Shame the hockey season over. It is tragic. It is really sad.
Season is not over. What are you talking
It's completely
about?
over. There's nothing left.
No, actually, I think tomorrow is game one of the finals.
And the exhibition season? That's weird. Like, isn't it too soon for that?
Oh,
Good Lord.
I'm pretty sure Florida's gonna, win in the next 4 games in a row.
Oh.
I like Wes's comment. I hope Conor McDavid never wins anything. Not even Tiddlywinks. Not even Uno.
Yeah.
Like, not even card games at home. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Connect 4. Connect
Yep.
none.
There's no other games. Wes is emphatic on this point. All right. So real quick, we'll talk about the games that don't exist briefly. We'll touch on it. I've got it on here. So just to recap, nobody got both sides out of the people. Lawnmower Man got Florida. I also went Florida, but Dallas, alas, not so much. That's why the season ended. So it's tragic.
Yes.
But both Bobby and Yannick included team that shall not be named, and they had the Rangers. So 1 for 1 for everybody. 1 for 1 for everybody.
Yep. That's the deciding moment.
Yep.
Hey, even if I got 1 through the entire playoffs, that's still better than last year.
It was literally better than last year. Yes, mathematically, it's simply better. So last one, I already picked Florida. So Eric and I already did our picks on the podcast. Bobby,
I heard that.
Who you got for the Stanley Cup final?
I will take Edmonton.
He's going to break the streak. An Edmonton team.
I hope so.
Winning thing.
I hope they win. I think McDavid needs it to really solidify his career a little bit better. And he's a good guy. He's a guy you like to like for the most part, I think.
See that video of that poor son of a gun getting accosted at the supermarket when he's trying to put stuff in his car? Oh, fans suck, man. I'm telling you.
No, I didn't see it.
He went shopping, got some stuff. He's coming out. He's trying to put the stuff in his car, and these fans just they got their phones on. They're touching him. They're just harassing him, telling him how great he is and all this. And he's trying not to be.
What part of that is bad?
No, first of all, you shouldn't touch anybody.
Oh, I touch people.
I know you do.
Mm-hmm.
Eric has multiple restraining orders. Clearly indicate Eric doesn't follow the rule.
No, exactly.
No,
I'm glad you finally learned now not to touch people, Eric.
Well,
I'm not touching you.
I had to go to that training course. You know,
Mhm.
I had to go to that 16-week program. Oh God. No, it's just so bad. I mean, listen, all the three of us have met plenty of, famous people, athletes, whatever. You got to act cool, man. You can't, don't treat these people
Not
like
in this world, and it must have been young kids. It couldn't have been older.
Oh,
people.
no, these were adults.
Oh no, in this world, Bobby, literally the old ones are the saddest
Well,
ones.
I question the word adults because I'm seeing this 30-year-old guy with a Talcoman knapsack on his back, his hat's on backwards, he's got his pajamas on his bottom. So I'm kind of wondering, but where you draw the line at adults? I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think it was adults, and it was really bad. I felt bad for McDavid, because he's on camera and he's trying
And
to
he's
not be
humble,
rude,
right?
when he really wants to be like, first of all, don't touch me. Second, get away from me.
And he should know better than to shop in the open, especially now. Like,
I just think you got to leave people. I have seen plenty of people in public, and I don't bother them. Back when Dalte.
oh, really?
Yeah,
Mm.
really.
Reggie, sign my. Reggie.
That's different. That's different.
Well, remember the Peter Forsberg sighting he had at the expo, which just some bum?
Yes,
yeah, it was just some dude, literally just some homeless guy, and Eric kept accosting him. It was terrible.
I was in North Carolina in a super hotel, tall hotel, many floors, up at the top, and took the elevator down with Dalte Culpepper when he was still playing for the Vikings and was like, one of the best quarterbacks in the league. I didn't bother the guy. It was just me and him in an elevator. We just talked about the weather.
Whether he's going to win or lose. Huh.
I didn't.
Well, Bobby, you're using like AIM material right now. This
Damn, I'm using it all up. I'll have nothing. The show.
I was gonna say.
I don't know, man. Just listen. They're all human. They play a game, or they're in a movie. Yeah, it's cool to see people you see on TV in real life and people you're fans of, but they put their pants on the same way you and I do, and it just be mature. Don't be a jerk.
You can treat them like regular people, and you can joke with them, laugh with them. They're fine, but just don't treat them like they're above you, and just treat them as equals. And
well, the problem is every time Eric tries to engage them in the shop, he's like, "So, want to see my knife?
Yeah,
calm down."
I was told I'm no longer allowed to do that. I'm not
allowed
to
tap people on the shoulder from behind and go, "Excuse me, yeah, excuse me, hello."
Yeah, and I can't just pull my knife out and like, you want to see it? And I guess
cut paper. I can cut paper.
I guess
I was gonna say, like, you're just showing off that you can cut paper. It's terrible.
He's in the corner cutting paper with his knife and thinking why people would want to even go close to you. Yeah, but you can do it here on the show. We're far and away, from any misguided knives going somewhere that shouldn't. And anyways.
It says I ran into Robin Williams once. They just nodded hello. Kind of wish I had said hello.
Oh, yeah, Robin would have been great. I never did meet him. I grew up with Kiefer Sutherland though, so there you go. I talked to him a lot when I was a kid.
This is a situation where maybe one of these days we'll have a little debate. Eric can give his tips for dealing with the celebrity folk, and then we'll on the other side we'll put Billy Celio. Because Billy likes to go to the odd event.
Everybody.
He likes to go to the odd event here and there, and take the odd photo.
Billy gets excited. Me, I try to stay as calm as possible and treat them like a normal person, which they seem to appreciate because they get inundated with the "Oh my God, you're so great!" and the old Chris Farley skit of "Hey, remember that time when you scored that goal? Yeah, that was awesome." I mean, they get that every damn day. So when they meet someone that's just like, "Hey, pleasure to meet you."
Yeah, when I see Gretzky go, remember that time you screwed up against Doug Gilmour in the 5th round? Anyways.
Well, I say, like, there's different ways, though. There's different approaches. Bobby's giving one approach. Eric is giving a different approach. Every time I see Gretzky, I'm like, do you validate parking?
I got him autographed on my hockey stick. 1980 in Michigan. He was playing Detroit that night. We were at we were billeted playing the a Michigan team there.
Do you still have it?
Yes, I still have the stick. Yes, however,
Hmm.
we used to play ball hockey outside and stuff like that, and then I broke my stick, and then I didn't have another stick, but I remembered I had one up in my room in a corner that was kind of brand new. So then I kind of used it, broke the blade, but while using it, the autograph was at the top where my hand kind of was, and kind of wore off the autograph. I still got the stick. Yes.
Oh, okay, wonderful.
You can see 99 still there, and it was a regular Wayne Gretzky because it's his rookie year, 79, right?
Right.
And it's like, but he came to see the Can-Am tournament that was there. That's where we were playing. We stayed at their place for a weekend, and then the kids would come up and we played. I think I was 79. What am I? 15, 16 years old, and he was in the pro shop watching the game, and the pro shop kind of you could see, and then my dad bought me 3 hockey sticks and got him to sign one. So, yeah,
there you go.
But rookies weren't a thing back then.
Mm.
Know what I mean?
It hadn't been invented. Bubbles says, "Your Ric Flair."
Well, we'll see on Sunday, won't we?
That's right. Good evening, Bubbles. We referenced your comment on the Hobby Palooza thing. I caught that comment and I appreciate it. Carl here says, I ran into Jane Fonda once, worked at CNN at the time. We were both on our way to the restroom and very motivated to get there. We literally collided. See, that's a proper interaction.
That's the person you collide with.
There you go. Who'd you guys want to meet? Athlete, musician, or actor you think you have a hard time staying calm around? Fishboy, obviously. You worthless fucker! You're a piece of trash! I just said hello! Worthless! I may not be able to stay calm.
I met a lot of hockey stars. Kiefer Sutherland.
Also, do you validate parking?
Donald Sutherland, his dad. But really, nobody else I can really think of in acting or musicians for the most part. Nope. Got nothing.
Interesting.
Lots of hockey stars, yes. Johnny Bauer, Gordie Howe, all the big boys.
I was excited when I met Gordie Howe. I took everything I had to not act the fool. I was very excited.
He's very funny, though, and he's very sharp to pick those things up. So he was very good. I remember, I was getting my bobblehead signed at that time. Remember?
Yeah, that was one specific show. I don't remember which one it was, but it was a very.
There was two actually that he was there. But
so I always point to it. It's like it's right here. So I keep the bobblehead. I've got it right there.
Yep.
But it is. But there was a couple of specific occasions where they had a signing, but you could get the bobblehead signed specifically. Yeah,
that was the one. And anyways, this little boy came up and he's saying something, and Gordie Howe goes, "Hey, little girl." I'm not a girl. And then, so he said the right things at the right time all the time. So he was pretty sharp, and he was always cool. He was just laid back. He was with Ted Lindsay. I met him in the back room as my friend got, some stuff he sent from Vietnam and what have you, and got Gordie sent it. And anyways, he got it re-signed and stuff like that. So anyways, a few times met them, and Bauer, Sawchuk, yeah, I would have liked to meet him. Eddie Shack, just so many. Just, and Eric too. You've met a lot of people too, but it's kind of second nature now. Like when you first meet first guy, it's kind of like exciting, but after that,
yeah, absolutely, it is second nature. But there's definitely guys that I'd probably still get excited for. If I got a chance to meet Wayne Gretzky, I'd probably be a little excited and have to take a deep breath and make sure I stayed calm and didn't act the fool.
I think Arnold Schwarzenegger would be a big one for me. Because
Okay.
I followed him through his bodybuilding career all the way from the 70s up. So, and the actor, the guy can't talk, and he's like the best actor in the world. Come on,
guy became
the best lines in the world are copied.
Did you ever end up watching Fubar?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I enjoyed it for what it was. If you don't take it too seriously, it was fun. I got a kick out of it. I secretly hope that Paul here is being serious, because this would make me laugh. He goes, my internet went out for a second, hit refresh, and an ad for a Mike Trout autograph session came up. Isn't it ironic, don't you think? I'm like, I'm secretly, it would make me so happy if this was true. I don't know if I should believe Paul, but it would make me very happy if it was true. And also, fucking Trout, pony up, pay up if you're going to play an ad. Let's go.
Well, I heard another guy in the podcast. He was dissing Trout like you. I thought it was you talking. Jeez, it was so good. What was that one? I can't remember it now. I can look it up. I got to take a break. What's that?
I'd be excited. When it comes to musicians, I was thinking about it. And I think I'd be excited to meet Zeppelin. If I met Robert Plant, Jimmy Page, John Paul Jones, I think I'd be pretty excited.
How about John Bonham?
I'd be scared if I met John Bonham because he dead. But
with that attitude,
yeah, I know. But if I met any of the surviving members of Zeppelin, I'd probably be a little awestruck. And it's funny that Ham brings up Jordan. I actually wouldn't, and no, this doesn't mean I'm not a fan of Jordan. Huge fan. He's the GOAT. Okay, greatest of all time. I'll die on that hill. I wouldn't be giddy with excitement.
You would be if he challenged you to a golf match for money. You might be able to beat him. You could win a lot of cash.
But I would be giddy with excitement to meet Larry Bird.
There you go. Let me read a couple of comments here. There's some good ones. By the way, thank you all for adding in your own names. Some good ones here. So by the way, I like this comment from Tom. I heard Trout likes to hack during his time on the IL. And at the amount of time he's had on the IL, at this point, he should be a master.
Oh, my God.
He should be able to hack the Pentagon at this point.
Isn't he hurt right now again?
Yes. Eric, it's not a joke. With the amount of time this man has had on the injured list, at this point, if he cannot hack the Pentagon, he has wasted his time. Paul here says, and Ham, Kurt Cobain, if it was any choice, if forced to pick a live, Deion Sanders. Oh, that Trout thing's 100% serious. Oh my God, I love it. This makes me so happy, Eric. Yes. Finally, Fish Boy is paying some dividends, literally. Picturing Eric gushing over Gretzky because of an 88 Cup Finals performance. Facts.
Screw you, Paul.
Bubbles says, I'd be nervous to meet Suge Knight. Fair.
I think everyone would be. Not a swell guy.
Well, here's the question. So actually, this leads me. So I'm going to read Zach's comment, and then the Suge Knight comment is going to lead me to something. Zach says, went to where Robin Williams lived about a year before he died. Locals said you'd see him at the grocery store a lot. Locals respected him and left him alone. That's good to hear. So kind of speaking to the Suge Knight comment. So the reason this led me down a thought here. So Eric, so here's the question, I guess. You can reveal as much or as little of this as you want, but the question is, Suge Knight's not a swell fellow, but the question is, would you water Suge Knight's car?
If I knew it was his car?
Yes.
Oh, no. No. Mama didn't raise no stupid boy. No. If I knew. No.
Yeah, so you're saying in that scenario, you'd be like, evening, Mr. Knight, how are you?
I would stay in my house. I wouldn't even address him. He's a psychopathic murderer.
Do you want to share the water and car story or no?
Yeah, I'll share it. I don't care. I've calmed down.
Give us the Cole's notes. Give us the short version. The short
version is, some people may know that I had some work done on the property, and due to that work, my lawn got completely destroyed, and which is fine. You got to crack some eggs and make an omelet, so I wasn't mad about it. But I had to spend extra money and put down a whole thing of loam and tons of seed, and I'm out there twice a day with the hose, watering it, and it's coming back. And the other day there was an event at the school in the neighborhood, and the street was lined with cars of all these parents going to the school. And this one person decided that they weren't just going to park in front of my house. They were going to park up on the grass on my lawn, on my new grass.
They did not respect your edict to get off your lawn.
No. And I noticed this as I was taking the trash out. And at the same time, I noticed that all these people were coming out of the school and heading back to their cars. So it was time to water the lawn anyway. And I was really kind of furious that somebody would have the audacity and the sheer balls just to drive up on someone's lawn and park there. So I went out there by the car and with the hose and put it on jet. And I just started watering the car. And when the couple came back, I just kept eye contact with a death look and just kept watering his car. And the wife wasn't able to get in and walk on my lawn to get into the passenger seat. So he had to hurry without getting sprayed into his car and drive up a little ways, get off my lawn and drive up the street to the next in front of the next house. And she had to scuffle and get into the passenger seat. And I made sure that as she was going by my lawn, I sprayed the very edge of my grass so it would splatter up on her.
Mm.
And if you want to park on my lawn, I'm going to water your car. And I'll water you too if you step on my property.
Yes.
The
But that's the reason why I asked. That's the reason why I asked if, Eric felt himself a bold man, but I thought to myself, there are parts of the United States where the end result would be like, you water my car, I shoot you 14 times.
Yeah, well, see, you got me right after, immediately after that happened, and I was still a little hot under the collar, and I didn't care. I didn't know, and I think that what I said was, I didn't know if Schwarzenegger was coming out or a midget, but I was ready to deal with whoever came back. I was ripping. If it was Suge Knight, I would have dropped the hose, grabbed a rag, started drying his car off, apologizing profusely, and run back in my house and hide under my bed.
Yeah.
He is a psychopathic murderer.
Alas, Carlisle, it was not a metaphor. It was literal. It was quite literal. Eric does in fact not live in Compton. In Compton, that will not go over. Dom says Manoa wasn't bad in limited actions this year, but I think the Jays won't miss him. So the reason, Dom, that Manoa gets referenced a lot here is because Brad, friend of the channel, has himself quite the nice little grouping of Manoa cards, even though, some of us, me, advocated that maybe spending decent money on pitchers is not the best idea, especially Jays pitchers. Let's just say Jays pitchers historically, for the most part, has not worked out. It's not great. It's not great.
I don't think you should spend great deals of money on baseball unless it's like vintage superstars.
So you're saying you're out on the Paul Skeens $80,000 card sale?
I don't even know what the hell that is. But
Paul Skeens is a pitcher for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
That's the dumbest thing I've heard of in a long time. If you have $80,000 to spend on a card, go buy a Mickey Mantle card.
But he's the boyfriend of Livy Dunn.
I don't know who that is, nor do I care.
But millions of people on Instagram do, Eric, and that's the point.
Okay, whatever. So his card prices are high because of who he dates, not because of his performance.
They'll claim no, but I got to be honest, it wouldn't shock me. Like, he's a prospect who can throw over 100 miles an hour. He's been very impressive. But it wouldn't shock me if a little bit of it wasn't the fact that his girlfriend is extremely popular on social media and that. So I would think that would be part of it. So I'd be very surprised if that didn't at least play into it. The fact that he's a very talented prospect helps, but it's like
$80,000 prospecting, and your biggest attribute as a prospect is that you're dating a famous girl. Okay.
Well, and you can throw 103. It helps.
Okay. How old is he?
He's in his early 20s. He's younger.
All right. I will bet you market down. I bet $100. $100 American that he will blow his arm apart by the time he's 25.
He'll blow his arm apart probably by the end of the season. The way these guys are doing their thing right now, at the rate they're going.
If you're throwing 103, your shoulder or your elbow are going to explode. So,
but some people are stronger than others. A kid can only throw 20 miles an hour. So, hey, it's all proportional.
I can't even imagine if I tried to throw a baseball right now as hard as I could.
You throw like a girl.
That's not the point I was trying to make, but I probably do.
I was trying to sum it up.
Okay.
I bet you if he threw a brick of cash, he could probably get some pretty good velocity going. Hey, fuck you, kid. How did he get that kind of velocity on? Dang.
I think you better save that one for Palooza.
I all I'm saying is, if I was to just pick up a baseball and throw it as hard as I could, there better be an ambulance standing by.
Because somehow you'd re-break your hip.
Kid.
I would break
because the hip bone's connected to the everything else.
my whole entire arm would
Yes.
fall off. It would be on the ground. I'd have to pick it up with my other hand. I'd be like, "Can you bring me to the hospital? Have this reattached?" I mean, I'd blow out my hamstring, my knees on the follow through. I'd probably crack a rib.
Nickname Tommy John.
Horrible. It'd be just horrible.
Yep.
There's no way. Like, if, now that I'm old, if I'm going through like a carnival or something, and they're like, "Hey, see how fast you can throw, and we got a radar, and win a prize if you break," I'd be like, "No."
See the game. So by the way, real quick, I'll read a couple of these comments before I do. The correct move is not to go to one of the carnival games where you are trying to throw as fast as possible. Back in the CNE days, there was one of those that had a radar gun. It was the same thing, but the carnival game wasn't as hard as you could throw. The game was you could throw a couple of pitches, and the idea was to guess within a certain range. You were expected to guess within a certain range what your next pitch would be. So you had control over it, but technically most people cannot predict correctly. Even though they'll throw a ball a couple of times, they'll get a radar reading, they'll either throw it too hard or too soft, trying to match the speed exactly, but they won't be able to replicate it.
Yeah,
so they tend to
2
lose.
or 3 miles an hour or something.
Yeah, they gave you like a very narrow band to be able to do it. So the name of the game wasn't to throw as hard as possible. The name of the game was to throw consistently. The name of the game was to find a level that you could repeat it. That was the whole point of that.
Anything. I will tear everything that there is to tear if I try.
That's just a general lack of athleticism on your part. So anyway, Carlos Sr. and I dominated that game because Carlos Sr. Because what happened is, they'd be like, "Okay, so oh, your dad can guess for you." I was like, "That's fine," because I knew I could throw consistently because I throw batting practice for my little league team, and the thing was I could maintain the speed. I'm not trying to throw 100%. I'm trying to throw like 65, 70%, and but I could do it over and over and over again, and just keep doing it. So I'd throw the first one 65, second one 66. All right, 65.
And it had nothing to do with him standing there saying, "Hey, you, I'm from Panama. Just to let you know, my boy."
You can go with the Colombian one would probably work better.
He gonna.
I think so.
The Colombian one would probably
too
work
much
better
Al
than
Pacino in that.
Way too much.
He gonna win the teddy bear.
And Al Pacino was Cuban, wasn't he?
It's all the same.
Sure.
Once you go past,
he sounds the same as every
once you
same
go past
accent
Texas,
for all
it's all the same.
It's all the same. Great.
You
There's
sound the same in all of the
there's
ones
geography
you do.
with Bougie Eric. He can afford 2 mini fridges, but he can't afford a map. All right. Reading a couple of comments here. The first ham says, "If you have invested one pitcher in baseball, who would it be?" Not applicable. Or if it's like have to be actively playing, 9.
Nolan Ryan.
Current
I
Pirate
like Ryan Nolan first, and then
There you go.
Ryan. Yeah.
Okay.
So Don was saying, "Gotcha. Yeah, investing in pitchers has been a losing battle for years. The majority of all-time greats sell for less than modern profit." So that's the other thing. Even if a guy becomes great, it doesn't necessarily hold prices. People don't like the pitchers that much. So like you're behind the eight. Kershaw is going to the Hall of Fame, and his cards have done okay, but like it's not like do a comparable hitter, equivalent hitter who has the Hall of Fame credentials, and the hitter is going to have more value.
Always.
So it's like, why would you even want to play that game? If you like a pitcher and you want to collect the pitcher, I'm not going to discourage you, but I'm saying like it's a losing battle if that's what you want to do. Like, or you wait until the pitcher's already been out for a couple of years and then buy it after the drop. Like just wait until you want your Skeens card. Wait until he's had a couple of years. Even if he pitches well, the price will probably still go down on a lot of them, and probably a bunch of them will be available.
Yeah, the road's long, so
you could be okay. You could wait a couple of years. Like back in the day, we had so many good pitchers back in the day, though. Like Maddox, if you like collecting Maddox, you were fine. The dude pitched forever. He pitched 1 million innings because he wasn't trying to throw as hard as he could. He was pitching smart. There's a reason that guy has a ridiculous resume of Hall of Fame statistics. Like, and nobody is coming close to that these days. It's ridiculous. Because he was a pitcher. He was a very smart pitcher. Yeah, and Otani took him yard in the next at bat. So basically, that was the matchup. MLB.com had a matchup thing kind of going on because you had Skeen, who's this hard thrower, and you had Otani, who's obviously hitting with a lot of power. He's doing very well hitting wise. So it was kind of power versus power. So on the first one, Skeen's got him. He struck him out on 3 pitches. So he was able to get him on the first encounter. On the second encounter, Otani hit a home run off it. So they they're 1-1. Power versus power. They were each able to win one battle. Eric play a carnival game for Reggie Lemon. No, leaf cards.
I would.
Yes, you would. Pretty cheap on eBay. Spencer Strider for Carlisle. Makes sense. I get it. This idea from Ultramodern Flippers that if you don't get it now, you'll get it later. You'll regret it later is hilarious. Yeah, you can wait. With most of these guys, you can be patient. Yeah, you're going to have an opportunity. We're doing the same thing. Same thing's going to happen with Connor Bedard right now. There's a bunch of guys who ran out to get the early ones that they paid a premium for it. And the young gun will be available cheaper in a little while. Just wait. And a lot of the other ones will start off with pretty high, but then they'll become available. There'll be some available, especially if he doesn't score 75 goals next season, starting next season. Yeah, right. Unless that happens, oh man, he sucks. It's I might be a little patient with that. The team is really bad. They have to rebuild Chicago from the ground up. They're real bad. So give him a little bit. I give him a little runway first. Let's see how the kid progresses.
I think people are going along on him anyway. So
yeah, I think that's the quick flip. You have to wait. You must be willing to play the long game. If you're willing to play the long game, I think you'll be all right. Mm-hmm. Max versus Gwynn was classic TV. I agree. That was a classic matchup. Actually, that reminds me. I was actually going to mention this. What's very funny to me, and obviously, Big Scott is one who likes to watch a lot of the games, and they talk about it. Obviously, Carlisle is a big baseball fan, and I always appreciate it. It was funny though. I've mentioned on podcasts past. Over the years, I've become more and more casual in a lot of my watching, but the regular season just isn't doing much for me. I've been actually a subscriber to MLB.TV probably for 15 years. I don't even remember how long MLB.TV's been around. It's been around a long time now. I was thinking about it the other day though. I haven't watched any games this year, even though I got the streaming package. I can watch any game, any team, anywhere.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. And I'm probably going to cancel MLB.TV. So I've been finally what's the point of even paying for this? Because I'm not going to watch
the highlights the next day.
Well, that's the thing, though. I'll watch the highlights. I'll look at the box. So playoffs, I'll watch the playoffs.
Sure.
I don't mean to correct
you. No, I'm going to interrupt you real quick before you go because I knew you were going to make a comment. I don't watch hockey games either. Well, not like a second of them. Not like a moment. It's a waste of my time.
I did watch
until you get to the playoffs. Don't care. Doesn't matter.
Oh,
it's irrelevant.
You're a big stupid.
Complete waste of my time.
Stupid.
It's just the way it goes.
It is unworthy of my time. I'd rather watch poker.
Mm-hmm. Oh God.
The Game of Kings. In 287 career plate appearances versus Greg Maddux, Tom Glavine, John Smoltz, Tony Gwynn had 3 strikeouts. Yeah, Tony Gwynn was good though. Tony Gwynn could hit the contact. He was smart pitchers, very smart hitter. The irony of it, the reason I mentioned that was making the point, Bobby, is that what's funny is I am no less a fan of the sport than I was before. I just can't put much value in a regular season. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. There's not enough stakes. There's not enough stakes. And there is so much more stuff that I could be watching. I've got too many options now. I could be watching 1,018 other things and during the same time. Mm-hmm. And it eats up all the time. And then I don't got time left for this. So that's why I'm not joking. That's not, I'm being provocative. I don't have baseball is my favorite sport, and I don't have time to watch in the regular season. I'm sure as I'm not watching a hockey game. I don't give a shit. Yeah. I'm not spending 5 seconds. You can't even get me for 2 minutes. In the playoffs, I'll watch some games, but that's it. And baseball, I'll watch all the playoff games. I'll do that. The only sport where I'm willing to watch the regular season at this point is football, because I'll enjoy watching the Packer games, and I'll watch a little bit of the Sunday. They've got the Red Zone. That's good. Because there's 17 games in the regular season. It's one game for the team per week. It's a lot easier for me to be like, yeah, all right, I'll watch this week's game. Sure.
And what about women's mountain biking? You've been watching that, right?
God, no. So anyway, it's interfering. World Series of Poker's on, Eric. Focus, man. Focus. World Series of Poker started. Yeah, we're only up to event 7. We haven't even gotten to the main event. We got weeks.
But we got downhill this weekend. Okay, so I'm all rooting for Tawny Seagrave out of Great Britain. Hopefully she pulls it out.
I feel like he's making up names with AI.
I don't
Bobby.
want to
I
see.
feel like he's
Valley
literally
Hall
typing in into
win
ChatGPT,
again.
make up a name, and that's who he's
No,
get regurgitating.
I don't want to see Valley Hole win again. I want to see Tani Seagrave from Great Britain.
You're done with the hole.
She is no. Valentina Hole goes by. She's the reigning world
Eric is
champ.
anti-hole.
Valley Hole, not Valentina, not a fan. I'm all about Tiny Seagrave.
Anyway,
we're a Tiny Seagrave house. If Mom's still watching, she'll tell you that's who we root for.
I expect you to be wearing your Tommy Seagrave jersey with bells on.
Not literally, but maybe.
No, literally. I want to see some bells. Make it happen.
All right, we'll see what we can do.
CC was saying, speaking of watching hockey games, so we did touch on. So I've got Florida. Eric has Florida as well, I believe, and then Bobby is going with Edmonton. So we got our picks covered. And then I think Brandon joined. He said Edmonton. I think Brandon said Edmonton as well, right?
Yes, he did.
Memory serves me. Yes, he did. Yeah. So he's going. So we got 2 Edmonton and 2 Florida, and that is our picks for the Stanley Cup final, which I will not be watching. So it's pretty much on Eric.
I'll be watching.
So never watch baseball, but Yanks Dodgers this weekend on Apple TV. Yeah, it's unfortunate when they put it on the Apple TV. That's unfortunate because if someone wants to watch it and they got the whole exclusive thing, like the blackout thing and all that, but that, like I said, like I'm being serious, that's not the reason why. It's just that day to day, whereas I used to live and die on the games, I'd be watching all the games. They win today, they lose today, it doesn't matter. It's only in the aggregate that matters. It's the aggregate. It's okay. Did you get to 90 wins or 95 wins? Because that's what'll get you into the playoffs. And if the answer is yes, then you get to the playoff. Then I'm interested because then we're playing the better teams. We can look at matchups. We can figure all that out. Now I'm engaged. I have no problem engaging myself when the postseason starts. And even in the last couple of years, I have no problem doing that. But in the regular season, I sit there. I'm like, I could be watching poker or something, or YouTube, or listen to podcasts or something.
Grass grows.
You know what? Never mind.
Yeah.
Can't be bothered. So at this point, it doesn't make sense for me to keep paying for it. I'm clearly not watching it. So I'm like, all right, that just seems silly at this point. Like I was thinking about that the other day. I'm like, all right, this is stupid. What am I even going to pay for this for? But yeah, it's become the same thing with all the other sports. We got the NBA finals on. I don't watch basketball, so I can't pretend to be paying attention to it. But yeah, the only thing that I'll watch regular season at this point is football. I enjoy watching football still because I'll sit down on Sunday. I'll put on Red Zone, got a bunch of the games on, show me the most important plays. We're good. I'll watch the Packers play. We're good. All right, I'm happy. And then we get to the playoffs and watch those games. Awesome.
Go figure.
I'd like to just show everybody, if you could just enlarge me for that. I'm going to show everybody.
There will be no enlarging you.
I would like to show everybody who Tiny Seagrave is and why I'm in love. That's Tiny Seagrave. I'm a big fan.
I did not see a single explosion. Bobby, that looks like trash.
We didn't even see the landing.
Yeah.
He landed it.
He landed in a big fluffy cushion.
Yeah, it was a big airbag at the bottom.
No, not even a little.
Did they die?
No, she did not die.
Then it's a wussy sport.
Did you catch
Dom
her?
says, just look it up, 39 hits and 10 walks. That's an excellent slash line. Justin says, I think I'm drunk. Yes.
Well, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
agreed.
The first thing is admitting.
Yeah, she lands.
The first thing. Not a single explosion? Not a single death? What kind of trash sport is this?
There's no.
Oh my God. It's like you took everything good out of this. You know, Bobby, I remember back when mountain biking was done, when men were men and women were women, and it always involved death.
Like a man. Well, if this went wrong, yeah, I think it would involve death.
I think it would be better if she did it onto a bed of spikes.
She looks like your wife almost.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. You better. Okay.
Sure. Josh says, apologies for being behind, but Justin Verlander is a great comparison to Skeens based on his better half. There you go. That's a good comp. Kate Upton. It's a good comp. Look staged, totally fake.
Yeah.
Faker than the moon landing.
Yeah, right.
Another one of those.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I got something to show.
He's got something in a
Just a
box.
black box. That's
It's a box. It could be anything, even a boat.
Are you finally going to propose to me?
Yes. Ding. So what we're going to show you is the other way around. It is a belt buckle, gold, of the New York Rangers.
There you go. Nice.
And on the back, I don't know if you can see it. I don't think you can get to see it. Anyways, it says on the back, who is it? Wayne Thomas, #1.
All right.
Pretty cool. I like
That's
it.
a personal gift of the team to him. Wayne Thomas. It's a belt
I
buckle.
think that's a good.
Wayne Thomas was
As
their
far as trinkets go, Bobby, top tier. I like it.
Yeah,
I like
it's a
it.
nice one.
I like that. Now, is Wayne Thomas still alive?
I would say he is.
I would think he is.
Live or dead? Boy, we got to play that game. Wayne Thomas, he would probably be still alive, probably in his 70s.
That's what I would guess.
Mm-hmm.
Carlos, Wayne Thomas, still alive. He played for the Leafs. He played for New York Rangers. He played for not Boston.
No.
Who else?
Those are the only ones I can think of.
Where else did I know he played on another team? Was it Philly?
All right, so I'm looking at played for Canadians, Leafs, New York Rangers. That's the one we're talking about.
Yep.
I didn't even
So
know.
right now, per the Google, he says he is aged 76 years. He appears to be alive.
Okay.
As far
if you
as
look
we
at
can
his
tell, he appears
wiki
to be
and
alive.
you don't see an end date, you're good.
Yeah, right now it just says born Ottawa. It does not say anything else other than his playing
I
days.
Google my name every morning to see if I'm still alive.
How many years? He played for Toronto for like 3 or 4 years, right?
I can tell you. Give me a moment.
Sure.
Toronto. So in his NHL career, he played for looks like 2 years for Toronto. Started with the Canadians, 2 years Toronto, Rangers. He also played for the New Haven Nighthawks in the AHL in 79-80 for a couple of games, and then finished up his NHL career with the Rangers in 80-81.
So we know what year this is, or approximately. Rangers.
Yeah. So somewhere between 77 and 81 were the years he was with the Rangers.
Yep.
There you go.
It's been dated. It's official.
There you go. It could be anything, even a boat. Analogy with ultra modern cars all the time. There you go, Paul.
Yeah.
Him and John Davison, I think, were goaltending tandem, right?
Davidson with the Rangers.
I know
Davidson came in at so it'd be right around that time.
Yeah. You know where I remember Davidson from? Funny enough, from his broadcasting career. I think he did a show. He did like a hockey show on the radio. The name escapes me, but he did that for a couple of years. I remember John Davidson from that because I used to be a listener of sports radio. So remember when I said a little earlier when I was giving like the general theme of I become much more casual in all the sports that I follow, basically. But I used to listen to sports radio all the time. And that's why I know, like, John Davidson had like a syndicated radio show that would make it on the Fan 590. And that's how I remember hearing his voice because he would do one of the hockey shows. The name escapes me, but I definitely remember Davidson was part of one of those.
And he had a nice match. So Davidson would have been in the late 70s.
Probably same
By the
area.
80s, they went to the cage match.
70s, 80s.
Yeah, somewhere in that rift vicinity. Yep. Zach here says, Carlos, are you a big Holden fan? I have a subscription to PokerGo. So while I will not be bothered to watching, I can't be bothered to watch baseball or hockey. I've got a PokerGo subscription. I've been watching World Series of Poker coverage because now we're in the World Series of Poker. Yes, I am watching. And I also like high stakes poker. A big fan of that. So I would like to play more often than I have, but in the past I played a fair bit. I played online and I played live, and it was fun.
Carlos, is your air conditioning not working? You seem
It's
to be
not on
warm.
right now.
Huh?
It's not on right now. I'm about to turn it on here in a second.
I would say.
But I let it go for a little bit. I wasn't going to bother with it. It was actually a little cooler earlier today, but I'm going to start turning it on now. It's mostly humidity, so I'm going to turn it on to dehumidify.
Yeah.
It's not the heat; it's the humidity. Literally, it's humidity.
Yep. It's that Panamini menu.
Well, Bobby, I went without for years, so a couple hours is not a big deal. I went years without. It's a wonderful luxury to have, though. I will say it is lovely to then be able to walk over
especially
and
the
flip
heat
it on, and it's like, all right, we're going to turn it on now, and we're good to go. But yes, I will turn that on here in a second. So, but long story short, Zach, big fan of Holden Poker. Enjoyed the poker boom. I still like it. It's fun for me. It's more of kind of a hobby that I'll keep an eye on. But the World Series of Poker is fun. I enjoy having all the events and everything, and they do a pretty good job with their coverage in that they'll do a lot of the final tables on a lot of the events. So it's fun for me. I do like checking out some of the other games they play, but I don't know them as well. But Hold'em is the big one.
Who's that young girl who comes in? She was just ripping it up recently. Very young girl, about 20, and she was just creaming everybody at the table. I thought you would know her name.
You're talking about a World Series of Poker?
Well, she was right up there in the top, whatever it was. I don't know if it's a World Series or whatever it was. It was top tier stuff. And she came in and everyone going, what the hell? Who is this girl? She's like barely old enough to, drink. Actually, maybe in the States, maybe in
the state, I think you got to be 21.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So 19 here, 21 there, but you can fight and die for your country when you're 18. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Well, you're an expendable body at 18. You're an expendable body at 18, yes. You can absorb bullets at 18. It's fine. What are you talking about?
But you can't absorb alcohol.
Oh, that takes experience, Poppy. That takes refinement.
It's redonk. I can't even say that.
Redonk.
I don't even know why I went.
Bobby, I don't care the context. Can we put redonk somewhere in the app? Can there be like a redonk rating for a set or something? Like, I don't care.
Maybe,
I just want redonk.
Yes. There is a couple issues. Yeah, the Boston.
Yeah, 6970 redonk.
Redonk.
Iron Mayo helps with the humidity. Facts. Differential focus that you're working out. So I have added a few other ones, Josh. I've got a handful of them. I'm a little past the halfway point now. I was actually looking at the singles earlier today. So I was trying to see if I could grab a couple more. I think what's going to be tricky, and I should have done this. I should have followed my own advice with this set, because there is a Jerry Buss autograph on there, which obviously he's deceased, so that's gone up in value a little bit. Jennifer Tilly is in it, although that one's not too bad. Phil Hellmuth is another one that's a little expensive, but not crazy, not like super crazy. But those are like the three bigger names that are left on that checklist, and I gotta actually make a concerted effort to go grab those just to get them out of the way. But I'll finish the set. I'm well over halfway on the set, but I was adding a couple of pieces here and there. I found a couple on ComC, so that's where it's been pretty good. So I've been having some fun with that. But no, I want to finish the set. I like, because it's perfect, because it's from 06, so it's still in that poker boom era, and it's a bunch of the names that I remember from that time, which is fun. It's fun to see those names.
I still think poker's still hot, regardless.
Oh no, there's still like,
it went through its height, but it's maintained.
The thing is, you can go to a lot of places and there are active poker rooms where people are still playing, and the online game is still available. In Canada, we can play legally on the online poker rooms, and you can go play, no problem. It's not as crazy as it once was. People don't talk about it anymore like they once did, but it's still out there. You can still play.
I don't think they talk about it, but it's all on the if you look at TikTok or you see all these final poker, it's everywhere. So it is out there. It's just not the way it was. Things were centrally covered. Now it's like it's everywhere.
It's hard to sustain that level. When initially that poker boom happened, it was a novelty. What happened? Yes. What made it big in that short period of time was that Chris Moneymaker winning as a satellite entrant who didn't pay the $10,000 buy-in suddenly goes, oh, literally anybody could do this.
Anybody could do this.
Which made it took off all at once. And then the big crash was when they started locking it down so that certain states couldn't do online, whatever. But guess what? That lasted a couple of years. It was a big firestorm. And then over the years, it's gotten quiet. And then all of a sudden, this state now has online poker. This state now has online poker. This state. So slowly they started turning them back online.
Yeah. But
there was a little time period where it was verboten.
Oh, yes.
In Canada, we never had that problem. We just kept chugging along like it was nothing. And whatever, fine. Sure. But we did the same thing with sports betting, though, as well. Because for many years, the only way you could bet on sports was two things. You had to go to a casino in the sports book, or you had ProLine. Well, now a lot of them can do. Now you can actually do online sports gambling through the government.
Lots of that.
So you can do it. So and now it's allowed. FanDuel, we can do FanDuel. Like I've made my wagers to FanDuel, because what they do is you got a little app that says you're geolocated. Yo, you're in the province of Ontario. Yeah, go ahead, you can do it.
Okay.
But if you're not in the province of Ontario, it is verboten. As long as I'm in the province of Ontario under the auspices of OLG, it is fine.
Nobody wants to be verboten.
We don't want to be verboten. Greg Raymer, yes, Greg Raymer. And Greg Raymer's in that set too. I remember it being huge when I was at university from 02 to 07. That's right around that time period. And the set I'm doing is 06, so it's right smack in the middle of that sweet spot. pretty much full-time accountant or lawyer or something like that. If you check out the checklist of the one I was talking about, the set was made by Razor, which was owned by BG. BG is the one who did that set. No surprise.
Yes.
But if you check out that checklist, it's a who's who of poker during that time period. You got a bunch of World Series of Poker champions and a bunch of people that were on the World Poker Tour and all the TV shows at that time that were poker. They were all in that set.
We need more poker card collectors.
I'm pretty much it right now.
Huh?
It's pretty much, I'm holding it down. I'm pretty much holding it down.
Thank God. But, that's just a saying that always goes, we need more baseball. We need more hockey collectors. We need more poker collectors. That's it.
Oh, I guess I'm doing it wrong because I didn't spend a lot of time trying to pump it up to anybody. It's like, guys, I like it. I have nostalgia for that period of the poker boom, and I'm like, I remember all these names. I know all the people on this checklist. So that is fun for me.
I watched it too. I just never retained the names because it was casual, very casual.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I was very much into it, especially at that time period, because right around that time was during my university years. So my buddies and I, we were playing poker in there as well. It was like, it was going. It was a good time. I remember it well. Now, Bobby, what I'm going to do is I'll turn on the air conditioner, but at the same time, since we talked about it earlier tonight, I wanted to have a little discussion about the Facebook Marketplace and off eBay marketplaces, because I think it might be a nice little discussion to have. So do you want to kind of get us started? Because obviously you are the subject matter expert on such things.
I probably am on that one. That's for sure. Sure. I'll give it a go. Let them know.
You're right back.
I am not. I'll just let me start off by saying I am very interested in hearing this because I do not have Facebook. I've never had a subscription to Facebook. So I'm curious to to hear in relatively
have you had a Facebook account, or your wife, or
Never.
Anybody? Never?
My wife has Facebook, but rarely looks at it or uses it. Usually she can't remember her password to get into it.
Okay. So you have Instagram, but Facebook is, it's far better than Instagram. So it's basically people have joined and been there forever. It used to be a kids thing. It started out that way, and then the parents kind of took over, and now it's a long-standing. It's a very picture-friendly, post-friendly, group-friendly, app, I guess you could call it. But it has this place amongst all the other groups is like you have your own name and you can post your stuff or, what's going on, who got married, and show pictures and all these different things. There's another place that started in, it's been out for quite some time, but it's called Marketplace. And what the Marketplace does, people can list stuff for sale. And at least with that, you have the person's name, how long they've been on Facebook. It's almost like its own rating system to a certain degree. So it's very safe in a lot of that sense. Sure, people get ripped off. That happens. But Marketplace. But the great things that can be found in Marketplace, just in a casual search. And it's really all about timing more than it is about finding the item. It's just, you can be on there randomly and just come across something that's for sale that just got listed a couple minutes ago. And you go, $20, that's $100 item. Boom. Gone. Hey, you take this. Another part is if getting them to ship. The one drawback of Facebook Marketplace is you're only allowed to search within a 500-mile radius. It might even be kilometer in Canada, I don't even know, radius of where you live. So you can put this big circle where you kind of want it best, to search, So I get a little bit of Montreal, I get a little bit of, a little bit of down south, a little bit of up north. So I sort of cover the bases, but you're missing stuff all the time unless you want to open up another window and change your search patterns and do that way. But that takes time. But it's a great place to sell stuff. It's rather safe, as eBay is. You don't have much recourse if there's issues or problems because once you're committed, there's nobody to really back it up. So it's just, they put the platform there for you to do that, but they don't regulate it too much. But a lot of times, if you list something like, if you can't sell tickets, so they're worried about you selling new sports tickets. So if you sell a vintage ticket, put ticket in the title, and you're gone. It'll just go disappear. It won't even get. We're reviewing this. Yeah, okay. And even if it's a vintage ticket, it doesn't really matter. They just kind of keep away. So you kind of call it something else and whatever. Mm-hmm. But it's a great little marketplace, and you can get a lot of great deals, and you can sell some stuff there too. You just want to get rid of some stuff, local pickups that maybe it's too big to ship. It's a perfect little little place, and I use it quite often, and I think there's a lot of people who actually use it quite a bit. So on top of that, I would. Sorry.
How do you make payments? So if it's local,
well, in Canada,
someplace, give them cash, they give you the stuff.
Yeah,
But
you can do that. There's, door pickup.
They're 500 miles away. You're not going to do that. So
no, then you get it shipped.
So
Right.
so let me add a couple of things here. Let me add a couple of things as well.
Where friends come in.
So Bobby here is given a good foundation of a lot of this. So let me touch on it as somebody who doesn't use it as often, but I actually finished the transaction before the live stream. So that's what kind of brought up the conversation before we actually hit live. So I'll read a couple of comments, but then I'll add a little flavor to this as well.
Sure.
So good evening, Suk. Is this Hobby Palooza? Maybe.
Not yet.
Maybe it starts now. Zach says my Facebook I've had for 15 years got hacked 2 weeks ago and can't back on. That's unfortunate.
that sucks.
It's a little wonky with the access sometimes, but it is unfortunate. But sorry to hear that. Name here says Facebook Marketplace is going to one big yard garage sale without having to leave the house. So I agreed, and I'll touch on that in a second as well. I usually lose patience trying to meet up with people. That can be an issue. And CC says, Bobby, how does Facebook Marketplace compare to Kijiji? So we'll touch on that here in a second. Hang on for that one moment. We'll come back to it. So let me add a couple of things as well to what Bobby said. So there is the marketplace component, as he said. One of the things that you can do is search by region and look for things. So it does have that garage sale element. I think it's a good comp, but electronically, it allows it. Sometimes people will list things in a weird way, or they'll phrase things in a weird way. But then you look at the picture, and if you know what you're looking at, you can determine things. To kind of what Eric was saying a moment ago. At the end of the day, if I really was to define it a little bit, it's a way to connect people to make a transaction. Yes, you can be like, hey, let me go do a local pickup. There's a lot of people who just prefer to do it that way. They're like, hey, I got this piece of furniture. You can come and get it. We'll come do a deal. You come and get it and grab it.
That's kind of how it started out mostly.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's one avenue. But if it's a smaller item, it can be like, can you ship it? It's like, all right, yeah, I can ship it to you, but it'll cost this. And then as far as payment is concerned, to answer Eric's question, so I'll give you an example. And this is another angle that's still marketplace adjacent, but it's still in the same vicinity. One of the things Bobby mentioned is that Facebook, one of the things it does well is it's taken on a lot of the elements of the old message board, would be the analogy I'll use here. Because what you can do is you can develop a group, and the groups can be themed during certain categories. And then you've got moderation, you've got different things you can apply to it, which allow you to control the flow of people that come in and out. You can vouch for people, you can vet people, you can do these things, which makes the group safer. So the example I'll give you, and the item that I picked up was one of the items for the dentist PC. So I always collect my wrestling cards. So I follow a couple of different Facebook groups that deal in this. Well, they're very niche. These are very tightly specific to a certain theme. Well, what happened from time to time is somebody would be like, hey, I pulled this card. I opened this box. I pulled this card. Before I put it up on eBay, is anybody interested? Does anybody want to make an offer or whatever the case may be? And you reach out and say, hey, yeah, I would like to get that. In this case, what happened was he put it up and he did it as a marketplace listing as well. So he did it that way. Yeah. He did do it as a marketplace, but he also posted it in the group. So he did both things. So, but what happened is because it's a marketplace listing, I was able to push a button that says contact seller, and then it opens up the little chat window. And I said, basically, he said, I got this card, $300 or best offer, PayPal's goods and services. But if you want goods and services, you got to pay the fee. He laid out his terms, what he wanted to do with it. US only. I reach out to him. I go, hey, I'm interested in the item. I'm good with most of these terms here. That's fine. Would you do 250? He comes back and he goes, I can do 275. Quickly haggle back and forth. We came to a number we're happy with. Fine. Goods and services fine. Goods and services is the one where you've got some recourse with PayPal. So that's a security feature. Is the total with shipping? Yes. Is the total with tracking? Yes. So we came to all the terms before we agreed to it. Came to that. I sent it by PayPal. He confirmed receipt. He goes, all right, give me your address. Here's the address. All right, you got it. I'm going to drop it in the mail on Monday, and I'll give you the tracking number. Great. But he also has a star rating. He also got some background in it. It's the marketplace thing. So you've got, it's like the feedback system. But also because it's goods and services, I have recourse through PayPal if there's any kind of an issue.
You do, and most of the times when it gets into the people who are regulars in groups and that are very specific items, it's PayPal, friends and family. So, you don't have to pay the fees, and that's accepted. When you have enough of a following or people know you've been in the group for 5-7 years, they kind of go, yeah, that's him. He's good. No problem. I never had any problems. So I have a small group on there. It's, called the Vintage Hockey Collector. And I have 2,200 members, I think. And there's no cards allowed. at all, and it's just trinkets and knickknacks, and there you go. Large following. The one benefit I get from there is I post stuff, and then guys will contact me through Messenger on the side. There you go. Yeah, stuff like that.
I got a knickknack in the mail today.
I like that. Phil Esposito. What is that? Is that the
this is a hockey skate hone?
Oh, it's a hone.
It's
so
a
that
hone.
would take the burrs off the edge of your skate, right?
And it's autographed by Espo.
Oh, no way.
And it's
with PSA DNA sticker on there.
PSA.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
And I paid $6 for it.
Wow. What?
Disgusting.
Crazy.
You paid double market value? You bastard.
So something like that generally is probably worth about, in US, about $35, $40. Signed, you add another 15 to 20. You know, that's like a $60 item for $6. That's not bad.
Yeah.
How'd you get that for $6? Marketplace?
I don't have the place. I did it on the eBays, and no one else bid on it. And
how much was shipping?
Wasn't much at all. I don't remember exactly, but it was just.
Well, it wasn't $6 then.
I won it for.
That's the stuff you tell your wife. It was only $6, and you didn't say it was 15 shipping.
Actually, I want to touch on that topic in a moment because it's actually a very natural ebb. But let's finish this thought though. The point was, the reason it came up was that it was a good coincidence that I happened to finish a transaction just before, because Bobby is being a big proponent of Marketplace. And I think it's fair. So let's go back to CC's question here for a moment. Facebook Marketplace versus Kijiji. Kijiji is more like classified ads.
Kijiji is a spinoff of eBay, actually. It's a Canadian spinoff. It's almost like the Craigslist of for the US, for Canada.
Kijiji, though, in my experience, is really annoying.
Never heard of it.
It has turned into
it's just in Craigslist. If you know what Craigslist is, Kijiji is the same.
I know Craigslist, sure.
It's the same thing.
Kijiji,
Canadian version, Canadian Craigslist.
For some deals, but the problem is people reset their ads daily, and the problem is you can list, and like 8 hours later you're on page 72, and it's just like, so these guys are just keep relisting their ads so they're first on the on the page lists, and very poor on pictures. You can't enlarge them. Most people are very vague, but I have gotten some great deals. But it's not a mainstay. It's not something. I think more people have shifted over to Marketplace away from Kijiji, because Kijiji is kind of iffy. Even though it's affiliated with eBay, it's not directly kind of affiliated, so in a certain way. I'm not so big on Kijiji as I once was, because it was really the secondary market. Then there's all these other platforms, HiBid, all these other small, they're like little antique places that can list their stuff on this main hub, which is HiBid, and they can run an auction, and it all goes through HiBid, and they manage the platform, sort of like eBay, but you have like 40 items or 150 items, or whatever you want to put on there. So it makes it easier and a little bit more convenient. And a lot of those are pickup, and regional, and it changes a little bit. Where Kijiji's across the country. Problem is you have to know how to do the settings properly, so you get a Canada-wide search, and then you have shipping on top of that, for every item that you buy. But it kind of limits you, because a lot of times it's just Ontario or maybe just certain, and then you get to search every province properly, so it doesn't really get you everywhere. But that limitation there is Marketplace as well. So unless you devise a different way of changing your settings just to search those particular areas, and that 500 kilometers doesn't go too far across Canada. It'll probably take it 15 searches, and then who knows what you're going to get back. But there's lots of great things that come up there, and it's an easy way of selling stuff too, especially bulky stuff. I think it's one of the main things if you want something big. Then you can pick it up locally or get a friend, like a place in Boston.
Yeah, you basically make arrangements. So I think the bottom line, though, if I was going to put a button on it, no, you absolutely do not. What I was going to put a button on it, though, I think the key here is that you have to use a little bit of common sense. You have to because what happens is, depending on if you've got the groups, to Bobby's point, you can have somebody that already has developed a reputation. If somebody already has a reputation as being good to deal with, no issues, and everybody's comfortable, well, then they're going to be a lot easier to deal with. You already have some confidence going into it. But you can also ask for vouchers. Like there's some groups where they'd be like, hey, can a couple people vouch for me? If you don't know necessarily who it is, you don't know the name, but other people already know who it is. They can be like, yep, I already done like 10 deals with him. He's great, blah, blah, blah. And people can give you that background so you understand that this person's been around a while and they've done plenty of deals.
the one best part is that when I post something on my group of my pickups for the week or the month, whatever, guys will message me on the side. Like on my group, you're not allowed to ask if anything's for sale or anything like that. It keeps the group a little bit pure. But I have another group that it's a buy and sell group specifically. There's obviously less members. I think there's 500 or 600, 700. And then my other
this one is the VHC, right? This one's the VHC group.
The VHC Bobby Burrell buy and sell.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure. So what I'll do is I'll show a couple just so Stu can see. Yeah. So what I'll do here is I'll show one of them here, and then I'll grab the other one as well. So I'll show it right on Facebook just so you can see for yourself, since we're talking about it here.
Sure.
So that's an example of a group here. So this is the Vintage Hockey Collectors group. That's one of the groups here specifically.
Yep. So
it's
what goes on starting when you have an account with Facebook is really you're just a person who has a personal page that you can post your stuff and your stuff. And then you can join other people who start other groups or start your own group. So there's all these pockets of different, and that's how Carlos found, he finds the right pocket. Although the guy listed on Marketplace, if you miss it on Marketplace, you'll catch it in the group because you're usually, the algorithm will come back and give you that. So there's my recent pickups right there, back there. Yeah, sorry. So I show my pickups for the day, and I picked up a nice Vancouver travel clock from 1971. And, so guys will message you on the side. Guy already did. He goes, hey, what do you need for that? London Nights programs from 1960s. So I put nice pictures up to make it look nice. I picked up a lot of the vending machine, the original capsules with the original product inside, which is near impossible to find. And a bunch of other things. I think I posted some more pictures, but regardless of that, you can keep going.
There you
go. Some the Hockey Hall of Fame original with the original envelope and the information booklets. And the Sports Hall of Fame was right beside the Hockey Hall of Fame at one time at where was it? At exhibition. At the exhibition.
Perfect. So I just wanted to kind of show people just so they could see. So conceptually, what I just showed you was one example of what a group could look like. And it gets configured. You can set it up. You can have moderators. You can have basically people, admins that follow up. And then the admins can set the ground rules. Because some groups, to Bobby's point, are set up for buy and sell. They say it's fine to buy and sell. You can. Here are the rules. You can do this. You can do this. You can do this. If you're going to do this, one example, they'll say you have to coin an item.
Coin, date, name.
Exactly. Yeah. And the idea is it's a way of proving that you own the item. Your name is on the post, but at the same time, this here, Eric will put his thing, you go Bougie Eric 316, and then basically just put the date, and then we know it's him. Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise you get a lot of people who will take a rare item and put it on there, which is a picture stolen from eBay or somewhere else, and then they'll say they have it for sale. I only take e-transfer. Try to get an e-transfer back. You really can't. So you have to trust the people that are involved. And this is why the group. So to be a member in my buy and sell group, you have to be a member in my other group. Because I said that's the same. So you have to be a member so we get to know you. You have to post. You have to, we have to get to know you before you can do anything in the buy and sell.
Sure. Well, now you know you got one more. You got one more attempted membership. Stu has put in his request to join. So
now I got to go and so everybody that I let in the group, I go through their profile. I look to see if they have pictures. Do they do anything related? If it's all F1, I'm going no. But I do look at what other groups they actually do tell you. Well, this guy's a member of 5 other groups you have in common. I have 6 friends that are the same friends as you. Then it's a no-brainer. But then you get a lot of these weird ones, and all these sexy girls want to join, and I don't know why they just want to join groups. I have no idea. I don't understand it. Maybe it's a scam. Obviously it must be.
Possibly. But the bottom line is that because of the nature of it, because you do the coining and all that stuff. So like for the American folks, so the seller I bought from is American, and they only wanted to ship to the US, which is perfectly fine. I have the ship my car's address based out of the US, so no problem there. Check. And then basically we came to the.
But you can ask him too, so you can go direct.
No, for sure. In this case though, he said he wanted to do US only, which is fine.
I get
since they asked off the top, I already had an address for him, so no problem there. So we came to the term of what's the dollar amount? We agreed. What's the terms? And in this case, goods and services. He led with that, so I was like, I'm fine with that. That gives me the additional protection since I haven't dealt with you before. That's fine. And then we agreed on the final total. He wanted me to cover some of the fees. We came to the total on that. So we agreed to all the terms first, covered that includes this, this, and this, including shipping, blah, 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 tracking, blah, blah, blah. Great. And then we agreed on PayPal, because PayPal right there, we can do the transfer. But if you're already in the US, you can use your Zelle. You can use you got a couple apps that you can use, so that maybe that's how you want to do it. That's fine. It's just whatever works for you that makes the most. But you come to all the terms first, and then you say deal, and then you finish the transaction. And literally, while we were on the chat, I said, all right, I send it over, confirm. He goes, yep, got it. Okay, send me your address. Boom. Great. We're good to go.
Nice and easy. Well, I think that's one thing about my group is that, we all post pickups, but it's really more of an information group. Someone will post something, say, hey, does anybody know anything about this? And, people will chime in and give some great information. And it's a great way of advancing information, for the hobby, because, oh yeah, I've seen those hockey sticks. Yeah, they generally go for about $40-$50 kind of thing. And it, you can say things, because a lot of guys will just come in and go, hey, what's this worth? What's this worth? And after a while I go, okay, that's it. This isn't a what's this worth. It's a contributing, So you got to cut some people off, because there's a lot of guys like that.
Yeah.
They join just to find out what something is. And
that's where the moderation kicks in, though, because once you've set the ground rules and you said, hey guys, because sometimes they're like, this group is for buying and selling. This is what you're allowed to do. This is how you have to do it. And by the way, if you don't follow those rules, we'll pull your post. And some of the groups have to approve the post for it to appear.
That's me.
So in other words, you need to make sure you follow the rules of the land. And if you follow the rules of the land, then the post. So some of those groups I went in, they're collector groups. They do buying and selling on it as well, but they've got their rules as well. But sometimes it's, hey, not for sale, not for trade, not for sale, just showing off. Hey, here's my newest edition. Oh, hey, congratulations. And then there's a chat feature underneath. You guys can, that's why I say it borrows off the old message board. You can have your post with your image saying, hey, here's my newest edition. And then people are like, hey, congrats, good job, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, they like and whatever like that, But with mine, like if you sell something, I have to look at it first. That's kind of beneficial in a way if you think about it.
A lot of time out of your day, though, doesn't it?
No, actually, see, if you manage things properly and you deal with things right away, which most people do not, answer your texts, answer your emails, get it done. Just get it out of the way. Don't say I'll come back and get to that, because actually 6 or 7 will build up and then you'll forget, and it gets in the bottom of your SKU and forget it. You just answer back. People, I just go into my groups every couple hours, have a look, anything, because a lot of guys will list cards for sale. They join and then they go, hey, I got this for sale, delete. Then I send them a reminder. Okay, hey, listen, you got one more chance, and that's it. You're a brand new member and you're coming in to sell. It's not for that. And the problem is that you get misled. That's why I try to look at everyone's profile in detail, is you get misled by a lot of people just let people in the group because they want to build their numbers. Like a lot of groups have 7, 10, 15,000. I have 2,200, but there's no cards. If I allowed cards, I'd have 15,000 members with the amount of information that I provide and everything, but you couldn't sell anything. So that's another kind of drawback to that, where all the other groups aren't information. They're mostly post for sale or buying, and it just becomes a bitch board of this is for sale, that's for sale, and that's all it is. It's a for sale thing. As much as it's a group, it's a for sale group. The Vintage Wax has 15,000 members or 22,000 members or something like that, just for wax. Like all the different, those guys know their information. They know the things, but things are for sale, but also people talk about other things. So that's a very nice balanced group. But most of the other groups, vintage hockey only, it's like people just list stuff. That's all it is. But they also list it on Marketplace, and you can list it in multiple groups, and that's the best part. So you're hitting every aspect of wherever it might be that you have of something for sale or what you're looking for on top of that.
Yeah, you can cross post, exactly. And that actually, one of the points you're making touches on one of these comments here. So I'll read a couple here. So Paul said, Facebook groups and Instagram have been money for me selling lately. So you can, and it allows you to make arrangements. It depends on what you're doing.
Instagram, one picture, 2 pictures. You can't even get a lot of pictures in. You can't type a lot. You can't do links. You can't do anything. It's like so limited. And
but Bobby, if you're doing an Instagram transaction, I'm not relying on the post. If you're doing a transaction, you go, hey, can you show me a couple of images? You just do it in the DMs. You can put 50,000 pictures if you want.
No, I understand. Yeah, that's if. But
if you're doing the back, usually at that point, once you're engaged with the seller, you can do the back and forth and do the whole bit. Then you're more open in your options.
No, I understand. And then if your picture isn't cropped properly, if it's not in a square, it's a triangle, then you got cut off. And Instagram is it's a great quick communicator. That's all it is. And showing a picture of a card, that's it. And then the card will get cut off too, because it's not square. So you miss the grade or something. it's a very poor format in that sense. So I've never been a big Instagram people, but it's where you start is you're more predisposed to being comfortable with. You know, a lot of people love TikTok, and I'm going, really? For selling cards? Yeah, it's great. I'm going, you got to get out there. Oh yeah, Eric, he does that.
Big TikTok guy. Big.
It's going to be banned. Watch out.
Mm-hmm. So Josh is saying, but can I buy anything from show sponsors such as AMG? Of course you can.
Yes.
They got their Facebook group as well.
AMG,
Absolutely.
yeah,
100%.
they do.
They 100% do. Yep.
Actually, all the classic auction, all the big auction sites.
It's a good way to promote your brand. It's a good way to engage. That's why I said it has taken on the role of, it's got a marketplace, yes, but it's also taken on the role of the message board, because the post can then have commentary underneath. You can pose a question, and then people underneath can comment on the specific post and engage back and forth on it.
And I run the group, but although I answer a lot of the questions because I know a lot about the hockey, I like leaving it open for other people to answer. And you'd be surprised at some of the answers. Oh, my dad worked there, and back in 1974, it's like, yeah, he did this and this. And then I go, wow, that's great information. I never even knew that. So it works out, and it's very beneficial that way. So the non-selling group part is really good in my area. And then I have the selling group too, which, like I said, doesn't have the amount of members, but then I still have Marketplace and all the other places I can post as well. So.
So I think, so for Zach's comment here, and Zach's comment is valid as well. He goes, you can get your money back, but who wants to potentially tie up money for a few weeks fighting PayPal? So this is in a scenario where somebody creates problems and are just an issue. So this is where you have to, again, it depends on your situation, but you have to be in a group that does do a little bit of vetting, because if you've got some vetting on the front end and you've got very clear and explicit rules, and you also deal with somebody who has done business on there previously, who has a little bit of a track record, all these things help add a little more confidence to it. So you're right. It can be a pain to deal with PayPal on this, but I've only done a handful of transactions, but each one of them have been predominantly with members who have been around for a little while, who are opening product all the time. And that's the reason they have these cards. It's not an accident. So, and they're constantly making deals on there, selling their wares with the items they pull. So once you've done hundreds of transactions on the same board over and over and over again, and people are not having issues, it's a little easier to not worry about it.
And I'm in, like, I can't tell you, maybe 100 groups. Hey, Bobby, join my group. They get, yeah, okay, I'll join your group. So I'm, in the WHA group and all this other, it's just like, and then all these other groups on top of that, people who worked at O-Pee-Chee group, people, just all these different other groups that I'm in. It's just, vintage cars from the 70s. Like, it just never ends. And you got to delete some of those. It's like, I got too many groups I'm going through. So
name, I think the hot dogs are ready. Why don't you go check them out and
put some pepper on them
and go find something else to do for the evening. Okay.
I think there's some valid discussion and discourse happening in the chat right now.
I think
valid discussion and discourse. Zach was saying, did you see Neo's video? I guess eBay has expanded the feature where you have to auto pay. So I did see the thumbnail, hadn't had the chance to watch it, but I had heard we knew that the auto pay was going to expand. I'm in favor of it. I love the idea of, like, please just pay the damn thing at the moment you make the offer.
Yeah, there's problems with that, because if you buy multiple items, then you pay and you don't get the discount on the shipping, because some people don't mark that off on eBay. So you kind of have to pay. So you buy something that's $25 and $5 shipping, and you buy 7 of them, you're going to get $150, in shipping charges. And then he's got to regroup and go, oh, listen, hey, I got to refund you. So your money comes out in US. So they take their extra fee that eBay takes, and then he's going to refund you. And then they take their other percentage out of eBay that gets your refund back on your shipping. It's like, come on, you're getting burned too many times. That's why I like PayPal. It was a stationary. If you got paid in American, that would stay in American. If you wanted to deposit your account, they exchange it.
Yeah, if you were using your balance. Yeah.
And I wish they would do that and incorporate that. Canada is so small in the grand scheme of things. This is why these things aren't predominantly done. Otherwise, they would be if that consideration was reversed. If the dollar was reversed, if our dollar was worth 130, I'm sure the Americans would be sitting there going, hey, listen, I'm getting buzzed on every exchange rate here. But it's just the lowly Canadians, so we get burned.
The lowly Canadians.
Well, and Canadian protector. It's Eric. Eric suffers like us all the time. So Bob was just saying, I never thought of a Facebook group for buying cards. Thanks for the idea. No worries, Bob. Just remember, though, some of the tips we gave. Just remember some of the tips we gave though as well, because you'll want to carefully vet what groups you involve yourself in. Some of them are better than others. Some of them moderate better than others, and some of them do a better job vetting their members than others. If you get a good one though, and they do a good job vetting, you'll be all right. Like I said, because I deal in such niche ones, for the most part, it's a small world.
Group.
If you start messing with people, like you get outed real quick because people will not hesitate to be like, "Hey, so and so is taking us for a ride." That's not cool.
See, the good groups, even the large groups, you have so many experts in there. They kind of come in and go, "Hey, that's not a game used. I should have that, and that." It's like, oh, and then the guy goes, "Hey, stay away from that guy because he's."
Mm-hmm.
So you only have
word
really
spreads
one
fast.
chance.
Word spreads fast. Yeah.
Oh, wildfire! Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I say like it's got a built-in ecosystem that if maybe you can get one over on one or two people, but the window shuts quickly because after that it's like.
And it's hard to start a new account and a new name and have your new address and all that. It's not easy. It does happen, of course. But I mean, if you keep doing that, people are going to know. And they're not going to buy from somebody who's new that's on Facebook. They're not going to buy a $500 item from them because they've been on for 2 days. Remember, because it gives you member history, And I waited a long time to get onto Facebook. I think I'm only, 7 years in? Something like that. But when I started, I didn't know anything about anything. It was like it seemed complicated, but it was actually easy once you understand, how to do things. It was just like, oh, okay, that's easy.
Yeah, I will add one thing though, because I heard at the beginning, so while I was getting the air conditioner on, I heard you giving the initial background. I will add for folks that weren't around, Facebook actually started as colleges. So when Zuckerberg started the initial one, it was colleges. Yeah. Yeah. So that you had to be
story. Yeah. Sure.
But specifically, you had to be a member of a university or a college, and that was how you grouped people initially. That was the first, because I was there right near the beginning, and I had Eric's favorite, the University of Guelph. So that was the basis of the account. That's how you built the account off of that.
Well, that's what a lot of people did. Their social, right? It was a great social tool.
It was good because you could ping a bunch of folks, your friends, and be like, "Hey, we're going to meet up wherever." Because as I mentioned before, with the age that I'm at, I graduated the year before the iPhone came out. So we had cell phones, yes. You could text, yes, but it was a little clunky. It wasn't as clean. Today it's very clean. Today it's very easy to do. Just send off text message. You could have a text message thread with 5 or 6 or 50 people or whatever, and it'd be very easy to ping everybody and go, "Hey, we'll meet up here." Well, with that one, you could do it, but it was a little bit more one-on-one. You kind of to be like, "Okay, be in this area around this time, and we'll figure it out." That's it. So here you go. You had to have a school registered email. Yes, that's what it was. You initially had to have that in order to be allowed on the platform. And then after a couple of years,
small group, and everybody knows everybody at school, so you can't really get away with anything. You can't start a fake account because who is this dude?
It was very tight.
This girl.
It was very tight initially,
and it's very tight that way in groups now, and so it's very cliquey, so to speak, in that sense.
So I'll touch on this. CC, any news on the PSA Vault will start letting sellers post on eBay? I haven't heard anything specific about it. I'm keeping an eye out on it. Obviously, they'll announce it. PSA Vault eventually is going to start letting sellers post on eBay because there's an integration with the two, but it hasn't started yet as far as I'm aware. But down the road, wouldn't shock me. It'll get there when it gets there. Zach says the combined shipping is a big problem. I love bidding on something, getting 4 or 5 other things that cost combined shipping. Yes, I agree. I'm with you. I get it.
Sometimes it's 20 or 30 items, and it's just like
it can be. Yeah.
And if they didn't put, they'll sell in a group thing, then
now the thing. Now I will say one thing though. This is a bigger issue when you're making offers, because if you're adding to cart, then the combined shipping thing is not a problem. If you're doing multiple offers, then it's an issue. But if you're basically adding to cart, like say you've got a seller who's got a bunch of stuff you like and you want to combine shipping, and you're okay with the prices, you can add cart, and then do it all in the shopping cart, and the combined shipping will work properly. It won't be.
I'll tell you. Okay, so a guy lists. Here's the problem with that: is a guy lists something for sale. He's got 20 of them, 20 different whatever, right? You got to go in. You want to add it to the cart, but by the time you get through going through his listings, adding all that stuff in the cart, and then paying for it, you've already lost 4 or 5 of the items from somebody else buying them right away. So what you want to do is you want to buy each one. And before you used to just buy it now, done. Buy it now, done. Now it's buy it now. Then you got to go through the payment process. Go through your bank account. First one's done after a minute and a half. Second one, it's just a pain, and you lose so many items that way. Especially because it's he who's first is the winner, and it's not who's first. It's like it's how fast you can get it done. And if you're paying for every single item, and there's 20 of them, like you're not going to win them all because someone's going to see them. And eBay's a big place, right? Can't keep that stuff like, I'm just talking about deals or even stuff that you just want.
Mm-hmm.
So there is that downfall that I find with that.
$6, that's the deal. And I just looked up the shipping, $6.99.
So you paid more for shipping than the item.
You paid $12.99.
And that's US. That's like $27 Canadian.
No,
So-
like per Eric's math is $57,000.
So, I mean, if you were to go and stand in line for Phil Esposito's autograph, that's going to be $70-something.
Is it
No,
that much? I
but
thought
we
it was
talked about this.
$45, $50.
Let's all get this together. You paid $12.99 American for that item.
Mhm.
Yeah.
With shipping and all included, all in.
Yeah.
Now, per Eric math, that is $57,000 Canadian. I could get Phil Esposito to my house for half that.
Pretty much.
And he'll sign 500 things for me.
So he's like $70-something.
Really? Still.
Yeah. So then you have the PSA DNA, which I got to be honest, I haven't paid for that in a long time, so I don't know what that's going for. But if you add all this stuff up,
$40-$50.
yeah, I mean,
It's based on the name because
Yeah.
I remember I did the little search. It depends on which athlete or character it is.
Sure.
Different
30
prices.
I don't know. Say $30. I don't know, but I think $6 for the item and $7 to ship it's a pretty good deal when you start adding things up.
Yeah.
Let me quickly read a couple of these comments here. We'll get caught up. So Ben Dejo is saying here, how do you find specific groups on Facebook? You put it in the search bar.
Yeah. So what you want to do is you really want to get hockey, and if you're a hockey guy, and you click vintage hockey, so go vintage hockey, and then suggestions will come up, and it'll tell you how many people are in each group. See, some groups have like 150, and it's like vintage hockey.
And if you
something,
want,
something.
by the way, if you want to be more specific, there is a groups tab on the left side. You can click on that and then do search groups, and
Yeah.
you can start typing in some terms to narrow it down and show you some groups.
True.
But that's just how you find specific groups. That was the question: was how do you find? Click on the groups tab, go into this little search bar, and start typing a couple of terms, and you'll start checking it out. Do a little scrolling and see what you see.
There's lots of groups. There's so many hockey groups. I don't know if this is regional, but I don't see as many baseball or football groups in Facebook as I do hockey.
I don't know if that demographic necessarily looks there.
It's
a little bit different
not,
demo.
but it's such a great tool. It's amazing. Like there's so much hockey. You type in vintage hockey, like, man, even just hockey in general. Then there's all these razzes and all these other things that go on where people auction stuff off, whatever. Stay out of those groups, but just saying.
Yep.
There's
So
lots
Josh
of
is saying,
strange groups.
Josh says it went from MSN Messenger to Facebook. Who remembers ICQ? I do.
ICQ.
I have no idea.
They had these great icons that used to say phrases,
No, but you know what the best thing about ICQ was? The best thing about ICQ at the time was that it operated almost like email. It was the early days of a messenger
it was
where
Messenger.
if your buddy was
Yeah.
offline, you could still type out a message, and when they
And
got
send it.
back, they would receive the message. That was the key. So you could still
ICQ.
have a conversation even if you weren't specifically online at the same time.
Like Messenger. Exactly.
Yeah. And
Same thing.
that they were kind of the first ones to do that early, and then
ICQ
later on it
was
was
great.
adopted.
Actually,
Yes.
you could still use ICQ. It wouldn't make any difference from Messenger. Messenger, you can do a little bit more and add pictures better, and but ICQ.
But you
was great.
wouldn't get the little
And there was all these other ones. There's some funny ones, some East Indian ones that were really funny. Boo.
Eric, they were such
And-
simple times. Such
Well, I
simple
gotta-
times.
I'm gonna go back and get those old sounds. They're really kind of cool.
So, yeah, sports cards, good evening to you. Hope you have a great weekend. Hopefully for you as well. Name says I only keep my Facebook for the hockey card groups in my page. That's fair. Yes, give a follow, by the way, peeps. Facebook.com/Indigenous Rookie Cards. Eric will be there.
Well, you can put your pickups in your own group. You have a wall that people can post on. So if it's your
Yep.
birthday, people can post if you've got family stuff, or you want to show your pickups, or if you want to sell something, you can do that all on your base homepage. But people have to be following you to really see it. But the algorithm will pick up different things too.
I like that I'm way behind on chat, but I'm only 3 minutes behind. This comment is only 3 minutes ago. Like it's actually pretty good.
Wow.
Jeez.
I don't think we should allow people, especially certain people, to advertise themselves in our chat. All right? I don't think they should be allowed to come in here and type in, "Hey, come follow me. Here's my."
Hey, listen, Eric. AMG Collectibles and AMG Collectibles.ca is paid for the privilege.
Yes.
No, I certain people. That's all I'm saying. Shouldn't be allowed to come into the chat and say, "Hey, come follow me over here," or "Come see my podcast," which for some reason was like, there was like 2-3 weeks in between episodes. I don't know what that was all about.
I just assume slacking.
And I just don't think that's right. That's all I'm saying.
Carla says, "Is Eric confusing dollars with years?" Eric is generally confused. Thank you, Carla. Zach says, "Love the guys that have $5 plus 25 cents per additional. Get good deals when you buy several." Yes, the combined shipping. Yes.
Honestly, if you have one sticker and it's not graded and the guy adds another 25 cents, he's a dick. I always say, up to 10 stickers is still going to be one stamp. Penny sleeve added, whatever, putting 3 or 4 or 5 in the penny sleeve, like whatever.
Right.
25 cents. Usually it's $1 for an additional item. It's like, why do you need to charge $1? Did it take that much extra time to put 2 of them in the same?
Oh, labor, Bobby. Labor and
okay.
handling.
Yeah, people don't put handling. They just say shipping. Very few places. People do charge handling.
Oh, absolutely. It's all about the handling. Listen, I always joke because it's like in the office here, I've got a box right here, and a lot of the eBay items just sit in this box. So what happens is when somebody buys something, I just go into the box and I go.
Well, see, handling is like, Eric. Someone comes into the shop there and they go, "Hey, you got this guy?" And you go, yeah. Let me go find it in the back. There it is. Okay, got it. Here you go. Well, that'll be $5 plus $2 for me to find it. Come on.
I'll read a couple.
Hey,
here.
handling. That's my time. It's like, you're selling the fucking item. What do you mean it's your time? Yeah.
Listen, Eric's Bushi time is very expensive. He could be a chocolate.
Yeah.
It's pretty expensive.
I forgot. Yeah.
Paul here says, "Just got an autograph for $55 and the JSA fee is $50. Good for you." Zach says, "Chasing Cardboard is starting a site you can post cards for sale off." I think that's right. I think they did. I don't care what it is, but I think
Chasing cardboard, selling cardboard, whatever.
Yeah. Will they have Ty Cobb autographs? Valid question. Bubbles enjoyed that one. You can invite it to big groups by friends. True. That is true. Yes.
How would he know?
If you're in a group,
How would
he has friends unlike you.
He has no friends.
I would argue Name has friends.
He has no friends. He's one of the most.
I think he's got way more friends than you. You, Mr. Watering Cars. You'll see what friend buy and you try to water his car.
If it was his car that was on my lawn, I would have set it on fire. Not just water it. I would have set it on fire.
Don't worry, he would set you on fire.
So you already got a deal. It's $20 for PSA, JSA.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
This procedure is $20. Not bad.
That's close $20. All right. So
thank you, Jeff.
So say $90, right, on an auto and JSA. That's 90. I paid $6. And then the item you said was worth like what, 35? You said
$40. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
anything in the original package.
Yeah.
The hone itself. If you just had the hone.
Yeah.
$2.
Right.
Because it's all about the packaging. It's all about having the star on it, the promotion sealed originally from early 70s, right? So
yeah. This
is still lives 8 blocks from me. Guys goes for a run early in the morning. There you go.
He's 80 something years old.
I'm very proud of him. Zach says, "I think there's a private closed groups that don't show up in searches. You have to be invited for a private group. Yes. You can't just find that in searches. That is true. Phil running from Gators, maybe. How much am I being bribed with to stop this, Eric? He doesn't have enough money at this point. He's got to pay for the like button still.
If you can make Name go away, I will just about do anything.
I think.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Yes.
Anything?
Yes. Bobby, listen, I'm the host and I like Name, but I could be bribed.
Yes.
Let's go, bougie. Let's start making some money up here and we'll think about it. Yeah. Maybe Bobby will let you look at the app from an angle.
Just about.
He won't let you have it, but he'll let you look at it from an angle.
Not
only from an angle.
I'm not eating mayonnaise, but other things we could probably manage. I just want him to go away.
I remember there was
Paul
a private
says, by the
group.
way, go to Boomer's card collection on the IG. There you go. I appreciate it, Josh, but low bar. I got better luck at shows. Of 27 mostly Hall of Fame autographs for $5 each. I still have the gamble of getting authentic. No, you can look, to be clear. Since we brought up the conversation because Bobby is a big proponent of Facebook Marketplace, and I have had some good luck with it recently. But again, I have very niche groups that I follow, very specific items I'm looking for. So when somebody makes it available, I take advantage of this fact. By the way, this is a little quick side thing from what we were talking about. One of the reasons why I've had success with it is because I'm not a cheap bastard who tire kicks. The amount of people that tire kick is embarrassing because they could have bought the item that I got if they had just been Again, you can negotiate. I negotiate on almost all the items I see. I never just pay the sticker price necessarily. But all you have to do is have a conversation. You have a little back and forth and go, hey, look, the last couple sold for around this, blah, 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 or they're selling for around this. This is what I'm seeing. I can offer you this. Would you be willing to do that? You go a little back and forth. You come to a number you're happy with. Boom, done.
And that's hard to do on eBay. That negotiation back and forth, talking, chatting.
Yes. But I think the key, though, is I don't try to be cheap about it. At the end of the day, as long as we come to a fair price, two things. Number one, I don't spend all my day hemming and hawing. I'm a very easy negotiator because when we come to a deal that we're good with, I don't hem and haw for 3 days deciding if I want to complete the deal. Like, what's the point of me negotiating then if I'm not willing to pay for the item? If we come to a deal and I say deal, all right, what's your PayPal or whatever? Okay, you should have the money in a moment. Check for me. All right, it's there. Boom, here's the address, done. We're done. This conversation is concluded.
Here's a funny one on eBay just recently. I was selling the old TTC jacket. My brother-in-law is a TTC. He's been working there a long time. Put an old jacket. We seen one go for $700. He goes, holy shit, put mine on. So I put it on for $700. Sat there for about a few months. And then somebody offered $300. And I said, what do you want to do? He goes, take it, man. I don't care. So sold it for $300. Guy never paid. 8 feedback. Whatever. So canceled the transaction. And then he offers again. Just the other day, and he offered $200 this time. It's just like, what are you doing? Listen, dude, you didn't pay the $300. Now you want to offer $200? Like, people don't understand eBay. They think, oh, okay, I didn't want it. I won't pay for it. I'll wait and offer him later. So they think it's an offer program or something. But I accepted his $300 offer originally. Mm-hmm. Now he's at $200, and I'm going, get out of here. I'm gonna block you.
Yep. But that's the reason why I said, and like, I'm just being transparent about this. I feel that part of what has made it easy for me to complete certain transactions is that I don't do the hemming and hawing thing. If I'm reaching out to you, truth is, I'm super lazy. I don't want to spend a bunch of time wasting my time yammering on engaging. I will engage you. If I'm engaging you, I'm at least interested enough in the item to engage you. Yeah. So if we can come to a deal, the deal is done. I will pay you for the thing, and we're finished. We're covered. And I bought from a couple of guys a couple of times, and they said, like, I just appreciate that we can get a deal done, and then you just pay, and it's easy. Yeah, that's how it should be. That it should not be complicated. Like, if we come to a deal and we agree on the numbers, we're good.
It's just commerce.
Yeah, it should not be. But so many people make it so hard. So many people make it so hard. It's like, oh, well, I got to look at this and I got to think about this. And I'm like, then why are you wasting my time?
Yeah.
If you're not interested in buying or you're not interested in selling, why are you wasting everyone's time?
And then you get the guys who got the stories. I remember back in 1968 that I met him and he was, it's just like, okay, I'll endure it because I really want to buy this item. So, huh? Mm-hmm.
That's his fee for getting rid of name. That's Paul's fee.
I will start looking into that. I could steal most of that from work.
A 66 tops Booby Orr. Tom Brady auto, Belichick auto, $200.
No, hold on.
Only the big items.
That 66 tops Booby, which means this one. Okay, that's what he's referring. So we got that. The Tom Brady auto and the Belichick auto I can steal from work, and the $200 I got to mow some more lawns in the neighborhood.
I'd say.
Good evening, Will. Everyone says, I'm going to say, chasing cardboard. I miss Ty Dog and his wholesome chats. He was quite the wholesome man on his tractor, with the bald eagle in the background and the power of Christ compelling him.
Mm-hmm.
Don't drape yourself in the American flag of Jesus. Please don't do it. It's so lame. Don't do it. Tractors don't make it better. Unless you're Brett Favre. Then tractors make it way better.
Yeah.
Then tractors make it way better. Different
Yes.
story. Different story.
True.
Different conversation. Yep. Or deals at live shows where one side is like, hey, do you take insert payment platform? Yes. But look, this is actually a very serious point here. I do think that a lot of people downplay how much easier it is to complete certain transactions by simply not being a pain in the ass to deal with. Like, if you are a person who gains a reputation for being a very easy person to deal with, and this applies to card shows and it applies to a lot of other situations. If you have a reputation where, like, if you are negotiating with so and so, they're serious, you come to a deal that everybody agrees on, they'll pay you, no muss, no fuss, it's done. Then you're going to be the person that people are going to be very comfortable reaching out to. Hey, I came across this other thing. It's in the stuff you collect. Are you interested in this? You get first right of refusal on things because you've made it easy. So people are like, yeah, I like dealing with this guy. It's easy. I don't have to deal with all the nonsense.
60 to 70% of the people I deal with on Facebook are repeat.
Yeah.
And the best part is that they'll ask you, hey, listen, next time you get something like that, I want that. Okay. Oh, okay. Put that in your bank and go, okay, I remember. And the best part is you can go back to Messenger and go, who was that? Let's search. Oh, yeah, it was him. And you go back in the conversations left off right where you last talked. And you go, oh, it was him. And then you can say, okay, hey, listen, I picked up this one. He goes, oh, great. Sure. Same price? Yeah. Good. Move on.
But
it
like
works
I said,
opposite too. If I'll do that to somebody else, and it's perfect. They go, "Oh yeah, Bobby, sure, man. Yeah, I got some more. Yeah, sure, same price."
Well, look, a reputation can open a lot of doors. A good reputation makes like I said, in that group, because again, it's a small group. I've bought from certain people multiple times, and now that we have done that, when I reach out, it's like, yeah, Carlos, what do you want? It's like, I'm looking to. This is my offer. Yep, that's fine. Great, sounds good.
They might even come to you next time.
Same address as last time. Yep, same address, same email. Boom, done. Great.
And they know you're a Medano collector. They might just come to you first without even posting. And that is the benefit of opportunity. And you never want to be second on opportunity. You always want to be first.
Yeah. So name here says, a better spot to haggle than Facebook Marketplace. It's always a good spot to haggle.
Well, there's a lot of people on Facebook, eBay too, where they put the a $200 item at $500, $700, $800. They're just like pie in the sky. So you really want this item, but you kind of go, listen, it really only goes for this, and it's hard to convince people. So there's a certain time that you kind of entertain an offer and try to get it lower than the 200 because you don't want to pay the 200 that it usually sells for. You kind of want to pay 150. And if you offer too low, it's just like, forget it, because this guy thinks, and God bless those people because they just keep all that stuff out there, which is good, because then when I get one, I can sell it cheaper and much easier. So bless the idiots of the world. Thank you.
Hey, it can be very profitable. It can be very profitable, those individuals. They can make life a lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
It works out. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just
caught up on the comments.
One of the idiots of the world too. It's funny that you've turned on him also.
Let me go accept that thing. 1 second here.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead.
We got people on Facebook.
I think what's funny, Eric, the part of the reason why I thought it ended up being a good topic is that I think it's two discussions. It's one discussion. Here's an off platform that a lot of people may not be thinking about, just something to bear in mind. But then the other piece is that the rules in the road over there are the same rules of the road that apply in all kinds of other places. Like, by the way, I have the same experience at the card show. When I go to the expo, there's certain dealers that I've dealt with over the years who already know it's very easy to do. Look, the irony is, as much of an asshole as I am, and Lord knows I am.
Yes.
Also meta piece.
University of Waterloo.
Super meta piece. The point though is, as much as that is the case, when it comes to business, I could not be easier to deal with. Because it's like, no, if I'm gonna waste my time extending myself out to be like, I would like that, I don't tire kick. Unless you're being ridiculous. If you're being ridiculous and your price is so far out of whack, well, we'll learn that quickly. Once we know that's the case, I'm not going to waste my time dealing with you again. But if you're reasonable and it is something we can come to a deal with, guess what? Then I pay you and we're good. It doesn't have to be. I don't like the hemming and hawing. I hate it. I hate it on both sides. It's like, if you want something great, then make a deal and be done with it. Make up your mind.
I have the cash in hand so they can see it. A lot of times fanned out if it's, if it's necessary to have more than one bill. But even one bill works if it's a 20, depending on what the item is. And it's like, will you take X amount of money for that? And I already have it out and they can see it. It's right there. All you got to do is grab it. And sometimes that works. They're like, oh, you're killing me here. And they grab the cash and you take the card and run.
I'm in Marketplace right now, and I see a T206 Wagner. It's $20. Is that a good deal?
I'd get it.
I think you should buy it and sell it to Eric for 30.
Oh no, I gotta buy this. Mike Walton,
Yeah.
100 bastard.
Mike Walton, what? To who? What?
Two Mike Walton, two Mattel Weezer promo pictures, 150. How does this guy know? Damn.
Josh says, also, if you find an item on eBay, worth searching Facebook and Instagram for them if willing to deals off eBay. Yes. Bobby and I were actually chatting about that before we went live. So that is a very common tactic. By the way, some sellers are smart in this tactic because one of my favorite things, Eric, is when an eBay seller is bougie Eric _ on IG.
Oh.
So like, that they're basically, without saying, they're saying, I'm making it really easy for you to find me. That way I don't have to say anything in chat. I don't have to. My username is basically telling you, by the way, this is where you can find me. Yeah. If you want to reach out and try to make a deal, like that's up to you. But
right.
So but I'm not going to violate eBay policy by saying anything in the chat. I'm not saying anything.
No.
I'm going through this. I'll walk you through. Mike Walton, very rare Mattel Weezer promo pictures. So Weezer game, it was these spinners that were kind of shaped like hockey players. They were sort of a spinning top, and then they kind of randomly banged into each other. They're actually very highly desirable. But back then they did a hockey promo when they put out the hockey game, which is a very low end on, they did it in 1970. It was very popular. But these guys went around, Mike Walton and Walt Kachuk, in all different places all across Canada and the United States, and they would promote this game, and they would have these little Weezer Mattel cards that they would sign. And they're very, very hard to find. I keep finding a new one so I think I'm up to 5 or 6 different that have been, and Mike Walton was one of the ones I've never seen before. So he has 2 for $150. Are they worth $75 each? Yes, but being the cheap ass that I can be, I am going to, I'm going to say, he has 2 of them pictured here. So I'm going, hi, is this for 2? So I'm being a little coy, and I'm trying to do the bullshit that Carlos doesn't like. And is this your best price?
So the infamous, is this your best price? Ooh.
Well, I asked 2. You always ask 2 questions. Never ask 1. Is this your best price? Because it's non-social. I'm going, is this for 2 of them? And is this your best price? So he has to answer 2 things. So he's not thinking of no right away. He's going yes, and then maybe yes, maybe no. So that's the smart way of doing things. Never wait for 1 answer, always 2. So when you ask your wife something, make sure you give her 2 options, never just the 1. Just saying, life lessons.
Do you want to stab me or shoot me?
Yeah. Well, you got knives, so I'd say shoot you.
Yeah.
Yeah, she could torture you for like days with knives.
Yeah, she probably has dreamt of it.
Yeah.
He likes me almost as much as you guys.
And the guys in Scarborough, how bad is that, right?
But listen, I'm not saying because I've read bougiewillgethis.com that might be run by your wife. But the point is, like, I might have read a lot of the fan fiction on there. Like, it's very graphic. Like the torture on there is very, very specific.
Yeah.
Oddly specific.
And I'm just saying, they have a map of people. So this guy is like 5 miles away. So he says public meetup or whatever. So this is just your typical, kind of thing that you can, just what goes on with eBay, or Marketplace. Sorry.
I will say, just kind of as a related story, one of the YouTube channels that I used to follow was, I think he's still around. I think it's called CJR, and the individual there was a video game collector. And his deal was that he would go to garage sales and pick up video games and do buying and selling and do that. But he was building up his game collection. He filled up this room full of games. And he had a whole big, gigantic, like, man cave for video games. But he built entire gigantic collections based on this. Part of the reason he was so successful was because he was over in the Waterloo region, which for whatever reason, for reasons never fully explicable to me, Waterloo and that area was a hotbed for vintage video games. For whatever reason, like stacks and stacks of them wound up around there. So when they would have the swap meets, there would be stacks of them there. When they garage sales would be full of like, hey, here's a Nintendo 64, the original, like a lot of common consoles, but then you'd get more obscure ones. You'd get some stuff like, oh, this is what the original box is, and this is this, and it's like, well, actually, that's some of the tougher ones. Why the heck do you guys have that? But it would be over in Waterloo in that area, and Eric's favorite place, Guelph. You Waterloo and Guelph region, and over there. But what? Yeah, I used to go with my younger brother and my dad. We'd go over there because they'd have swap meets, and where they had the swap meets, they'd have video games and everything. But that area was a hotbed for whatever reason. There was tons of inventory over there, and if you went to a lot of garages, you could find tons. You could find stuff for Virtual Boy, which was a console that didn't last very long. It wasn't very popular, but the consoles now are very expensive because the run was very short because nobody bought them. So the ones that have survived, especially ones with boxes and everything, actually hold a lot of value. But you'd find stuff like that over in Waterloo and over that area.
And you find it on Marketplace because an old guy's just cleaning out some shit that he's got and he just goes $5, whatever. But
at that time, that was one of the avenues he used. So the point that I'm making with this is that specific niche, that area was a hotbed for it. We talk about a couple of other folks that we know. Sometimes they can capitalize on being in a more rural area relatively. Yeah. So if for whatever reason somebody has something cool that you think might be worthwhile, because it's a rural area, you have less competition to go over there. Yeah, can I buy that from you? Yeah, I'll go and pick it up. And if you're able to go there and pick it up, in the middle of nowhere, presumably, you can go and grab it and potentially get a great deal.
So it's 11 o'clock right now, right?
Do you know where children are?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if this guy's going to get back to me tonight or not. Okay. It's a little bit late.
I just thought, Eric, that's I don't know if you got that. In Western New York, that used to be a thing in the commercial. It's 11 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?
It was, that went on for many years.
Yeah, and I was like, well, that's vaguely creepy and threatening, sir.
They had like famous people doing the commercials back in the day when I remember, they used to have actors or sports people, doing those commercials, asking if you know where your kids are.
Really? So they did that in the U.S. too?
Yeah.
Well, it was Western New York because we would get the feed from them, and that was where they would do that one. But I always remember listening to it, and I always thought it was very amusing because it was WUTV out of Buffalo. I was one of the ones that did it.
Yes.
But I always found it very amusing to me. Then I'm sitting there, are you threatening me, sir? It always sounded vaguely. I understood what they were trying to get at, but the tone is like, "Are you threatening me?" Maybe. It's like, I don't have children, but if I did, are you threatening them? Like, what are we doing?
Maybe.
Are you a responsible parent, or is your kids, a bunch of hooligans?
Are they running amok? Are they running the streets
on fire right now?
Hey, listen. Depending on the outcome of the Stanley Cup, it's 11 o'clock. Are your children rioting right now?
Yes.
Regardless of outcome.
That will happen in Edmonton.
What's that?
That's only in Vancouver. No, we're good.
No, that's what I said. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Vancouver. I'm saying regardless of outcome, if the Edmonton Oilers win, Vancouver will riot in celebration.
Yes.
If they lose, they will riot in desolate defeat.
Yes. They just like to riot.
But they have different tones of rioting, different tones.
Or do drugs.
Whatever. They do like their drugs in Vancouver.
Yeah, it's bad there.
They're a bunch of hippie dippies over there.
Yeah, it's really bad in the streets there for heroin and stuff. So bad.
Tough time.
Probably the most beautiful place on earth, too. It's too bad.
It isn't Toronto, but anyways.
Toronto. I don't think our skyline holds up to the Rocky Mountains.
Hey, we got the Hockey Hall of Fame. I don't care what you say.
We do have the Hockey Hall of Fame. That is true.
Awesome. We have the CN Tower.
That is factually correct. Yes.
Pass along.
That is factually correct. Yes.
Keep going.
Yeah,
not for very long, but you could keep going. That is true.
We had Wayne Gretzky's restaurant.
Oh, I loved Wayne Gretzky.
And Don Cherry's.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. There you go.
And
I like
Maple
this.
Leaf Gardens.
See, I bet this is something profane. I don't know what it is, but if you know, you know.
It's how you say hello in Korean.
Is it how you say hello in Korean?
Annyeonghaseyo.
Wow. Okay. Look at you.
I don't believe
in the garage of knowledge. So I was going to quickly put, since we were talking about off platforms as well, I wanted to quickly make a mention. I don't know how anybody else's experience is going to be. I'll be curious. I'll reach out to some folks that I know. but it looks like for the most part, ComC has completed the majority of the inputs for the items that I submitted to them at the expo. So I've gotten the notification that it looks like most of the items have now been listed, which is great. I was able to put everything up and price them, so it was good. And I've already started selling some stuff, which has been really good. So already starting to basically chip away at making them
coming.
Yeah, they're coming. Well, I will say this, and this is what I wanted to basically discuss about it, is that for me, the ComC platform is very good for those like $1 to $5, $10 items, because on eBay it wouldn't make any sense. I'd have to charge too much with shipping and everything else. It would be terrible.
Handling would be.
And I did also take advantage. I was able to get the discount, the 30% discount on the intake rate.
Oh.
So normally it's 50 cents per card, but I was able to get 30 cents per card with the code that we referenced before the expo. So if anybody in Canada took advantage of that, you should have. Because look, you say, 15 cents, but 15 cents. I gave 200 cards. I saved $30.
That's a lot.
$30 is $30. That adds to my profit margin simply by having it. And I've already gotten a couple of items sold here, and one of them sold for $1.66, another one for $1.90, $5.46, $3.56, $9.26. Not a big deal, but these are all from that same listing and that grouping. So it all adds up, like I said. So right now I'm already chipping away and moving my way towards breaking even on it, and I listed 200 items. So it's a couple of dollars here, a couple of dollars there.
Reminds me of a European comedian once said, he goes, "What is this? $20 is $20." He goes, "Of course it is."
What else would it be?
What else would it be? Exactly.
So just to put it in perspective, I've sold 6 items from the batch, because on ComC you can actually look it up by batch. So when you submit, you can look up by batch. I've made almost $24 selling 6 items. I have 194 items left, and my total fees would have been $70.
They have you batched off too.
Every time you submit, they actually show how many items you submitted and break it down, but you can see how many sales you made from that batch and how much you're listing it for.
That's cool.
So you've actually got that data, so you know, and that actually tells you if it was worthwhile to submit the batch or not.
Yes, of course.
Because if you submit a bunch of stuff and you spent $500 in listing fees, but you only made $50, well, that was stupid. That was a waste of time.
Or you haven't sold anything from that batch, so it's like that was a waste.
Yep. All the batches I've submitted before have usually done pretty well.
It's a lot of work on their end to do all that, isn't it? Like, man,
it is.
Like, that's a detail. Like, I think I have a lot of work with the stuff that I do. Holy crap! That's like doing a set after a set after. It's a very labor intensive job. Well, look, I can tell you this. I can tell you from the one. So this is the most recent one that I'm talking about. But then from the one that I did in November. I've sold 47 items. I've made $175. I had submitted 180 cards. So that would have been $90, and I made $175 on stuff that would have otherwise been sitting in a box here. I was just going to say, otherwise it'd be in a box, right?
Correct. So that's why that is the type of item that is perfect for this platform for me to move it on. I'd rather get the credit then and sell off the items. And right now I've still got 130 more items from that can sell at any time. And if they do, then I get some money back. Great.
Gotcha.
But I'm already in the black on that group. On that batch, I'm already in the black.
And that's what
anything beyond that is bonus.
And that's I guess that is the best way to get rid of your cheap singles, honestly. And then people can just load them up. They don't have to do the transaction through the mail every time, which is really good. I like that part.
Exactly. That's why I say, like, my point though that I'm making with this is that there are different landing spots that make sense for different types of items, different price points of items. There's a lot of stuff that I will personally sell on eBay just because I have no problem doing it. It's fine. But there are some items that clearly will do better on Facebook Marketplace, for example. Yes. There are some cheaper items that I would rather be like, ComC, take this from me, process it, take the pictures, list the thing, and then I will put like $1 on it. You make your money, I make my money. Everybody's good. I don't have to deal with it.
You didn't have to do anything. That's the best.
And I don't have to ship it to anybody.
Nope.
Great.
It's sensational. Great for the crap, and that's why everybody sends their crap. But obviously they send some good stuff. I find that a lot of them are overpriced, though. A lot of the items, but because I see ComC and I go, yeah, you guys are a little, everybody else is that.
Bobby, that is where I have my success, is that when you list an item, if other people have listed it, you can see how much they've listed it for, and I undercut them.
Why
And
not?
I'm like, because my goal is to, look, I've got very little into this. Otherwise, I'd be collecting dust in my box. I'm like,
yes.
they're like, oh, I'll put $40 on it. Like the lowest one is $5. I'll put $4.50. Done.
Yeah.
You can sit on yours as long as you want. That's fine.
You know, and when you're listing on like eBay and stuff, like free shipping is very important, and they can't give you feedback on the shipping charges if it's too much or too little. So on bigger ticket items, I just sold today, what was it, 3 Pittsburgh Penguin pucks from 60s, 70s, and whatever. You know, it was $300, free shipping, US, because I did in the American site, because 300 Canadian isn't not quite 300 US. So, and free shipping, and that's kind of the deciding factor to a lot of people, because then they go, I don't have to worry, and then you don't have to worry about the shipping charge. Oh, hey, this guy charged me $3 extra for shipping. Well, that's the handling, but you don't have to say that, and then they can't rate you on that in the feedback.
That is true. Josh here says mine from the expo are half complete already. Good to hear. Excellent. I did know, look, from a reliable source, at COMC, I can say that part of the reason they were able to do that special was because the folks there need the work. So they were happy to do it. So they're happy to take the volume in there and process it, because they basically they had caught up. So they need to keep the wheels churning. So the best way to do that is, now the shipping thing is a different thing. So they've been working on that one. That one has been improving. That was the word I got at the expo. But as far as intake, they were all the way caught up. So that's the reason they did the special. That was the reason why.
Holy shit!
Did you get your return back on your response?
Listen to this. This is a really interesting one.
Go ahead.
He says, message reply. Here we go. It says it's 150 each. Yes, I could only find one other one online. I think I have the other 2 that exist. I haven't had them valued professionally. Could be worth a lot more, but I think 150 is fair price for each. Okie dokie, let's move on with our lives. And that's where you're at. He has no idea what the price is, but he thinks 150 is fair. He has no completeds to go by. It's Mike Walton. His autograph's worth $5, but he doesn't know how rare the Weezer are, and nobody does unless you have the app.
Every time he says Weezer, is anyone else singing in their head?
I was thinking Blue Album. I was thinking of Buddy Holly.
Ooh, ooh,
or the sweater song.
Buddy Holly.
Type up Weezer, put it in the, it's WIZZZER.
In the Mary Tyler Moore.
Well, look, I when I type in Weezer, I only get 3 things. I either get what you're talking about, I get, the Buddy Holly, Blue Album guys, or I get Eric after he's done watching women's mountain bike.
Dara.
Oh my God. I can't believe it.
Hey, that's what happens when I watch Tiny Seagrave. That's right.
Those are the 3 things I get when I type in Weezer. 3 things.
And you would. 150 each. Jesus. Lord Jesus. Now, is it worth it? If I was a collector, yes, it would be worth it. But I want to document it. But I'm going to steal the photos anyway, so he doesn't know. Doesn't matter. I don't have to own it. Like I said, I'm that type of collector. More information for me. And I know Mike Walton. I did the newspaper search, so I know that he was signing in malls in January of whatever it was, 1972, 73. So I know that's legit. But like I said, there's a whole bunch of players there. Jerry Cheevers. No, Johnny Busick's one. He's another one in Weezer. It's all on this app thing. So I don't know if I have that logged in, or if Andy even caught up yet. He's so far behind. They keep adding stuff. It's just like, we're 2 years, 3 years. I don't know. By the time we even get caught up to everything. And then I'm
secretly hoping that with a lot of these characters that it turns out it's just a lot of profanity. We don't know. Like, I have no idea. But I'm secretly hoping that that's what's happening right now.
Maybe.
25 likes. We're getting there. Eric needs to pay, folks.
There's nothing
working at it.
like this show sucks.
You suffering is very likable. I'm liking it a lot. If I could, I'd like it 3 times.
So how would I respond to a guy who wants 150, but he has no idea of the value? I haven't done any research. I just don't get it.
So I actually have a related but different question. I got a different question. Good evening, Billy. So this is something that I actually might do as a podcast, but I think let's workshop it together. Let's workshop it together with the chat as well.
Okay.
So this is one of the great. If we're talking about documenting, reselling, that's a different conversation. But the great collector dilemma is this, and this is kind of plays into what I said earlier tonight about that '90s card and everything else. And it's one of those things where, oftentimes, there can be items. There are items that have valid comps, and that's one thing. And this was something, like I said, I wanted to do as kind of a topic because look, on the Market Movers channel, Teapot did this whole thing about how comps are sometimes not reliable. And I go, well, yeah, that's true, of course. Look, just to rehash so that we're all on the same page. Obviously, we know at this point, this audience knows what comps are. I get it. But what I'm going to repeat is comps are an anchor. They create an anchor point. And this is what's always been interesting to me about the dynamics of our market. They're an anchor point. They allow us to have something to base the negotiation on, so to speak.
They're relative.
Because otherwise we're kind of just making it up as we go along. You imagine there was no anchor point. It'd be like, okay, so this is an item we can use. Let's talk about something that's kind of in the more scarcity category. We are, Bobby. There are 5 of these that have been sold in the last 18 years, and that's it. Okay, how much is it worth?
What the last one sell for?
But that's just it. So,
but in 18 years,
is,
they only came up once every 3 years. So
exactly. But it's one of those things where like maybe one of them sold a couple of times. So that's why I say, like I said, it came up a couple of times. It doesn't mean there are 5 distinct ones. It could be 3, and then one of them sold twice.
Maybe he put a bad title on it and missed all the
exactly. Maybe all the factors have to play into it. Yes, but then there's the other side of it, right? So as a collector, I want the item for my collection, so I'm going to evaluate at a certain point. The comp, as I said, is an anchor. It gives me something to start with. The last one sold for $100. Great. Okay, fine. What am I willing to pay? Am I willing to pay $100? Maybe. Am I willing to pay maybe a little over 100? Again, it depends. Depends on what it is. If it's super common, maybe not. Maybe I want to try to get a little cheaper. If it's something that only comes up once in a blue moon, it's the same item, but since it comes up once in a blue moon and it is a tougher item, I have to consider the possibility that I may not have the opportunity to purchase it for less. So just because the last one sold for 100 doesn't mean the next person is bound by 100. They can be like, no, but I know it hasn't sold in 3 years. Other than that, that 100, by the way, was a buy it now that somebody bought at 3 a.m. because they happened to catch it. So that $100 has nothing to do with reality, because if it had gone to open auction, it would have been higher.
Yep. And, I had to write something specific in most of the write-ups I do for the app and website that's supposed to be out there. He sent me another picture. Maybe he has other ones. That took me out of what game I was going down. What was I saying?
So all I was talking about was how the idea of the comp is a helpful guide.
Oh,
but it's
I
only
was doing a listing. Sorry, yes. Yeah. So I was doing a listing. So I have all these different, let's just say, team logos. There's 18 in the set. There's 18 different teams. So I put a price of $50 on each. But because there's more Pittsburgh fans who pay more for Pittsburgh or St. Louis or Minnesota or Toronto or Montreal or Boston, but don't pay for the other teams. Nobody wants Philly. Nobody wants. So those ones are basically worth 50. But I have to put a little reminder in there that, it's based on availability, rarity, and how often it comes up, whatever. You have to put those little things in there because those are major factors. So, hey, a St. Louis just sold for like the St. Louis guys are crazy. Like Pittsburgh guys are really crazy for any logo thing from the 70s, whatever. They're going to pay like $150 for that item, where the normal one is worth $50, which is Washington Capitals. So I have to put that. Yeah, okay. So you get St. Louis. So the St. Louis tray is worth, I don't know. I think I book it for around $200 US. But you have the Buffalo Sabres you can get for $75 because they made more of them. It's not, and usually Buffalo stuff can be rarer, except they made more of those. So it's based on a lot of different factors when it comes to a lot of different collectibles. Cards are a little bit easier, but then again, you get into grades, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The key point is that I always found it funny, and that's the reason why I brought up. I thought it was amusing that they mentioned that, and they talked about some complicating factors. I didn't disagree with the concept, but I said it's even more complicated than that.
Yeah, it gets
because
more.
when you take the collector into the conversation and they're looking at it like, I want the item. And I deal with this all the time. And we had this conversation where we talked about on the podcast, the whole leaf thing and stuff like that. Am I interested in it? Yes. Is my interest level higher or lower comparatively to, say, a playing days item? It's lower. So the item could be tougher. It could be nice looking. It could be all these lovely factors. I'm still going to offer you lower. Oh, but this is out of, out of 5, out of 2, out of whatever. Yeah, but it's a variant of a bunch of these, and there's a bunch of variants, and they've released similar type product over the years a bunch of times. So I'm gonna price this lower, whereas I take a playing days version of something very similar. Conceptually, It's not that different, but I value it higher. This is me, the collector, valuing it higher because to me it's more desirable because of these factors.
Sure.
But the item itself didn't change. I could make the two items equally available, but I want this one more. Therefore, I am willing to pay more as the potential buyer versus this other item that is equally rare, quote unquote, but it's just not as interesting to me. So my offer would be lower to you.
See, and that's where this one comes in. So these Weezers, nobody's going to really know what it is. 99.999% of the people have no idea what it is or their value, unless you have the app. So this is where this guy's going to sit there, and it's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6 months down the road. Then he'll put it to $100 because no one will end up buying it. For the most part, this is really what happens. And then you go back to him again and say, hey, listen, I'm still kind of interested, but you got to be at this price I'm looking at, $75. No, I can't take $75. A couple more months, they'll be willing to take your $75. And they go, hey, if you want those for $75, then you go, oh yeah, those things. I'll do 60. Then the guy goes, take it, man, just get it out of here, because everyone thinks they have gold, and I think that's the biggest mistake that they make. It's like, it is what it is. If you have this much into it and you think you can get that much out of it, be happy with that. If you know nothing about whatever you're selling, then do a little research. It'll pay a long way. But for the most part, it's about getting stuff into other people's hands. It's not about getting the maximum amount of dollars. Like you said, you go on ComC and you look at all the different other prices, and the guy going, yeah, I'll take the bottom edge here, and I'll add free shipping. Well, you can't do that with ComC, but I'm just saying, there's other factors that you kind of do, and you just want to sell the stuff, and people don't understand that. So the guy who's constantly selling cards, he goes, okay, yeah, this is like a $10 card, and you're at $4.50. Like, who's not going to take your money? And that guy's going to be still there at 7. He's going to eventually sell it as the other ones get bought up to that row. But then again, it'll come down. Did you change? Are you cold?
I'm
You have to turn the air on. You have to turn the heat on.
I put the air on when we first started, and it's a vent right above my desk. So
you can close the vent.
I wanted to just put this on. I'm happy
You're
now.
throwing the baby out with the bathwater here, because really you're compensated the whole house for your vent over your head.
He wants to show off his Boston Bruins swag.
I think so.
It's what we want. So Eric, just so we're all in the...
Because Billy's making me feel dirty.
Well, Billy, it's not my fault that Billy has impure thoughts about you.
Okay? He's making me feel dirty, and
spicy eye. What do you want?
Cover up.
I guess.
I'm not here. I'm not here. Like
he's objectifying you.
Yeah, that's it. And I'm not a piece of meat, Billy. All right.
Arguable, debatable.
Yes.
I'm to be respected.
A lot of metal now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, respected.
It's like meat on a stick now.
Yeah, pretty much. Meat on a chocolate stick is what's going on right now. Anyway, all right. So here's the thing. So basically, though, the reason that I mentioned it is that, and I'm, like I said, I'm workshopping this right now. I want to think about exactly how I want to explain this or approach it. But what I'm getting at here is this. Sometimes people forget people understand supply and demand. You say supply and demand, they get the general idea, but sometimes doesn't cover the nuance of this. Supply and demand is still relative, and it depends on what's going on with the individual item, and it depends on what's going on with the seller and the buyer. The seller could have this idea in their head that they want to try to get maximum dollars. That's fine. But then the buyer, and even a buyer that's interested, and this is kind of the point that I was getting at, Eric, when I was talking about that, I was using the Leaf example. As a player collector, I'm still interested in those items, but my interest level is lower, which means that I am willing to purchase this item, but my desire to purchase it will be for the bargain price. I'm interested, but I'm interested if I get a deal, as opposed to this other item that I'm really pursuing and I'm chasing and I've been trying to get, Whereas I'm willing to be a lot more aggressive. Similar kind of concept, but because that one has eluded me, because I want that particular item and I value it more highly, I'm willing to pay many multiples. I am actually willing to aggressively bid against other people and try to win it for myself. The difference is my desire, the demand on this. So they're both on my checklist. Technically, both of them could fill a spot and cross off a number off the checklist, but that one I want more. So I'm willing to be a lot more aggressive and move heaven and earth to try to get it.
No.
Or the other item, yeah, it'd be nice to have. The big difference in terms of the two things and what I'm willing to shell out. And we made the joke. I talked about the dentist PC and how I've kind of hoarded, allegedly, some PMGs. And the thing about hoarding some PNGs, allegedly, not that I would do that, allegedly,
Right. Of course.
but hypothetically, if I was to do that, and this is an important distinction, whereas the first one that I added to my collection, I paid aggressively for it in the early days of the product coming out. I was willing to be very aggressive for it. In the ones that I allegedly have accumulated subsequently, I paid a fraction of that, much less. So if I was able to get them for a great deal, I was willing to pick up another one, even though I didn't really need it. But because I didn't really need it, I wasn't willing to pay top dollar. I wasn't willing to pay anywhere near what I paid for the initial one, even though it's the same similar item. And in reality, Eric, ironically, it actually becomes rarer because the supply out there actually decreases because I have more and more of them. So actually, there's less of them floating out there.
There you go.
But my willingness to pay a price actually goes down because even though there's less of them floating out there, I'm not willing to pay as much as I did for the first one because honestly, I don't need it. That's the difference. Because I do not need it, I'm willing to pay less. And that's where the demand thing comes into play. It's like, yeah, I am willing to throw a couple of bucks at this, but not as much as initially. And it's the same item. It's apples to apples, Eric. Like it couldn't be more similar. But that's the weird dynamics. So that's why I say the weird dynamics of supply and demand here in the sports card thing is like, it's part of it is based on your personal emotion or nostalgia or desire or whatever, which how are you going to factor that into an algorithm, Eric? So what should the price be?
Yeah.
I don't know. It depends on, is it a Thursday? Is the wind going this way? Like, how am I feeling today?
Maybe.
I mean, I've been looking at this one for a while. The guy wants $140 for it. And it's like, listen, I am a huge Reggie fan. I would love to have this. I'm not giving this guy $140 for a Reggie Lumlin card. I'm sorry. And, I have to, and it's like, part of me just wants to buy it because it's great, but
you do have an extra kidney.
It just doesn't make sense to spend $140 on that.
But $139.95.
Oh well, I'll have to. He does ask for best offer. I guess I could.
That's a bit of a spicy meatball.
Yeah.
It's a really spicy meatball. As I'm reading his thing back again, I'm sitting there going, I haven't had them valued professionally. Who better?
He's had them valued amateurly, Bobby.
Yeah.
So who could he go to that could have them done professionally? I did not speak up. Am I a professional? Would I be the professional person that you would go to for pricing?
I guess you have been paid for your knowledge with your books, right? People have purchased your books.
I'm glad you said books, yes.
So hold on. Can I ask an important question, important distinction, Bobby?
Sure.
If the distinction of professional, so I'm half serious, half joking. So
figure
out the ratio to yourselves.
Sure.
But if the definition of professional is that you get paid for something, so that's kind of our definition here. Then does it count that this show is sponsored? Therefore, I'm actually being paid to make fun of Eric. So am I professional? Am I a pro?
I would think so. Hobby Palooza and all. Hey,
Eric, making fun of
her. Yeah, thought of it that way. I'm on a professional show.
Here you go. Billy says, did someone say spicy? Spicy eye.
Spicy eye.
That's right. Billy, if you want to come on and be spicy eye for a little bit, you're welcome to. We're going to hang out for a little bit here. We're just chilling a little bit, but I did want to pose. So I did want to pose that question about though. Like I said, I was kicking that around a little bit because as soon as they started talking about comps, I kind of chuckled. And part of the reason that I chuckle about it is that the comp, like I'm being serious, I believe, Bobby, the comp is the most misunderstood concept in this hobby because everybody says it. They say the word, but I don't know if y'all know what it means all the time. And I'm not talking about the chat here necessarily. I'm just talking the hobby in general. Doesn't seem to understand. Like it's a guide. It's a useful guidepost because otherwise we'd be fumbling around blind. And it's bad as it is now. Imagine if we didn't even have that. It's nice to have.
The most
it's not the end.
Understood and misunderstood thing in the hobby.
Oh. And it gets a little rough because I understand why people get confused. I do. I genuinely understand why people get confused because in their brain they almost treat it like, oh, it's like this, thing we're all locked into it. No, not necessarily. It's a guide. It's a helpful thing so that we're not going completely blunt. Because imagine if we had to kind of redo the value conversation every single time, we had to reset from nothing. And had nothing to base it on, and we're just making it up every single time. And it's like, well, then what should anything be worth?
True.
What are we going to do? Like, we need something as at least a baseline to start the conversation. That's where we look. I make fun of old Jimbo, but look, the whole thing with the Beckett guide. The whole thing with the Beckett guide. Yeah, good old Jimbo. The thing is with the old Beckett guide is most of us. Beckett. Yes, the old Beckett. Old Beckett.
Jimbo Beckett.
Yes. Yeah, old Jimbo Beckett. But when you opened up the thing and you saw the number on there, most of us collectors that had any savvy at all, nobody ever actually paid that price. But it was a starting point to the conversation where you would be like, as a buyer, I would like to pay less. As a dealer, I want to get that or more. So it's two forces colliding, trying to come up with. But the point is, we're starting off with something. If I say $100 here for this item, at least we're starting with something. If I left you sight unseen, the dealer goes $500, and the collector's like $20. Well, we got this gigantic delta. What are we going to do?
That's going to take a long time.
It's going to take a long time. But if we have something that says $100, the dealer can be at like 125. The collector can be like, I'd like to pay you 75. Okay, fine. At least we've got a gap that we can figure out how to bridge between these two numbers so that we're not millions of miles apart.
Looks more near mint. I think it's X-mint. It's negotiation never stops.
Yeah, but it's a starting point. The key here, I'm just saying it's a starting point. It's not a final answer. It's not a final response. It is a starting point so that we're not, because then it's the blind leading the blind and we're in trouble.
Well, I hope this guy's not watching, but anyways, I think his price is fair. If I was a collector and I wanted to complete that set, yes. But for me, I'd like to scan it, document it, and take it in. He's got two. He said there's one on eBay right now, which is, I don't know how I missed it. Poor listing, actually, because Weezer is part of my daily, one of my dailies. So I missed it somehow. Someone will just put Mike Walton Weezer. It's like, well,
I seriously just want to start naming off more Weezer songs.
You should.
Yeah. Well, we had Sweater Song. We had Buddy Holly.
That's it.
They only had like two
Hash Pipe. Wait, is it Hash Pipe? No.
There's something like that's in there. Let me hit the can.
Yeah.
Billy, come on.
So Bob Jackson says, so what would hobby hell be if you could create it? So do we start with the beginning of a hello? This is like just running in the background on track. So we got that as a starting point. You know what hobby hell would be for me, Eric? If the entire transactions, no matter what it is, was the tire kicking. The dealers, no matter what, want 50 times comps, and the buyers only want 1/10 of 1%, and you sit there negotiating till the end of time. That would be hell, because after a while, it's like, I don't even want to talk. I don't want to have this conversation. It was minus having to open 1991 dollars until you get 1,000 of the same elite insert. There you go. Very specific. I like that. Eric, I think for me, I think this is a fair question. I think hobby hell for me would be stuck in that tire kicking phase with either a dealer as a buyer or a seller. Either way, stuck in the tire kicking phase where this is a waste of my time. It will never go anywhere, and yet this conversation doesn't end. That would be hobby hell. I don't want to have this conversation. I want to be done with it one way or the other. I want to conclude it, and it never ends. It just continues indefinitely.
Mine would be a never-ending drive, never-ending drive to Toronto with Tim in the car.
Wow. And him
Like we're almost
criticizing
there.
your shoe washing technique.
Just that would be hobby hell. Just the anticipation of getting to the big shoe and just him in the car for eternity with me. That would do it.
Interesting.
Because 10 hours almost killed me. Both directions. I contemplated after 8 hours, like what would happen if I just drove the car into a tree? So I'm thinking like just never ending, trying to get to the expo, and I just have Tim as a passenger for eternity.
Wow. Oddly specific, tough times.
Yeah.
Bob Jackson said, Eric, would a customer that could never decide what they want to buy and keep asking what they should buy? That's kind of in the vein of what I was talking about. Like, it's just a transaction that leads to nothing, that is a waste of time. It never goes anywhere, and it just continues on and on and on.
We get it all the time. We have either people who think they're collectors / investors come in and be like, all right, what should I buy? What should I buy? All right, what's going to hold value? Should I buy some of this? Should I buy some of that? And you just like, and you try to give them some information about what's hot, what do people are interested in, but they're too intense, and they got money just burning a hole in their pocket or something, and they just, all right, so and they're asking 1,000 questions. You think this is going to hold up? No, this one's out of so and so, and what about the the Bowman Chrome? And is that better than? And it's just like, dude, just freaking buy what you like. And you realize they don't like anything because they're there. They're there as in prospecting and investors, and I run out of patience with them really quick. Now, the one I have more patience with, who ask the same questions, are like parents come in and want to buy something for their kids for a birthday or something, or Christmas, right? And they're like, listen, I know nothing about this. I got a 14-year-old at home who likes hockey. What do I buy? Now, I have no problem with that. But when the other, type of person comes in, I just like, who, just leave, just go away. It's brutal, because no matter what you tell them, they question you.
Mm-hmm.
And then they ask a whole nother set of questions, and that's never ending. That's truly a hobby hell.
Yes, Zach. Beverly Hills. Say it ain't so. Yes. As soon as Bobby invoked Weezer, I was like, we need some more Weezer songs.
Oh yes. My God, yeah.
Very good. Eric, they like money / value. They don't give a shit about the cards. That is true.
They don't. It's brutal. It's brutal. And they want to get a little bit out of, this sport, and a little something out of this sport, and they want to get some wax, and which box should I buy, or how many. They ask you the dumbest questions, like how many packs of this should I buy?
Can I put this under lump this under a category there, Eric? Would it be fair to say that one of the biggest issues that this kind of falls under is just indecisiveness? Because realistically, look, if I want to buy something to resell, my approach doesn't change that much from when I'm looking at it as a collector. It's nice to get a little information if for some reason you need it, but I already and I'm being serious. One of my favorite hobbies when I was starting up in earlier on in the work thing, before I started paying the mortgage and everything, was that I love collecting watches. I love watches.
Right.
But when I walk in the watch store, they're used to tire kicking. That they are built to expect 99.9999999% of the people to come in and ask them a question about this, and tell me about this, and basically you'll spend half an hour there and talk about, okay, I'll think about it. I'll let you know when I come back. And then they go. And then I'll walk in there and go, okay, tell me a little about this. They do the whole spiel, song and dance, and I'm like, okay, how much is it? So what's the best price? And they go, oh, we can do this. It's like, okay, I'll take it. And then they just stare at me. And they're like, seriously? And I'm like, yeah. I came in here to buy the damn watch. That's what I was here to do. And they're just staring at me like, is that even allowed? It's like, yes, I have the money. I would like to buy the watch now.
Yes. Yes,
Can you size it for me? Like, can you
Yeah,
do some work? That's all. But they're not used to it, Eric. That's the point. I don't tire kick. I'm not going in 50 times beforehand to be like, when I walk in, it's like, all right, what's the price? Can I say, we come to a deal? Okay, can you size it for me? Yep, okay. I'd like to buy it now.
Right.
You good, Billy? Thumbs up? Awesome. Good evening, Billy. How are you?
Oh, doing great. What's up, Eric?
What's
Eric,
up,
so
Spicy
Billy,
Eye?
so Billy, before we
Billy's
go
here.
all the way
Shit.
and making fun of Eric, and we will, but before we do, I need from you, I need a Stanley Cup prediction. Who you got?
So when LeBron James won a championship, we got an ice cream truck when he was our spokesman. So that being said, I am rooting for the Oilers because I want an ice cream truck again.
Now, there's a
All right.
difference between who you want to win and who you think is going to win. Who do you think is going to win?
So I'm going to compare this. I always get in an argument with one of my brand managers because he hates Mike Vernon. Because Mike Vernon, I think, beat the Kings back in the day a couple times. And, you know, Mike Vernon had a good run with the Wings, one really good run with the Wings, but he also won a cup with Calgary. And that was one of those teams that basically just outscored the other team. Mike Vernon was not the star of the show, but they outscored. And it doesn't happen often where the not hot goalie and the defense doesn't win the cup. But I honestly think that this Oilers team can outscore Florida. And I think that they will win.
Okay.
All right. Fair enough. So we've got you on the record then. You're going for Edmonton to break the Canadian run of non-Stanley Cup at 31 years.
Oh, shoot. That is part of it too, though, isn't it?
It is part of it. It's all part of it. You got to factor
do you
it
know
in.
how much crap I got at the Expo when the Raptors won the championship? I got to rethink this.
All these are factors, Billy, we do not ignore. Listen, I came at it from the angle of bitter Stars fan. I wish nothing but Connor McDavid to get run over by a truck. But it's nothing
honestly
personal,
haven't
Connor
gone to ice
McDavid. But like at this point, I have to look, Eric. Just on principle of my salt content, I have to give it to Florida man. Sorry,
Right.
feed Connor McDavid to the rats. Feed him the rats.
I've been going the ice cream truck route the whole playoffs since my Wings didn't make it because stupid ass stupid ass Philadelphia pulled their goalie after they had already lost and cost us a chance of the playoffs.
Yep.
You can't tell me they didn't know. Still pisses me off.
Conspiracy.
That's my least favorite team, you know. Like, I despise Philadelphia. I hate them.
More so than Montreal? Interesting.
I hate Philadelphia. In 1974, Philadelphia beat the Bruins in the Stanley Cup Finals, the year I was born. So I had to wait until 2011 to say I was alive during a Bruins Stanley Cup victory. And I could have had one in 74 on the year of my birth. So I grew up hating the Flyers.
Wow. You're a bitter man.
Flyers.
Hate the Flyers.
Or Detroit.
Eric, why'd you put that jersey on? What happened? What happened, man? I thought you were like flexing there. I thought the female viewership was going up, and then I realized your wife doesn't even watch this, so
No,
anyone else would.
His mother watches. His mother watches.
The only one.
I know.
For sports card content, that puts us at like 500% female demographic compared to normal.
Pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah.
We do have one regular female.
And Yannick's wife sometimes tunes in.
Yep, that's two.
So like we already have two more women than like 98% of the hobby content.
Yeah. And every once in a while, Amanda shows up for like
True. 3. Oh my God. We're like Bobby. We are blowing past this on demographics.
So Eric,
we're dominating.
I heard you talking.
We don't have Sue's on.
So Tim or Yitz, who would you rather drive into Canada?
Huh.
You've done it both on the hot seat.
I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, Billy.
What? Wait, what? Eric, repeat that sentence. Repeat those words.
It's not like Tim's watching or yes.
I need you to repeat. I dare you to repeat those words right now.
Dare. Double dare.
Billy knows what he's doing.
I know he knows what he's doing, and I know what he's doing, and I'm in favor of it. Eric, I dare you to say you don't want to hurt anyone's feeling again. I dare you.
Billy knows how to get autographs from tough people, so he knows how to work it.
Hopefully, our young friend doesn't watch this show. I would pick. I'd pick Timothy. I would rather drive with Tim.
Time to start texting somebody.
Wow, I know.
That was a tough 1 hour drive.
You didn't have to answer, but I'm glad.
Yeah, you had an out. Carlos gave you an out.
Yeah, your out was I dare you to say you don't want to, and then I take you off my screen. I was like, Bobby, again, I'd like to preface this all with man of peace. It's very important. It is very important that I emphasize man of peace. But Eric, I am here for all the sorrow. I am here for all the slanderous words. I am here for the hurting of the feelings.
Yitz is a good guy. I like.
Is he though? Is he though?
Yes, he is. He's a good guy. I just don't want to be trapped into a car with him ever again.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure you were saying, I'd like to throw Yitz into a meat grinder. And
Billy, you get 2 minutes for instigating.
Watch him suffer because I love to see his pain. That's kind of where you were going with the pre-show. It's interesting how you've changed your tune.
Yeah,
Bobby, I got no celebrities to stalk this weekend, so that's why you guys are have the pleasure.
Yeah, remind me, who was the last one?
Oh, so the part of the reason I'm not going out this weekend because there is a Q&A for this Kurt Russell show or something that has the girl from Shogun and Kurt Russell, but it's getting crazy in LA. Like these people are just like crazy. Like I went to an event for Karen Gillan, and I went because I'm working on my exquisite Marvel set. So I'm trying to get them all signed. And I didn't have her yet. So I'm like, got to get her. Plus she's nice. Plus, Marvel name. So I drove down after work. I got to work at 6, worked a straight 8 so I could leave at 2 because I don't want to drive in LA rush hour traffic because it can take 3.5 hours. Still got caught in a little bit of it, but it wasn't bad. But everyone was trying to get Jodie Foster. She had a Q&A that day too.
Really?
So I'm like, okay, at least there's not going to be 30 or 40 people there. There still ended up being like 10, 15. But my friend who got there early also, she's just like, let's set the rules. Like we're going to make a line, single file line. And she's like telling everybody and all these people that normally are aggressive. She's like, if any of you effers like get out of line or try to jump it, I'm going to yell and scream about how you're being aggressive around a woman and she will not sign for you. And I was like, you go, Dee. And so when it was getting close, I'm literally like, so after because we were the first 2 in line, we're like, so after we get ours, we really don't care what happens. She's like, no. She's just like, I just want them to behave while I'm in line. I'm like, works for me. But lo and behold, we were in a straight line. We're like, Karen, we're in a line. Would you mind? And she's like, oh my gosh, like you guys are amazing. I don't like. She was in shock that the people weren't all up in her face because like people follow her to the hotels and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
And so she did 3 each. Took pictures. Couldn't have been nicer. And when everybody got theirs, it was done. And man, if these people would act that way all the time, I would have a lot more autographs. But unfortunately, just the weekend before, I went for the cast of Ahsoka, and Hayden Christensen came out to us, and we were in a line, and then all of a sudden they just swarmed him, and I'm sitting there. And you know what pisses me off is I was wearing a Toronto Maple Leafs hat, and he's a huge Maple Leafs fan, and I forgot to use that in my favor. My other buddy from Toronto who had his Toronto hat on used it and got one, but They just swarmed them, and I'm just like, I'm not dealing with this. And I didn't get them, and then nobody else from the show signed, and it was just kind of like, that sucked.
Man, Jodie Foster, I had a crush on her when I was growing up. I think we're almost the same age too.
That's probably about right. Yeah.
She's normally nice, but when you have 40 people there acting like idiots,
Yeah.
you know what?
And she's super smart too.
Well, we were talking about that earlier, Billy. Did you see the video about Connor McDavid kind of getting
mauled in a mall?
When he's coming out of the store and he's trying to put his groceries in the car.
Yeah.
It's just, what's wrong with you people?
Doesn't he have a shopper or like a dresser, or you know what I mean? Billy, I think you would get that one.
It was gross. And it's like, first of all, don't touch anybody. Keep your hands off the guy. You sitting there with your selfie phone trying to get in frame with them, and
somewhere off in the distance, Marcella's like, take your own advice.
You're Connor McDavid. You're out in the shopping mall. What do you almost expect? And you're close to the Stanley Cup. Like, geez. You can't go out. You have to go late at night and put a fake beard like Billy has on or something. Just saying.
That's
Back
how
to Grizzly Adams. Are we trying, or
how they don't recognize him? It's like, that Spicy Eye. No, that Spicy Eye didn't have a beard.
Not much of it in Toronto, that's for sure.
Yeah. So quickly, Billy, I'll just mention, it's like no, I was joking with I showed Eric and Bobbles the other day. As soon as EPAC came in and a lot of the PMGs started appearing, I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. I might have 4 or 5 of a couple of those PMGs. It's not good. No bueno.
See. You know what I have. I think you're just like trying to get me here.
Well, yes, but you also got to remember, like, Brit is more expensive. Like, it's actually a little pricier to do that, but I've managed.
Here's 2 of the jambalayas.
Yep.
Jambalaya.
I still need the third. Oops. I still need the third green. Got those 2.
Yeah, I was able to get 1 of the greens. That'll be coming in a ComC thing down the road here.
I got 3 of the retros.
All right, 3 retros.
And 1 of the regular base. I have my ComC packages on the way, and I think I have 3 more reds coming. I have 5 purples.
Yeah.
I didn't even know they even had purples. Learn something.
Yeah.
So right now, Billy, I can tell you. So you know how, like, you got the low number, the high number, and the retro for Brit, obviously, and some of the other characters, right?
Yeah.
So right now, I am at 4 of the high numbers for the red.
I will be I think I'll have 4 of the retros when my package comes in a few days.
Nice.
This is one that cracks me up now, because someone's amazing sent me this because they knew I was a fan. And they got it,
joined us. He looks like Rich Klein. Ever see it?
I now have 5
My favorite part is
10 Spectrum Auto out of 10s.
Oh, okay. The out of 10. So you got half the print run.
Yep.
Nice. Okay.
But I have 60 something autos. I think I counted now. I'm in the 60s. Let's see. I now have.
One day you'd think we'd be able to get him to actually get internet in that apartment.
Yeah.
One day.
Oh no, I'm
He's
here.
all the way in California, right? So.
No, we know you're there, but you turn into Robo Billy occasionally. We get robotic Spicy Eye occasionally.
11 exclusives now of the first series, or what? Not series, but of 2022.
Right.
I only have 7 of the 2023 exclusives. But like it's exactly what you said though. Like, I like to collect the exclusives, and it's exactly what you said. It's like I paid a lot for the first one, and then as it progresses, I pay less and less.
It's just averaging down.
Yeah. Well, realistic. No, the reason I mentioned it, Bobby, is that it's that I like the novelty. Again, it is hoarding, like by definition it is. But what I'll say though is I kind of get some entertainment out of the notion that if someone else after the fact is looking for it, it's like, why can't I find it? It's like, no reason.
You got most of them. Yeah, it's like
but the key though is the novelty only works if it's cheap enough.
True.
Because I'm not, look, listen, I do not need another copy. I'm not going to go crazy spending out of pocket for the novelty. But if I'm able to at a reasonable rate add another one to it, then I'm not opposed to the idea.
Well, the novelty can be hoarding.
Oh, 100%. Like it's the complete definite. A lot of collecting is unnecessary. What a lot of folks don't get is that a lot of collecting is unnecessary. If we really like broke it down to its core elements, then we would maybe select a couple of specific hand curated, like really considered items, and that would be it. That'd be it. We'd be done. But realistically, a lot of collectors like to have volume or hoard a lot more. But if it's something like that, a project like that, you basically the project is, I wonder how many I could get my hands on at a relatively cheap price. And that's the challenge. That's the question. How many could I? And I don't know the answer until you try.
You are preaching to the choir on that right now. Like, that is me.
Yeah, but that's the thing, and it's one of those things where like it becomes that because, but this is an important distinction as well. It helps that for that specific niche, the amount of sets is finite. It's still relatively controlled number of sets. The amount of cards in said sets, because if we had 5,000 cards in the checklist, then it probably wouldn't work because it's like, there's too much stuff to pursue. There's too many directions to go in. Like it's too difficult.
The shipping involved would be too much.
It would just be crazy because then you've got all these other choices at the same time. You've still got choices, but it's controlled relatively to some of these other examples. So because the checklist is more controlled, it's a lot easier to be like, okay, so I've got most of the regular stuff that I expect in the checklist. The stuff that I was left over is really tough stuff. So it's like, oh, what else can I do to music? Hey, that one's available at a really cheap price. Yeah, I'll take another one. What the hell? That's it. Sure. And that's kind of the thought process behind it. Otherwise, it becomes Eric and his Reggie Lemon M&Ms. It just never ends. Oh. Like I said, that internet's questionable.
God damn it, spicy eye.
It always is.
Yeah.
Wherever he's at, it's always questionable.
Well, I was going to ask an important question. I don't know if you can hear us, Billy. If you want, like, you're still here. If you want to come back, you let me know and I can pop you on whenever you're ready. You got the link. There you go. I think I see him. We'll see if his image appears. There we go. So, Billy, before you disappear again, I was going to ask you. So can we? So when not if, SP Signature Legends 2 Electric Boogaloo happens, can we just have an insert set that's just Reggie Lemon M&Ms? But and this is important. I only want you to use one photograph. And matter of fact, why don't you go look at what Leaf's doing and just use that photograph?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And no other picture whatsoever. Just never use another image ever again.
Yep.
Got it.
Perfect. Nailed it, everybody. Nailed it.
I need me some Reggie Lemlin cards, Billy. You got to help me.
He's got a fever.
Nothing can help you.
Oh, Lord knows nothing. No, nothing can.
So I don't know if you guys remember this or not, but Reggie was at Upper Deck headquarters. Like
it pertains to Reggie, we don't remember anything.
And Billy couldn't even be bothered to get up off his ass and go out in the hallway and say hello.
They don't recognize him.
I was too busy making sets that you don't recommend to people because people come into your store and ask what they should buy, and the fact that you even know anything that just came out would be amazing to me.
It's so true.
Fair.
You got the Upper Deck Series 2 with all the bedads, and you got the
bedads.
The bedads. You got the bedads individual set, right? We've been pushing that. They're coming in with the bedads,
and that's it.
What Eric? What product came out on Wednesday?
Ooh, I know the answer to this. Go ahead, Eric.
The one that's in the store.
By the way, if you want a preview of said product, you can check out the AMG Collectibles podcast, and you would have the answer to this question.
Is the chromology one or something? Ologies? I don't know.
Wow.
Chromology.
Anthologies?
Anthology. Ooh.
Something with an
Chris Chroma Matt is the platinum and cinnamon.
I don't know.
I remember that one. That's a great set. Love it.
Yeah.
I only went to work once this week. It was yesterday. I don't know.
Well, it came out Wednesday, which was Thursday for you.
Yeah, but I wasn't paying attention. I had stuff to do. I was doing my own
Does
stuff.
synergy
Obviously
mean
not
anything
sell
to
the
you?
product.
Synergy.
The
Yeah.
synergy.
Yeah.
That
The
one, yeah.
synergies. You got some synergies.
Which
came
you
out.
have no synergy for selling. Yes, I understood.
No, alas, no synergy, yeah.
I don't know. I was doing real work. I didn't have time to be doing that stuff.
What is it that you do?
I'm not.
Oh,
really-
wait. So if you have real work and you don't have time to be doing stuff, so then when hockey players come into Upper Deck and I have real work to be doing,
That's your job.
I guess I have an excuse, don't I, Eric?
No, not when Reggie Lumley comes in. You don't have an excuse.
Hey, Reggie,
Get
I
off
got
your
real work
ass.
to do. I'll be back.
Look, I can't blame Billy. He has the same problem that I would have. If Reggie came by, I'd be like, do you validate parking?
That's it.
Sir, do you need change? Like, were you lost?
Are you here for the retiree
Yeah,
program
like,
for the
you know,
cleaner?
the old folks' home's over there, man.
It isn't like Wayne Gretzky came in for the 400th time. This is a special honored guest, and he just like, yeah, I guess.
Look, we've had a couple special honored guests in the last couple weeks, and they get like special like interviews, and they get to go in special rooms and take
Special
pictures and
rooms?
sign
You guys have
stuff.
special rooms?
We
Can you
do.
tell us? Can you tell us who
I like
they
that.
are?
I like special.
I
rooms.
can't because I don't think it's been announced yet.
Oh, all right.
Just the initials.
Sorry.
So is it? I'm not trying to press you. I'm just asking you. Is it people that we already know that have had contracts with Upper Deck, or these possibly new people that, like, we know Bedard has a contract with Upper Deck. We know McDavid. We know Gretzky. We know Orr.
All I'll say is they're Goodwin names, so they're not hockey.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
So
Trout.
can't really get into it.
Goodwin.
Yeah.
Names. Okay. That's cool. Wasn't.
But they're good names.
I guess I was looking to see if you had a yes or no whether or not you'd sign some new hockey players, because that's not a big deal. You can say that.
Well,
if you did.
think about this, Eric. It should be fun. So, what jersey are you wearing? Who's having a centennial set come out?
The Boston Bruins.
Yeah, I think in the next
Another
few
one?
years, there's a few more teams that have their centennial year coming out, and let's just say we've made centennial sets for the other teams that have had centennial celebrations. So when we do stuff like that, we have to go out and look for new deals. So
Excellent.
Are you going to do a centennial set in 2027 for the Leafs?
we already did one.
Yeah, well, they weren't the Toronto Maple Leafs. They were the St. Pat's and the Toronto Arenas. So the Toronto Maple Leafs started in 1926-7. So realistically, you didn't, or you shouldn't have.
Year we did it. The league kind of decides what years we do them when they want to
Technically, it wasn't
celebrate
the
stuff.
Leafs. The Leafs weren't 100 years. It was Toronto, yes, but not the Leafs. The Leafs weren't named until 1926.
And
Yeah, Billy.
we did have some St. Pat's. We had some St. Pat's stuff in there. So yes, you are correct.
No, I know them. Yeah, I'm a Leaf. I used to be a Leaf fan. Sorry.
I was going to say, I thought you banned
Yes,
it.
easy. I didn't go.
Discuss that. All right. So I was going to ask, so Billy, a question for you. I know you attended the AEW event, obviously, and I did see some of the social media posts related to it. So good on you. You got the 2 MJF things. you lucked out on 2 MJF appearances specifically related to that one. But I saw the social media posts with some of the autographs and stuff. So it was smart to preview it a little bit. So you guys were able to get a bunch of those? Or are you guys comfortable that you've got, or is there going to be some more? You don't have to be more specific than that, but is there going to be some more signings at some of the other events to fill in some more of it, or were you guys able to get a lot of what you needed there?
So we obviously we're doing our best to add content into products. and you saw hard signed products. So I'm happy about that. And then just the names that were at the pay-per-view, keep in mind, there's also people that were in LA that weren't at the pay-per-view, like less than a week later. And, you know, so we have, I don't want to say a wish list, but, you know, AEW does an amazing job, is an amazing licensor, and do everything they can to help us with everything. So even if you don't see them, like, during the signings and stuff, we might have catches for them that they can send back to us. But I did get to sit in on the signing. I helped out. I volunteered, and it was like it's funny because they obviously, you know, they know Billy that goes out and gets autographs and takes photos with people. So I understand their concern of, is Billy going to act like this? But I used to work for, you know, I used to work in catering, and we would cater for television shows. And it's like risky work. Like you put the work hat on. It's very professional.
Billy, can I try something with you? Can I try something with you there? Hey, Billy, can I get you to just turn off the camera for a moment? Let's just see if we can get the audio to come through okay. Because with the internet's been a little choppy. So can we try with just the audio and see if it works?
Was that not working good?
Oh, now
it was that you were getting choppy. It was having a lot of issues with the connection.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is he still in?
Yeah, we'll see if we can get it back. But I wanted to see if maybe the audio would work a little better because it's less bandwidth intensive. So if the audio has less of it, it might work a little better. Because as long as we can hear them, that's really the important part. It's just that it's a little tricky right now with the choppiness. I like this. The Cyclocross champion Goodwin. Facts.
I should ask him that. I need some. Maybe I can get some.
To be honest, Goodwin would be the right product to throw something like that in there. That would be right.
Biking, get some Tiny Seagrave in there.
We got you there, voice Billy.
He's spinning.
So right now I can see him, but let's see if we were able to get him.
That's not working.
There we go.
We can hear you now, Billy. Can you hear us? I think he's still playing around with it. We'll let him play around with it a little bit.
Goddamn spicy eye.
The only person I can see is Eric.
That's okay. You only need to look at Eric. Don't worry about looking at anyone
Can you hear
else.
me or
look
am I
Eric.
blah, blah, blah?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Perfect. Clear.
Sometimes it's just different spots in my apartment. It's better than others. So long story short,
that's fair.
They were obviously a little, you know, when I went down and volunteered for the. Is it bad?
It cut out for a moment. Keep talking. It cut out for a moment. Keep talking.
You're learning.
Is it better now?
AI.
It's off and on. It's been tough. Billy, seriously, we gotta get internet in your apartment, man. We gotta get your router, bro.
I'll pay for it.
Come on. We'll get Eric to bring his hat. He'll take collections. Put a router in there.
No, there's a booster you can get.
Well, the thing is, he's literally using his phone service, his cell. So it's at the behest of whatever bars he's got.
So he's got a router that goes in his house?
No, he's got nothing.
Can you hear me?
Really? Yeah,
we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, I just got. Sometimes I got to move, play different spots in my apartment. Right. Anyway, I helped out with the signing. It was fun.
Yep.
I helped out with the signing. It was fun.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the question you asked me, and the lot of the people that you might not have seen at the pay-per-view were in LA for the next show, and we got a lot of people signed there and some stuff in also.
Okay. No, that actually answered my question. That was basically what I was wondering, is if you were able to get a lot of the folks you wanted. So that did answer my question.
I did not see your number one at all. Nor mine. Neither one was there, or they might have been there, but they didn't come to the signing.
Yeah. I think there's been a lack of dentistry. It's very sad.
Huh.
I will say, you want to know who the biggest surprise was?
Sure.
was Tony Storm. So I
Okay.
kind of helped out with her cards, and I'd met her a couple times, and she's just kind of like, all business. She could not have been funnier, nicer, just a pure joy to be around. And I was just like in shock because I hadn't experienced that with her. And yeah, she was great. And then Luther is amazing. Exactly. No, and then Luther showed up like 2 hours early. And so I was just like literally like just sitting next to him, like spreading his cards out to help him sign so he can get through it quicker. And he's just like, oh yeah, by the way, I just got engaged yesterday. And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, I went to the fountains and we, I go, what was playing? He goes, oh, Sinatra better a bit. You can't propose someone in a fountain and not be Sinatra. And yeah, he was super cool. Liked him too.
Nice. Good stuff. I like it. But yeah, I think that's it's nice that it'll provide something additional as far as that's concerned, because I know that you're on the same message board. So talking back to the Facebook group, Bobby, Billy is on some of those same Facebook groups that I follow, where I pick up some of those items and everything else. So it's good to kind of see the feedback, because as new products come in, then obviously people react to them as they come through. But at the same time, it's also an opportunity to find some cards and things like that. Billy goes and does some of his own buying for his own collection as well. But it'll be good. I think the group, it's a catch-22, and I'll be completely honest with you. It's been interesting because, again, being more of a niche brand, a niche product, a niche category, it's kind of nice not having too many products, because it allows you time to be able to track down things and scratch things off the checklist without being bombarded with 15 products, which is kind of nice. But then at the same time, after a while, it gets a little dry, a little stale, because then as you're waiting for some of the tougher pieces to surface, you're kind of done everything else. So you're kind of waiting for it. It's like, all right, guys, we're ready for another product. Whenever you're ready.
So what's good, like you said, I think we're consistent with 3 products. We're going to do a flagship. We're going to alternate Allure in Metal Universe so we don't kill the PMGs. And and then we're going to have another one. And this year it's going to be Black Diamond. Last year, or the year after, we already have something built. And let me just say, I got a lot of really cool stuff at Double or Nothing to put into it, with a lot of used stuff. Wink. And so yeah, what's great is you have those 3 sets. Now what we need to do a better job of is spreading them out. But yeah, what's kind of cool is it comes out physical, and then people buy it, and then it gets a second life almost. It's almost like the product comes out again when you get e-pack. And so it's almost like 2 buying sessions for each product. It's not just one buying session for 2 weeks and it's done. It's okay, now it's on e-pack. What achievements do they have? Or, hey, I wasn't able to get a high gloss or a green exclusive or a green PMG because, there's only so many of them that came out in hobby, and the rest are in e-pack. So it's almost like a second life for each product. And then during that time, you still have all your pay-per-view cards and your new arrivals and stuff like that.
Sure. No, I think it's fair. And like I said, when it comes to e-pack, I appreciated that it offered an opportunity for someone at Upper Deck, you allegedly, to hit the button so that I could have my gold PMG 1-of-1, just as we planned, as we discussed previously, allegedly.
Hashtag alleged.
Yeah.
Hashtag rigged. Rock Latex here says, Upper Deck could have a ghosted insert, a checklist of wrestlers who haven't been seen for over a year. Harsh, but fair.
No,
there's a couple of reasons.
Well, yes, because then I could put Ty Mello on that list, because she hasn't.
You can also
wrestled since.
You can put Jamie Hayter on there as well.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I like that insert. Like, at first I was like, that's stupid, but like, wait, no, it's not.
There's some names. You'd be surprised. There's actually a couple of choices there. It's not a bad idea, actually. A little mean, but not inaccurate.
That's like the last card.
Yeah, a little mean, but not inaccurate. Not wrong. Not wrong. I think he's got a point there. All right. So what I'll do here is I'll wind her down on that. But Billy, I appreciate you. Hang tight for a second, and then I'll also talk to you a little later about something. But it's been fun. So thanks everybody tonight for participating. I appreciate that. I enjoy that. There you go. They need a 300 card base set if they did that. Also mean, but also not wrong. It's rough. It's rough out in these streets. But anyway, so I do appreciate Billy joining in here at the end to at least chat a little bit where we could. We did the best we could with that. But it's been fun. Tonight we got a chance to, we did talk some card stuff. And I think we covered everything on the list. So quick reminders at the end for folks at the end. By the way, I appreciate you hanging out all the way through. Hit the like button so Eric pays. The Hobby Palooza thing will be in the description. For folks checking it out on the replay, I will include a link to the preview video in the description so you can check that out. You can also check out that new podcast recommendation I gave you. They're also on Spotify, but I'll give you the YouTube channel if you want to check them out. And then otherwise you can subscribe on Spotify if you want instead. I'm starved for new hobby content that at least is a little bit interesting. If you like 90s and early 2000s, it is niche down to that. Enjoy. That is at least something new. And then we've got that going on. And good luck to everybody in the Stanley Cup final. Eric will be watching. I will not. But we've also made our predictions. So if you check it out after the fact and want to throw it in the comment section, feel free to throw your prediction. Also pick how many games if you're feeling extra bold. But go for it. You may as well. So appreciate you. Episode 191 of the longest running episodic, whatever this is. We'll be back in the upcoming episodes as we make careful plans on the road to Hobby Palooza.
Ooh.
Eric is already Hobby Paloozing as we speak.
I am. I'm almost Palooza'd out.
Wow.
Not yet. We haven't even started.
Yeah. So Eric from the Office of Crap, Bobby from the Garage of Knowledge, and Billy from an undisclosed location somewhere in Truth or Consequences, New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
We thank you, and we'll catch you in the next one. Take it easy.
Bye, guys. Go Celtics.